6:05. I'm going to start now. Welcome to Beaver Take two. Welcome to Beaver Politics. This is Politi-Talk. We're going to be spending the next 6 hours chatting about Canadian and, mostly North American politics. You're still wearing a shirt. Well, there you go. You can be the fancy one today. So the next 6 hours, we're going to be sitting here and we're going to be chatting, talking politics, getting into it, the nitty gritty, have, some discussions, debates. We welcome, I welcome opposition in here. If you want to have conversations, if you can have a civilized conversation and not talk over top of people, then that's fantastic. All right, so let's get some people up here. I just want to make sure I have the setting on here right, because I have it set a different way for my last live. Oh, thank you for the bow. Thank you. Hello, Desiree. All right. I'm just waiting for them to load. Shia, if you scrolled on. You scrolled on. Okay. If you're gonna request, take away your request if you're gonna scroll on, guys. How's it? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm home for one night. I was just with the dog for like a week, and then I'm gonna go to 2 dogs and a cat. 2 dogs and a demon cat. So, if anybody wants to come up, send a request. We can have conversations about what's going on in the world right now. There were a couple of things that happened today. There was apparently, in the United States, apparently, thank you for the rose, thank you. Today there was a big blow up in the cabinet meeting. So I heard about that in a live I was in just before I came here. Dan the Grump, let me up. You're not even requesting. You're not even requesting. There's nobody in requests. But if you want to come up. I'll chat with you. As long as you can be respectful. But based off of your demand, I don't think you're going to be respectful. But I can figure it out. I can find it and tell you about it. I have to find it. I only just heard about it, so I'd have to find what happened. Everything. Just Scott. Hello, friend.
Hey, I just figured someone would request up to start the conversation because you
I appreciate that.
Up, but no one requesting.
Have I had you up here before?
I don't think so.
Okay. Can I just grab age, province, and who you plan on voting for in the federal election?
Way too old, PEI, and none of your business. So I don't.
Okay, so one second. I need to know your age for TikTok because we can catch a ban if the 50. AI doesn't hear an age.
I am 50.
Thank you.
I am old.
Okay. And I mean, it's totally up to you if you're voting for it. It's easier to have a conversation if we find out who each other are voting for and stuff like that.
I was trying to be sarcastic. I'm sorry. So I'm 50.
Okay, it came across as aggressive.
I did not mean that. I realized that afterwards. I apologize. I did not mean that.
Okay.
So I'm 50. I'm in Nova Scotia right now, born and raised in Ontario, and I tend to skew conservative, but I'm not happy with anybody, if that makes any sense.
Okay. Sure.
So throw a topic. I can do world, I can do provincial, I can do state, I can do anything.
I kind of let the panel kind of flow on what we're going to be talking about. I usually have a full panel of people and we just kind of chat and go with the flow on what we're talking about and everything. If I don't know what you're talking about, then I can always look it up. I have my computer right in front of me. I mean, you could always I guess we could always start with why nobody kind of appeals to you for the election.
I guess I've been voting for so long, hoping that someone did something, and I started voting during Brian Mulroney's time, and every leader I lost faith in. Like it's Canadian politics is so unusual, where I don't think that the population really understands politics, so they pay attention during election times, and then whatever leader is promising the most benefits, we vote for, and that's put us in the position where we are right now. Like, I'm kind of I've spent a lot of time in the States, so like I see everyone's all pissed off at Trump for what he's doing, and I get it. It makes sense, but Trump wasn't the problem. This is decades of problems in our politics.
Trump was a huge problem. He was a huge problem.
No.
Yeah.
Trump isn't a problem.
Selling out.
One second, Dan. I haven't introduced you yet. If you can stay muted until I've got some information from you, that'd be fantastic.
You got it, girl.
Thank you.
You got it, girl. Jesus, good for you, dude. That rocked. That was cool.
All right. I mean, he was terrible. He was rated the worst president in history, and yet still got elected again.
What I'm stating is it's irrelevant on his record. What he's doing right now is because of decades of mismanagement by our leaders in our country and we're not even talking Justin Trudeau. Like, I can go right back into the 80s of how Canada has been
flip-flopping between the United States and Canada, though.
No, but what I'm saying is you can't be mad because of Orange Man, because he's a whack job, and blame him for all what's happening because
nobody's blaming him for everything. The problem is that conservatives tend to not take accountability for the things that their leaders or their people do. They never do. They never blame it on the person who's actually responsible for it. They blame it on whoever else was around. So
I could directly blame liberals and conservatives all the way back to the 80s of why we are where we are right now. I get both sides.
Actually, no. Because if you look at, if you look at the American political structure, I'm going to address something else that you said afterwards, right, like after this. But if you look at the American political structure and you look at who created deficits and who created like surpluses, Bill Clinton actually there was 8 years of surplus and he maintained the debt. He didn't add anything to that debt. And Donald Trump added $8 trillion to the debt. He added more than any other president in a 4-year term. He doubled what Biden did in a 4-year term. He added so much to it, and he's the only president in history to actually end up with a negative jobs, and that was not because of COVID. He had a negative jobs report at the very end of his presidency. He was terrible for their economy, and he's going to be terrible right now. But I don't want to stay on Donald Trump because the problem, like the thing is, we were talking about Canada politics. One second, please. I don't want to stick on, because we were talking about Canada politics, and then you mentioned Trump. I said one thing about him, but then you're kind of flip-flopping back and forth between Trump and Canada. And like, it's kind of confusing. But the one thing I wanted to touch on that you said was, we don't vote for our prime minister. Like, you were talking about how we voted for prime ministers. We don't vote for our prime minister directly here, right? We vote for our representative and our riding.
I never said voting prime minister. I said the prime minister.
You did because somebody else in the comments said it as well.
I said the prime ministers on both sides since the early 80s, the reason why Canada is in the position it's in right now, and I can blame both sides for what they have done. I didn't say voting.
It was before you said that. Before you said that, you said you talked about voting for the prime minister because somebody else in the comments also said we don't vote for our PM because they heard it as well.
Okay, so if that was said, that is not what I meant, and I apologize.
Okay.
Legitimately, I know Canadian politics. I know you don't vote for your prime minister. So if that was said, then I apologize. That's not what I meant.
And also, I just want to let you know, I'm only 5 years younger than you, so you don't have like a whole heck of a lot of voting over me. It's just so you know.
I feel old right now. Legitimately.
I understand. I look younger than I am, but a lot of people think I don't have like the experience of voting and stuff.
I would exactly say we kind of vote for the party leader.
What, Dan?
I'm just going to say, you're saying we don't vote for the party leader, we vote for the party. I think that's
We
a
vote for
little
our representative.
disingenuous. That's all. I'm going to mute myself again.
Okay, 1 second, Dan, because I'm going to ask you. Okay, so
Sure.
Dan, can I grab your age, your province, and who you plan on voting for in the federal election?
I'm 46 from Ontario and definitely not Pierre.
Okay, so ABC.
Anybody but Pierre.
Yeah.
Okay, anything but conservative.
Well, no. Before
Okay.
Justin stepped down, I was totally conservative because I think the Liberals and Justin, they get it. So my father told me that never let one party stay in power too long because they get out of touch. And I believe in that. That we had win with that in Ontario. She got way out of touch. She turned into a dolphin hugger and didn't recognize blue-collared families anymore. It's the same thing going on with Justin. We're responsible for 2% of CO2 global emissions. And Justin is trying to make it like we're going to be the mecca of saving the planet and carbon taxing the crap out of us. So I was all on board with we got to get rid of that. That's not the way we should.
It's not really a carbon tax, though. That's what you have to remember. It's not a carbon tax. You get a rebate on it. I get more back from my. 1 second, guys. Okay, guys. Dan. I need you to pause, please. Okay, I need you to look at my up here. These are my rules up here. Be respectful. No over talking. No bigotry. No slurs.
You overtalk me.
I'm the host. I can interrupt.
Okay, so it's this for you. Okay, got it. No problem.
Yeah. I run the page, so I'm going to interrupt if I need to, especially if something is being said that is not correct information.
You should add another bullet point. I can overtalk.
I don't need to say that. That's just a general thing in most TikTok lives. Most people know that in debate talk. All right. Okay. All right. So now I lost my point. The thing is when we're doing the overtalking thing and stuff like that, it's don't. Okay, you know what? No. You can come back up if you're gonna. No, you can come back up if you're not going to be snarky like that. You don't have to make little offhand comments like that. When all I'm trying to do is run this. I'm trying to run a respectful live in here, and you're making snarky little comments at me. I don't put up with that. Okay, at all.
Can I make a really quick comment?
Yes.
Snarky is really quite Canadian, though. Let's be honest. I know it sucks for live. I know it sucks for your live when you're doing this, but let's be honest. Snarky is kind of Canadian.
Sure, but when you're doing it to the person who's hosting the space,
I agree.
You don't go into somebody's house and then start bitching them out for things and stuff like that and making comments about how they hung their curtains or what their interior decor looks like or anything like that, right? You don't go doing that kind of stuff when you go into somebody's house, so it's the same thing here.
I agree. I was just saying being snarky and being a smartass is kind of Canadian. And I understand that you gotta hold that in contempt because you're trying to run a live, and I get that. But let's be honest. Being a smartass is kind of Canadian. It really is.
Sometimes, yeah.
A lot. All right.
I'll mute. All right. Hey, IOC.
Hello.
Hello, friend. I don't think I've ever had you up here, have I?
No.
Okay. Age, province, and political party, please.
45, Alberta, and pretty much ABC.
Okay. You're in my trash province. Yay!
Yay! Yes, where our votes mean nothing.
Yeah. What do you want to add?
Well, I'm just worried about the recent allegations against Mark Carney.
Which ones?
Well, the NDP released a report thing saying his alignment with the company that was offshoring, that moved money offshore to avoid paying taxes. that, and he was it was the company's related. He was in the company, and that's the most recent attack that they're doing on it, and it seems to be quite effective.
So, host, the ad he's talking about is NDP's released a video stating that, I forget what year it was, but it was like maybe 3-4 years ago when Carney was in control of the investment corporation that he was involved with. They had a $5 billion tax that they avoided paying. And the NDP stated that 1 out of every $5 by corporate taxes should have been from them, and they avoided it. I'm not saying it's real. I don't know. I'm just stating the video. Like, NDP went in hard, and it was wild because I've never seen the NDP this focused on an attack ad. It was an incredible ad.
Okay, I'm on the NDP website right now, just looking at it. Canada's top tax dodger.
No, it's a brand new ad.
This is from 8 days. This is from 2 days ago.
Yeah, like we're literally talking 48 hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like legitimately, I don't know if it's true or not, but it is a brutal ad for the NDP. Like they put their sights on Carney and they're going hard.
I think it was a bad move by the NDP.
I
The
don't.
priority should have been getting Pierre out.
I think the NDP are trying to get back their position because the Liberals went so far to the NDP side. They're trying to get their position back. And like, I'm not saying, I'm saying that the NDP had a position for a very long time, decades, and they've lost that to the Liberals, and they're trying to get that position back. When it comes to this election, it may not help them, but I think they need to get back the territory they lost in the last several years.
Well,
It's
I
a
mean,
selfish thing to do.
yeah.
What's that?
It's a
They
selfish
said
thing
it's a
to
selfish
do.
thing to do.
Well, hold on. So, like, the NDP are always been the union and the workers' rights and everything else. That's always been their policy. And the Liberals went so far to their end where you can't tell the difference between a Liberal and the NDP. And the NDP are trying to say, no, we're NDP, we're for this, workers' rights, taxes, and everything else, versus what the Liberals are. So, like, it's them putting their feet back down saying, this is our position, don't believe the Liberals. So, like, it's a three-party system. So it's not selfish. It's like, it's saying that the Liberals came into our area and don't believe them. And, like, I get it. I'm neither NDP or Liberal, but I understand why they did it. They're trying to stop their party being sucked into the Liberal Party, where they're saying we are different than the Liberals.
Yeah, but they've lost me now.
Well, dude, both sides are going to lose them because they've got to establish where they are right now. And I think there's such a melding pot between those two parties that this has to happen because, like, we're
splitting the vote and giving a majority to Pierre Poilievre, and Pierre Poilievre is Trump's lapdog.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
1 second. 1 second. Danielle, can I grab age, province, and political party, please?
My name is Danielle Smith, not from.
I'm sorry.
It really
I'm
is.
sorry.
It is.
Sorry.
I
You saw my
live in-
face right away. I'm like,
I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry, what was the
trust
age?
me, she's actually 7 days younger than I am. Exactly 7 days younger.
my God.
I live in British Columbia. I have typically voted either NDP or Liberal.
Yeah.
I have no intention of ever voting for Skippy Politi-Talk. Just I won't.
Yeah.
And I'm very worried about after what I heard about what Trump has now said today. So he wants our borders.
I missed,
he wants
I
our
missed
water.
the age.
Well,
I'm
Danielle, I missed you.
okay.
I'm going to be 54.
Oh, 1 second. One second. Scott, I need Scott, 1 second,
being the
please.
Orange Man bad defender
Okay,
here.
Scott. You
I-
have a big lag, Scott. I don't know what's going on. You're frozen and you have a huge lag going on right now. Or am I frozen? No, I'm not frozen.
I'm 54.
54?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay,
Even though you're
Scott, I had
wearing
to
an
mute
Oilers
you.
hat,
You're
I'll forgive
frozen
you.
right now. Hi, Pasty. Okay. Danielle, do you know anything about the allegations against Mark Carney that the NDP put forward?
I don't actually.
Okay.
I
I tried to
I
call
really
somebody in here, and I think he's busy in another live.
I haven't really had a chance to see all of what's come out today, other than I saw
Yeah.
President Trump is now trying to say that our border agreement should be dismissed and that he wants access to our rivers and our lakes
Of course he does.
and a
That's all he wants
250%
us
tariff
for.
on milk.
Oh, yes, I saw that. The dairy tariff. Yes, I saw that. There was apparently a big blowout in the cabinet meeting too. I have to find the information on that, but like Marco Rubio got so pissed at Elon. So I heard about it in
That's
a
a good
live
thing.
just before I came in here.
Well,
So
what was very interesting was, I don't know if anybody saw the news last evening, but it looks like a group of Tesla dealerships or Tesla
yeah.
made every effort to take like $46 million in EV credits before the program ended, and they did it over a 3-day period. Like, if that's not going to send up red flags, I don't know what is. So now the government is now saying, hey, you need to show us your sales.
Yeah.
So $46 million of our Canadian taxpayer dollars. So not happy.
Lovely.
That was in 3
Yeah.
dealerships,
I
right?
think it was 5 they mentioned. It was 3 in Alberta and 2 here in Vancouver, I guess. Weird. Very strange.
Thanks for the heart, me. Justin, before I get to you, you've been in here before. I'm just gonna you're Liberal 55 BC?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I have notes. I have notes that I take so I can go back and be like, I know they were in here before. Let me just make sure. It helps because I recognize everybody's names and stuff. If I can just get everybody in here, there's 33 people in here right now. If I can get you to get some tapping going on, tap the screen, and let's get us above 10K at least minimum right now. I want to hit the 20K within by 6:45, probably good. And also invite some people in here. Invite some more friends in here. If you've got some conservative friends, invite them in here. I like having a panel where we can talk about anything, right? We can talk to the opposition, like Scott. Scott, you froze. And then you were talking over top of people, and so I had to mute you, and then it dropped you. So I have a feeling your internet cut out or something like that. Yeah. So you can request stuff back up if you want. But yeah, so if I can get some tapping, don't forget I do have the rosas up there for our goal right now. If you want to subscribe to us, that's fantastic. Our subscriptions are the lowest level right now, so 409. And then it's 15% off if it's your first time subscribing. And then also don't forget we have our Discord. Our Discord is free to join. There's a link in our link tree in our bio. In the link tree, we also do have a couple of other ways that you can support us if you would like to. We have our coffee account. There's a GoFundMe in there for helping out with any kind of fundraising and tech support future conferences. And then lastly, every episode gets posted on YouTube within 24 hours ish. After the next day essentially is when it's going to get posted, but it takes me a little bit, especially this one takes a really long time to download. So, all right, Justin, what did you want to add to the conversation? Because Danielle was just talking about, the stuff with Trump and the borders and the resources and the massive dairy tariff or tax. I don't even know, but
Yeah. I wanted to just respond to your question about Brookfield and the tax strategy they used. Yeah. So the fault lies in the Canadian tax code. They followed all the rules. As the Center for International Corporate Tax Accountability and Research said, it was a legal maneuver, period. It's within the tax laws of the country. So a chair of the board is obligated, as the chair of the board, to advocate for its organization and to follow the laws and rules of a country. And they did only that. So, yep, was there some tax avoided being paid in the country? Yes. Was it done legally? Yes. So there'd be no recourse back to try to capture some of that tax money back. Not possible. The conservatives are masters at this. Really, they are. And Brookfield, they got Carney because he's an economic genius. But it's a very right-wing organization.
Scott, if you can mute yourself when you're not speaking, that'd be great, just so we don't interrupt. Thank you.
Yeah. He avoided, as everybody knows, his sage advice helped us to avoid the calamity that is the meth lab down south during the economic collapse and crisis of 2008, 2009, 2010, and lingering into 2012. And also tried to steer Britain clear of Brexit, and they didn't agree and didn't allow him to have that influence, so he resigned before Brexit. And Brexit, of course, has created huge challenges for the Brits as well. So just so you know, the guy's been, pretty upfront and following the law, and that's all I really care about, especially when you look south these days and see there is no law. At least our guys here follow the law. And that's really all I wanted to contribute today when you asked about that. So,
okay,
thanks for having me up. And please, people
yeah,
can go look. It's called the Center for International Corporate Tax Accountability and Research. It's a nonpartisan. Well, it's probably a little left-leaning, but nonetheless, they acknowledge that there was well within the tax laws of the country for Brookfield to do what it did.
Center for International Tax.
Center for International Corporate Tax Accountability and Research.
Scott, since you were the one who brought it up, did you want to address any of that? I did mute you, so you'll just have to hit the mute button at the very bottom of your screen to unmute yourself. There's a little microphone button, or touch your picture, and then a microphone button will appear on the thing. If you touch your picture, I sent you an invite. But there's two places that you can unmute.
There we go. Yeah, no, I tried to mute myself because I realized I was being an ass by laughing on the last one. I apologize.
You're good. Thanks.
So I guess my problem with Carney, and it's the same problem I had with Trump, is that they take great advantage of the laws, and then also they want to run the country, and I don't see them changing the laws, like, at all. So, like, yes, Carney stayed within his tax regulations of Canada and did it proper by what his stockholders have for him. And that's the agreement that he has to do. But I don't see him screaming, we got to change those laws. So, like, and it's the same thing with Trump. Like, Trump took advantage of the laws. He openly admits it. But I didn't see him changing any of those in the first 30 days he's been in power. So, like, everyone screams, we don't want billionaires to run the economy, but guess what? We keep voting in billionaires. Like, it's kind of ridiculous.
But there's a huge difference between Carney and Trump, though. Like, there's a massive difference there, right?
I think it's a personality difference. I think it's a personality. It's not an economic difference.
No. I mean, Trump is a failed businessman over and over again. He's only been in business. He hasn't really dabbled in politics aside from, like, getting involved with political actors and stuff like that. But he hasn't, like, he had zero experience in this, and he wanted to run the country like a business. Whereas Carney has actually had, he's had experience with, one second, please. One second. I'm still talking, Scott. 1 second, please. Okay. Carney wasn't running it like a business. He actually helped us get out of a recession. Like, he actually helped the country in a different way. Justin, I don't know if you wanted to add more to that.
Yeah. First of all, Mark Carney, his net worth, according to any number of sources, is about $6.5 million. So you're right. He's about the same as Trump was, even though Trump claimed he was a billionaire. But his net worth is 6.97 according to some people, 5 million according to others, but he's not a overly wealthy fellow. Secondly, we never went into recession. That was the beauty of what Carney did for us here. He was the Bank of Canada's governor, and when the United States went into their economic crisis, because our banks were so well looked after, largely due to the direction of the Bank of Canada, they were able to buy 5 or 6 regional banks in America. That's why you see the Bank of Montreal in Florida, the Toronto Dominion Bank in New York. The RBC bought Harris Bank, which was a very large regional bank in America. All of this was because the Bank of Canada and the governor and our finance Flaherty, our finance guy at the time for the government, they worked together very closely to make sure Canada did not fall into the same situation the Americans did. Therefore, we did not enter into recession. The Americans did, but we did not enter into recession. The economy slowed, yes, but the entire world's economy slowed. Our economy, however, didn't, and that's what Carney did. He steered us through it, and Harper admits to that. Flaherty admitted to that. The tapes are out there, the videos out there. Everybody, right and left, said this guy was the reason that we were in the position we were in, and our country to be able to be as prosperous as it was, despite the rest of the world in significant recession. So big difference between. I don't think Carney's had 6 companies in chapter 11 bankrupt. I don't think he's had to go to the Russians to borrow any money. I'm pretty sure of that. And Trump has borrowed millions from the Russians to buy his golf courses, to bail them out in his casinos. It's a false equivalency between the two guys. Let's be clear.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. How many companies did Carney start?
Well, I'd rather start none and bankrupt none than start 20 and bankrupt.
1 second. Okay, Scott.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
I understand that you want to
why does
jump
that
in,
matter?
okay? But
okay, can I
understand
comment
you want to
on
jump in?
business people and why business people make the worst leaders of countries? Because you cannot run a country like a business. There is a business aspect to a country, but you cannot run a country. If you're a business person and you're running a business, your lowest performing people, you can just fire them. You just fire them because, well, they're low performing, they're not doing what they want for you. You can't do that in a country. You cannot ignore your lowest performing people. You must look after all the people within the country. And that is an antithesis of what a business person does. They look for profitability, the best way to do this. So they're great advisors to politicians and to people who run countries, but they're the worst at running countries.
Scott, now you can respond. And then I will. Then I'll go to Joe. We have Kingston, and then we have Salish up here as well.
So, host, what I'm going to do is, because I can't mute myself, and I apologize because I know I can be mouthy. I apologize. I literally am not trying to run the show, and I can't do video because I'll put my hand up to say something. So I'm going to jump out after this and then try and come back. But it's funny how the previous guy just said that the leader of a company shouldn't run a country, yet you're going for Carney because he's a great leader of a company. Like, you can't have both sides. I can say, I can name a bunch of stuff that Trump's an idiot for, or companies are idiots for. But you're trying to do both sides of a party, which I don't think works.
No, they're not. That's not equivalent, though.
I'd like to
Trump
comment on that.
owning and running businesses is different
Right.
than Carney helping out and being like an advisor.
Chair of the board.
I would like to comment as well.
The
Yeah,
chair
for
of the
sure.
board.
1
Can
second.
I briefly just comment that? So Carney was a chair of the board. The chair of the board charts the board's role in the company is not to operationally run the company, to fire people, to hire people, to make it profitable. It is the strategic long-term vision of a company. That's very different being the chair versus being the CEO, which Trump was, which is running a company. It's a very, very huge gap between the two. There was a rare occasion where you'll have the CEO be the chair of the board as well. That's happened on occasion, but that's just a sort of a a board that's there because he has to have a board, and it's really a one-man show. But that's the exception, not the rule. Carney was the chair. Thank you. I'll
Thank you.
withdraw.
Danielle, I'll go Danielle and then Joe.
Well, I think first and foremost, we have a bus driver who is a member of parliament. He got elected. The people in his constituency elected him. Did he have government experience? No. But he ran for government in the hope that he could do something for the riding he actually represents. Right? So I'm curious why it's okay for conservatives to say, oh, it should be business people. Trump had not one lick of government experience, not one. But why was it okay that it was acceptable for him to be the president? And why is Musk allowed to be a part of that when he hasn't even been duly elected by the people of the United States? I'm curious, right? I mean, if you go and look at who our members of parliament are, go and look at what their jobs prior to them becoming member of a parliament. You know, because not all of them had any type of government experience. They didn't even have political science degrees. You know, when you're thinking about these things, right? These are people, everyday people who ran for government and they got elected by the people in their riding. We don't have to like them because we don't like them. But the reality is we have to respect the electorate who put them there. I am not a fan of Stephen Harper, but you want to know what? The people in this country gave him a government. And I, as a Canadian, out of respect for my parliament and my political system, need to understand that. That's why I was so very upset with Pierre Poilievre doing what he was doing with the Freedom Convoy. Those people wanted to overthrow a duly elected government.
Yeah.
And that was what I was upset about, right? I'm not a fan of Pierre Poilievre because you want to know what? I watched him literally as the Minister of Democratic Reform try to take people's rights to vote away in this country. He should never serve any member of the electorate, knowing that's what he's trying to do to Canadians who have a legal right to vote. I worry that we don't understand the system upon which we elect people, right? Doug Ford, why am I upset at him? Because they're the ones that passed the Electoral Act, where you couldn't call an election until 4 years, but he called one year early. But it was okay for him to do it because he's a conservative, but now everybody's going to be on Carney because he might want to hold off on an election, which doesn't have to be called till October. So again, do you know what I mean? Our politicians, whether they're left, right, or center, a majority of them are trying to find ways to stay into power when they have the ability to do that. I risk, and we should be worried, that the neighbor, because 84 years ago, the very first thing that Hitler did once he took power, he took his neighbor.
You can't say that. You can't say his name on here. Just so you know, you have to say like
Mustache
Man,
Man.
or you can say or Schindler.
Yeah,
but you can't say that name.
What did he do? He took Austria. We are the neighbor. We need to think about that. That's all I'm going to say.
Joe. Hi. Joe.
Sorry, it probably helps if I actually find the other mute button. My bad.
Yeah, you're good.
I get so confused. Yeah, give me a second here. Brain fart. Wow.
I can go to somebody else if you want. If you had nothing. Yeah.
No, I'm good. Now back up to it.
Well, I just want to say one quick thing. If you guys want to speak, just put your hand up in the chat, like do a hands up emoji in the chat. And then I can add you to I have a list going of like who's next kind of thing. Yeah. So if you want to if something sparks what you want to talk, like that you want to say something, then just pop a hand emoji in the chat. Okay. All right, go ahead, Joe.
So there is a bit of there's a bit of credence in regards to saying Carney and Trump are similar, and give me a second to explain that. There is absolutely a vast difference in regards to the way the politics are, as the Carney's not going to be looking at socially left politics and trying to attack them. That's true, but that's generally the distraction. when it comes down to them, the elected officials, particularly in the States and to an extent in Canada, they're going to be doing favors for the States, visibly for the donors that are voting them in, whether it be corporations or any other PACs that they're getting money from. In Canada, it's a little bit more subtle in regards to how that's done, but there's still going to be benefits because particularly somebody from business is going to be thinking for how businesses can be better and not necessarily for what it's going to be addressing for individual people. So there is some credence in regards to that. For somebody like, and that's not to give credence to Pierre, because Pierre has made it quite abundantly clear he has no interest in helping anybody as an individual. He's going to just continue to support quite loudly and quite in regard to his very strong conservative values, both financially to an extent, but strongly socially as well. And yeah, neither of them are going to be addressing, none of them are going to be addressing certain people because that's not going to be what's giving them that particular power. So the question really comes to us is, we know that this is what's going to happen. We know this is, what these guys are going to be doing. Why do we keep voting them in?
To me, it's because of the promises they make that they hardly know they can keep.
True. I feel like sometimes it's like a high school, like student council election.
Yeah, true. For me, I think that people don't understand that not every promise can be kept. And I just live in BC, right? They promised a $1,000 grocery credit, right? Basically because of the way groceries are costing. And they've had to actually come out not even 7 weeks after their election and say, it's just not going to happen because of what's going on in the US, right?
Yeah.
But at least they're willing to tell us that. What bothers me is a politician who gets themselves elected because what was Brian Mulroney's famous promise? No more new taxes. And what did we get? We got the GST.
GST.
Exactly. Right? But Mulroney left and put somebody else that was the sacrificial lamb, and that was Kim Campbell. Like he knew his popularity was done, right? But Chrétien and Martin, what they did was they basically created austerity for 13 years? They cut things and cut things and cut things. I mean, Harper was very lucky to inherit a $13 billion surplus. Right? Which he had no choice but to use during one of the biggest economic crises the entire globe had ever seen. So again, I'm not a fan of Harper, but quite honestly, it wasn't everyday people like you or I who created that global problem and that financial distress. It was people out to profit off of people's debt. And in the end, it was us, the people, who paid it off. And that's what upsets me. We're willing to spend billions on economic action plans. And trust me, COVID was a big situation. But why aren't we willing to spend billions on us, the everyday people, when we might need it?
Right. Yeah. Okay, I have Kingston next on the list, then Salish, then we'll go back up to Scott. Scott, I saw you had your hand up. And then Frontline has joined us. Frontline is one of the other Beavers. She hosts a show on Tuesday night.
Okay.
Hi, Kingston.
Hi. I just want to say, first of all, I agree with everything that Joe and Danielle said. But two things I want to add. Number two, and then I get to number one. Number two is there's going to be, regardless of what you think about Carney, there's going to be a lot of dirt throwing for the next couple of months. And seems to me Carney will be the biggest target of all the other two parties because he's the newest kid on the block, and he's in a sense not proven, and he has a good reputation, and I think there's going to be a lot of people going to throw muds at him. And the major thing we need to do is correct the facts. Every time there is a lie out there, we need to clarify that was a lie, that's not true, and correct that. The first thing I also wanted to say, I think we're jumping the conclusion, assuming Carney for sure will be the candidate of Liberal Party. The votes went yesterday. There is still a chance that Christina Freeman may beat him. I can't say for sure who will be selected or elected. I personally think there's 90% or 85% chance that it will be Carney, but there's 10-15% chance that Christina will be the candidates. But again, I don't know. I think we need to wait to see what the result will be. I guess I'm saying that I can't say for sure Carney is the candidate. That's all I'm saying.
Gotcha. Salish, hello, friend.
Oh, it's been a while, everybody.
Hello.
You can hear my mic. Unfortunately, with this case that I have on, sometimes it's not so good.
It sounds a little muffled, but we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. So I had anyway, I'm Salish. I'm 42, British Columbia, he, him. My political affiliation is in the socialist and primarily a Marxist. I vote generally NDP or Green. This year, for the first time ever, this election, I will be voting Liberal. Now, someone asked me a question last week that I thought was fairly important. They brought up the fact that Mark Carney said he's not a politician, and there was a video that went out, and he said, why would you ask me political questions? I'm not a politician. And somebody said to me, why would you vote for Mark Carney if he's openly stating he's not a politician? And my answer to that is, we don't need a politician for Canada right now. We need a banker, and we need somebody to get our economics back in order, and I think Carney's the person to do that. And why would I go to a politician to fix an economic crisis in Canada? I want to go to a banker, and I want to go to somebody that knows about economics. I don't want to go to a politician that's been sitting in politics for 25 years and has never done anything for this country economically. If that makes sense.
It makes sense. Yeah.
You know,
go ahead. Sorry.
I'm done. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
I was like, it just makes more sense for me to vote Carney as a banker right now to fix the problems that we have in Canada than to vote for a politician.
All right.
Scott, just
Danielle, I can add you into the list. I have a list going of people who have raised their hands and are in line to talk. So I can add you onto the list as well.
So the last gentleman that talked, I appreciate the beliefs you think you have, but the second part of where you say your political
Scott, I am going to interrupt you because that's a weird way of putting that. The beliefs you think you have.
Okay, because can I say that the fact that a Marxist wants to put his trust into a banker is kind of an odd, like, I'm not doubting that he believes what he's saying, but I'm saying someone that claims to be a Marxist saying that he wants to put trust in a banker is kind of odd. Is it not?
It's because that's
not really
right now.
Really?
One second. Let's respond to that.
We're in an economic crisis. Why would I not vote for somebody that has a background in fucking economics? It is asinine to think that you would not vote for somebody that has a background in economics when we're in an economic crisis. I may be a Marxist, but I also have other values. You know, I find a lot of people don't actually understand or know what Marxism is.
Okay. Let's. Can you give me a short version so we don't take over the live? Just give me a short version of what you think. I didn't read it. Sorry. So, what is Marxism in your opinion?
I think having an opinion on what it is not actually the definition of it, though, right? So it'd be like, what is the definition of Marxism?
You being a liberal or someone else being a liberal might have a different idea of what liberalism is. It's not an insult. His view of what he believes, I'm not criticizing at all. So he's believing that he is a certain version of something, I just want the definition. That's it.
I believe I'm a socialist. I believe that everyone should be treated equally. I think that nobody should make more than anybody else. Nobody should be able to hold anything above anybody.
Okay.
I believe that we should have basic universal income.
Wow.
Okay.
People over product.
People over product.
No, that's actually, in a perfect world, dude. I wish it worked out. And in all honesty, I would agree with you if people in power weren't controlling things, and I wish it worked that way. And because
I'll let you respond right afterwards.
Oh, just sorry.
No, Scott, go ahead. Salish, I'll let you respond right afterwards. It's just because nobody can hear you guys when you're both talking, and I can't even hear you at all. Salish, I know you want to speak, but you can go right afterwards, and then we'll move on to the next people.
Okay, so Salish, what I'm saying is, Salish, I apologize. Illegitimately, in a perfect world, yes, you're right. I really agree with you. The problem is that I don't think that perfect world will ever exist. So, like, that's why I lean where I do. And I kind of wish your world existed better. The problem is that there's always someone controlling the rules for your world, which is why it'll never happen. And that sucks, legitimately.
It already happened in 5 nations. The 5 freest countries in the world are socialist.
Okay, what are those 5 free nations? I'm sorry, host. I didn't mean to jump on you. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm making the face. I'm making the face because I make the face because you said something that totally contradicts everything that what you're saying. So you were talking about in a perfect world, and that the people control it, blah blah blah. We control who gets into those positions to make that into a reality for us. That's what you have to realize.
So in pure communism, which we're
not talking about absolute.
Yeah, communism is not the same thing.
Socialism and communism are not the same thing, and that's why I state that all you fucking people that talk about socialism and say communist this and communist that, you're not educated on socialism. You do not know what socialism is. You automatically go to communism. Socialism is not fucking communism.
I did not attack you. I didn't curse.
Not attacking you.
It's the way Salish speaks. It is the way Salish speaks. So, and he's not swearing at you. He's just swearing. Okay.
No, cool. But like
Switzerland, Denmark, Finland.
Every one of those countries would say they're not socialists.
They are socialist capitalist countries.
No, they're socialist capitalist. Yes, I agree with you. Socialist capitalist. I agree with you.
Right, because socialism is your political, capitalism is your economic. Like, there's 2 different things there that are working hand in hand with each other.
Yes, I agree.
Question, I want to ask you, Scott, if you define socialism in one way. Okay, so can I just ask, how do you not think a corporate bailout is not socialism?
I hate the corporate bailouts.
But you had no problem.
I hate the bank bailouts. I hate bailouts of any corporation that is taking money from the government for subsidies, and they get bailed out on anything. I despise it.
Right. So the example I'll give is the telecommunications network in all of Canada. Our government invested in those with those companies, and now they're profiting from it. We're not.
I hate that.
But you don't consider that socialism.
Right. I despise it.
Right. But how is it that this is socialism because you're helping the people, but it's not socialism when you're helping
How are you helping the people when they have the highest telephone rates in the world? That's not helping. That's profiting a company.
Exactly. I mean, that's part of the reason, like, AOC asks the questions that she does. When the government in the United States is investing millions upon millions in research, only to have those companies turn around and profit from it off the American people that paid for that research.
So I appreciate the reference, but like,
But
if we're going to legitimately talk about, hold on, give me 1 second, and then I will shut up. I promise you. Legitimately, I want to talk Canadian. I don't care what Orange Man, AOC, any of them do. Let's talk Canadian politics, because here's the problem: is that Canadians are very confused about what the system is. We jump from one side to the other, and I think a majority don't understand how much the government contributes for corporations, and then they're profiting on us. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not a socialist, but I don't want these corporations to profit on us. So, like, I don't even know where I sit on this. Like I said, like, yes, I have conservative views. I'm not a PP fan. So, like, I guess I'm homeless. I don't know what to do with this.
And you want to know what? Here's my issue. We just call it different names. Politicians like to call it different names. It was an economic action plan. It wasn't a handout. Right? Right? It's a subsidy. It's not socialism. But when you go and ask a senior why they're getting their Canada pension indexed, oh, they want a handout, or it's an entitlement. A senior that paid into that program for 60 probably years. Do you know what I mean? But God,
hold on. So the investment for the, and listen, I'm with you on this one. I want a financial backing for the people that paid in the system. I am for this completely. Okay, this is why I'm a little lost in the middle on this stuff. But like, the government has not had the how do I say this? Give me a second. I apologize. They have gone below 80% of what the market is for returns for those investments. So the government's even not even paying attention to the people that they are paying to do the investments for our retirement. So that when I retire at 65, the money's there for the next generation. And right now, I think it was a 0.02% return the last year, where like everyone else was at like 3%. 3 was like normal.
Yep.
So like, I want the social. This is why I'm saying I'm kind of a loss, because I want social programs to help people. I legitimately do. But like, I'm really tired of the government picking losers and winners when it comes to corporations. Like, I really am. So like, I don't know. I'm kind of lost in this whole political system because I have no home right now. I don't.
I have never voted for the same party twice, ever, in my entire voting career. Like, never. I've just voted for what I think is going to serve me. And if it's going to serve a majority of people that really need to be helped, right? If it's going to give a majority of Canadians a better benefit, right? I don't have children. I've never had children, but I don't mind paying taxes for schools as long as those children get the education they deserve.
And
right?
see, I voted for the next generation.
Guys, I do want to pause for a second because I have other people who are still waiting to speak. Danielle, I know you really wanted to talk. I did have you in line after, like, right after the next person. But so I need to keep I have to keep our order going. Okay. Otherwise it gets off and everybody's like waiting longer for their turns and stuff. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the back and forth, but I can't have a really long back and forth because then everybody else's points get completely lost in what they were saying. And we're 5 points ahead by the time we get to the next person. So, all right. Frontline, you are up.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, just listening to that conversation. All I want to say is I would love to see Scott do the political compass test to see where he falls in his political ideology, because I think that would actually really help him out. Just because I have a feeling, Scott, you're more of a socialist than you think you are. You don't. I know it's probably you're cringing at me saying this right now, but I got to know you a little bit yesterday. I'm starting to get to know you more now, and I genuinely think you have a pretty good head on your shoulders. And I think that because of the propaganda and the messaging that has been dumped on us for so long, with these people saying, oh, socialism's bad, and people not really understanding what it is, I think it would be really good for you to go through the political compass test that has nothing to do with any politicians, that has nothing to do with any political ideology in terms of what we've been seeing in our media. It's void of all of that. It's just some basic questions that help you realize kind of where you stand. Because I have a feeling you're going to be in that green area somewhere. That's what I wanted to say.
Scott, I'll let you respond, and then we're gonna go to Joe.
Yeah, I'll bounce out really quick because I know you don't want to get new guests in. Danielle, I would love to have a conversation. I just followed you, so like if we can talk later on, that's cool. When it comes to the meter, I've always been strong on taking care of my elders that paid before me. The problem is that I don't trust the government to pick the winners of the economy to do this. So like that's why I'm confused. Like I don't trust government to pick who should win the contracts on stuff just for running the economy, like on business. But yes, I truly believe we need a social safety net because in all honesty, our parents worked their asses off. Yeah, they should get a check at the end of the month. So like, yeah, I'm not where you think I am, but I'm probably closer than I want to agree to. Does that make sense?
One of us, one of us, one of us.
I think Scott, the one thing that you have to really remember though is that when you're saying you don't trust our government to do things, again, I'm going to go back to the point of we're the ones who put them in those positions to do those things.
That's why I don't trust them. That's why I don't trust them, because I don't trust you guys. Because you guys pay attention on election time, not what happens the rest of the time, which I do. And like, listen, I know you guys.
I think that's a generalization because you don't know me and you don't know when I do things. I'm an advocate all year round.
We're not in election
but the
time right
general
now.
population is the electoral vote,
right.
Not you. You are.
So then
a
I would say that instead of you guys, because you guys means people in the panel here.
Okay, you're right. I'm saying a majority of the voters are not paying attention, and then when the election comes in, both sides, all three sides, all four sides, you want to throw the Green Party in, promise the most laundry, and then the people that don't pay attention, unlike you and me, that we're like, wait a second, hold on, this, they vote. And that's, I guess my biggest problem is that we deserve better than we're getting. And I don't know how to change that. And I'm trying. Like listen, so I'm conservative. I'm on a liberal talking point with you guys, trying to be very neutral, or we're having a conversation. And I've been doing this for several years now on lives, where I want people to, you don't have to agree with me, but like be a little bit more involved, I guess is what I'm saying. I want more people involved in politics so they understand what both sides, three sides, four sides, throw the Green Party in, are doing. Because I want better politicians looking after us.
So my response to that, and then Joe, I had Joe and then Ben and then TT. But my response to that would be that I think we need to have better education about it in the first place, because I will tell you that in primary school, like in primary, secondary school, like maybe not primary, but secondary school, high school, we never learned about we didn't learn fully how the political structure works and how political parties and all that kind of stuff. There wasn't they didn't go in depth in that. We learn more about a lot of other countries than we do about our own country. And that's a big problem, right? I mean, again, I was in school a long time ago. Okay. So it could have changed now, but we don't get as in depth with civics courses and stuff like that as we should. I didn't learn about the political structure in Canada to a fuller extent until I went to university and I took my first poli-sci class. And that was when I learned the difference between the American and the Canadian court or like political system and the structure, right? So I think that education is the big thing, because if you educate people, then they know what to look for, and they know what to they know what to look for, what not to look for, what's important, what's not important. You know what I mean? Like, they become more educated voters, because there's a lot of people who A, aren't educated voters, B, are indifferent, or like and apathetic, or they also like C is like the hardcores, right? Like the ones who actually look into things and figure out what's going on. Like, you have all those different people, but you've got the independents that kind of like that they straddle the fence, and then you've got the apathetic people. Those are the ones that you have to, I think those are the ones that need a little bit more education than anybody else, because they don't know. So I'll let you quickly, then going to Joe, and then Ben, and Frontline. I'm going to add you in there.
I'm going to bounce it after this. I'm going to say that was incredible. I agree with you, because, listen, me being 50, you're 45, 42-ish, 40, 35, 32. And I didn't learn politics. So, like, you're absolutely right. Like, this is something not taught to us. So, like, I'm the older generation, and I never got this. So, like, you're right. Whether you're right, left, center, whatever, it's a disservice that we don't understand how our political system works. And I agree with you. Like, this is something that has to be taught to our kids, and I don't think it is. So, like, I'm going to bounce. Incredible live. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks. I do this every Friday, from 6 p.m. Mountain Time to midnight. So 6 hours we go. Thanks, Scott. All right. Joe, then Ben, then TT, then Frontline. And I think Pumpkin Spice wants to come up.
The curse is back for me, because I wanted to have some points for just Scott, who disappeared.
I know, it happens every time. Scott, if you're still in the comments, listen.
It always happens to me, every single time. Yeah, the questions I had for Salish, though, was in regards to Carney, because Carney, and I watched the debates and everything else in regards to Carney, and so the first thing I'd say to Salish, absolutely, in regards to can Carney address the economy, absolutely, the man's got experience. If he cannot address the economy, I don't have a lot of questions in regards to it. But my questions would have been more in regards to, and so I guess I can ask the panel questions. I'm sure some people support Carney. Is he capable of addressing the economy and economic situations in regards to Canada? Sure. Is he capable of addressing it without it being at the expense of the workers or the people working in the economy? The second point is, is he capable of addressing the economy? Yes. Can he also address the other issues that are not part of the economy? Because running a country is not limited to just the economy. It's important, I understand. But magically fixing the economy is not going to magically fix everything else. And there's a lot of other things and all the other issues where people are struggling that also needs to be looked into. And if it's a no, then the question is, after he fixes the economy, then what does he do? If he's only a sort of a one-trick leader, what else can he do after after he addresses the economy? Because again, as I said, there's more to the country than just the economy. That's my questions.
Gotcha.
Who'd like to respond?
Ben, TT, and then I'm going to slip Danielle in there, because I know Danielle has been waiting a bit too, and then Frontline, then Pumpkin. Hi, Ben.
We'll drop.
Hey.
Ben. Hi.
Again, I had some points for Scott and some more for Salish, and they're gone now. I go by any pronoun.
I know the feels. I know the feel.
How you doing, Joe? You good?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. I go by any pronouns. I'm a Marxist-Leninist, communist as well. I just wanted to add some points onto socialism, but we've now since moved on to that. From that, so
it's all good. I mean, people in here, you can still educate the people in the comments too.
Well, I can't really do that without opening up the panel to understand what everybody's thought process and what they understand of what socialism and communism, Marxist-Leninism is, and that's just going to derail your entire thing.
Yeah, we've like they spent so long, and I mean, like, obviously this goes back to like the 50s with the McCarthy trials and stuff like that, right? Where, communism was such a taboo thing. Like, like, not even taboo. That was, you weren't allowed to be communist because, like, it was the devil. And, like, it was so bad. Like, it was demonized essentially, and it's not. It's like, but it's because it takes those higher ups out of power, and they don't get all of that. They don't get all of that, right?
It directly competes with capitalism.
Exactly.
It's diametrically opposed to capitalism. That's why it was such a problem.
Yep. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. They would have stayed, but I don't know if I should stay up here if people got questions. I don't subscribe to any political party currently. I'm willing to answer questions on that as well. But I can absolutely drop down if you want to get some ops up here. I understand.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm good right now. Hey, TT.
Hey guys. Hey.
Hello.
Yeah, I
TT, then
like
Danielle.
I did have questions for Scott. So same. Joe, I liked what you said about Carney and just to what you guys were just discussing. I was just circling back on some of my old Real Dictator episodes that I've listened to, and like that podcast just goes on and on for me because there's so much. But I was listening to Stalin today, and I was reflecting. I wanted to like retouch on Lenin, but I was reflecting while I was listening to it about how, like, also to your point, Charity, that Marx was there at a particular time that, given that Marx was making powerful, I don't like the word ideology, but just thoughts, philosophy, I guess. And given what was happening in the world in different places, that was something that was sort of usurped into different narratives. But like, again, I mean, a real ideation of communism hasn't happened, and this was something that that like Stalin in particular, because that's who I was thinking about, like used that ideology to basically climb his authoritarian rise, right? So that's not is not an example of communism in its true form. It's an example of the ideas being used in the context of the time. And that, I think, is what a lot of authoritarians have done in history. And that's part of the reason why it's so demonized as well, because, there's this association because certain authoritarians and dictators did do that. But that, the two things should be separate.
Right. Ben, did you want to reply really quickly to that?
Yeah, I wanted to touch on the so as somebody that's studied, and I know that there's been a lot of propaganda around Stalin. Did he make some of the choices that he made in the best way possible? No. There's absolutely critique on that, but I would challenge that. I don't believe that he was a dictator within his own within the USSR at all. Like, he tried to step down like 3 or 4 times, and on the 4th time, that's when they allowed him to step down, and then he died 6 months later. That doesn't sound like a dictator to me. Like, was there choices that he made that could have saved lives? Absolutely.
I don't want to do a back and forth, but I'll just say that he like eliminated all of his opposition in a murderous like, some of the things he did to get himself into a solidified power was real dark. So like, if you agree with his ideology about communism, that's one thing, but like, he definitely took by force and via sorry, I used the bad TikTok word, unalivement, his power.
But yeah, we don't have to get into back and forth, but the Russian Revolution was itself taken by force against capitalists and feudalism and all of that stuff. And a lot of the people that he quote unquote eliminated from power were people that were trying to disrupt the collective force of the working class.
I think you're thinking of Lenin. Like Stalin came after. I would say that that's more true for Lenin and the Bolshevik Revolution.
Yes.
Yeah.
But to maintain that power is what I'm saying for the proletariat.
All right. Well, I guess we can circle back. I don't want to take up too much time of other people waiting in line. But we could circle back and continue.
Absolutely.
Talk about Stalin, maybe.
Danielle. And
For
then
me,
Frontline.
that's a very interesting conversation. Thank you. I appreciate hearing it. No, I do. It's learning somebody's perspective on what they define something as. That's always an important thing to understand from any human being when you're trying to have a conversation. I think for me, our biggest fear is what we're seeing now. The American administration is a regime. You know, everything says it. Everything that we have in historical situations tell us that. And what are we going to do? And what you made the comment about is we put those people into power. We do. But we do that with the expectation that they're going to help the majority or that they're going to help what you believe in, right? I mean, the question that I had said to Scott on the chat was, what's stopping you from getting yourself on a ballot and trying to do the better for a community that you live in? And the only reason I ask that is I have a friend that spent 22 years as a teacher in Manitoba. And what's really interesting is we were taught in Manitoba about our political system and how our government works and how elections happen. We were taught about that, the government of the United States, the British monarch, everything. But he finally had enough of not seeing things change in the education system, the one that he was a part of in teaching, that finally somebody said to him, put up or shut up. And he ran for MLA. And then he spent 22 years as the MLA, right? And you know what the very first thing, and he was an incredible MLA, but you know, one of the first things they did to him right after he became an MLA, they outed him. The press outed him. Out of the closet and into the ledge was the actual headline. Wow. And I want you to think about that. That was in Winnipeg, Manitoba, who had elected an openly gay mayor. So it's not a surprise that they're attacking Carney, because this has been the way politics has been, at least in my time. You know, I mean, if you remember the commercials that Harper ran, Ignatieff didn't come back for Canada, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember this? People have no idea. I mean, Mr. Ignatieff was a well-educated man. And so what if he was? That doesn't mean he couldn't serve people. And he did get himself elected, right? Like, we keep forgetting that, you know, I'm not a fan of Pierre Poilievre, but the people of Carleton keep sending him back to Parliament because they believe in the same values he has. So again, like, we can talk about this, but what are we doing to challenge our leadership?
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's the most important question.
I have a theory about the Pierre thing, though. I think a lot of people, and this is why he's losing momentum now, is a lot of people voted for him specifically because he wasn't Trudeau. Like, and now that Trudeau's out, like, if you look, I've been checking the 338, like, all the time. And the polls, it's like, it's conservatives up here, liberals here. It's like this. They're like neck and neck now. It's
changing. But what does that tell you about the sentiment of Canadians, right? Honestly, to truly God, I need somebody to tell me to my face, even here, exactly what did Trudeau do so wrong in the last 10 years? I watched the man put put $72 billion into housing. Nobody seems to remember that. I watched him take 400,000 children out of poverty. Nobody seems to remember that. Like he changed things for the good for some people in this country that really needed that help. But you want to know what everybody focuses on? He's Justin Trudeau, and he therefore deserves to be hated for that purpose and that reason.
Because he's
the mandates.
The mandates. Okay, but in his defense, and let's think about it. If you were in that position and you were seeing what you were seeing around the world and how many deaths were happening in COVID, what do you think your responsibility would be,
unalivings,
Prime Minister? What's that?
Unalivings. There's a lot of words that we can't say on TikTok because they get flagged.
So do you know what I mean? Like how?
Yeah.
Put yourselves in that person's shoes. The responsibility of the Prime Minister is to make sure everybody is safe. Right?
Yeah.
And I mean, we saw what was happening in Montreal with seniors. I can't imagine the people that were making those decisions. We didn't spend a day in their shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I think we attack people for things that we don't even understand.
Yes.
Right? Like,
yes.
One of the things I've heard a lot, in regards to the only reasons I can hear from these people who are fanatical as to why they're all upset with Trudeau is the mandates and the Emergencies Act, and it's parroted like a broken record.
But they hated him before that, though. That's
exactly
the thing. Like, especially in Alberta, they hated him here before that, and it's all because of his dad.
Yeah,
they hated his dad, and they were
don't disagree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're
absolutely right.
They're
just looking for a reason, and they found one.
But like the F Trudeau stickers and do you know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, I've never seen it, and especially in Alberta. Like, thank God I was very young when we moved to Manitoba, but oh my Lord, I can remember my parents talked about it a lot about how Albertans hated Trudeau 1. And you want to know what? Because he wanted a national energy program that would have saved us now with Trudeau and what's going on with Trump.
Yeah.
Hindsight is great, but you know what? Nobody wanted to listen to Trudeau or Lougheed, and look at what Alberta did to Lougheed. Right? Like, they made him the sacrifice because of what he did. That picture of him and Trudeau, that was the end of Peter Lougheed. And I remember that as a young person. Like, I'm so lucky to have grown up in Manitoba and gone to university in the East. Do you know what I mean? I've gotten a perspective as a Canadian. I'm in my 50s now. And I think about what I thought when I my first ever time to vote in this country, I got to vote on the Meech Lake Accord. That was the very first time I ever voted as a Canadian. Right? Because
I don't remember my first vote.
Right? And in actuality, my very first vote for government was for a Conservative, because Mr. Charest in Quebec was promising to create 1 million jobs for young people, and I had just gotten out of university and needed a job. Right? I never voted that way again, but right? That's what I believed. I believed he could help me as a Conservative. I've never voted for a Conservative since. And partly because I'm an openly member of the LGBT community. I mean, I had an MP in my riding in Northern Ontario step down from being the FedNor minister so he could vote against the Same-Sex Marriage Act.
Right.
I never voted for him again. Right? So I just think we have to think about, what do we really do when we go to that ballot? What are we looking for and what are we voting for? Because there's no way any politician or anybody trying to become a politician or run and be a politician, right, is going to be able to get things done, everything they promised. It's simply not reality.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to look at like who's going to do the things that's going to benefit the most people.
Exactly. What are the most pragmatic things that are going to help a majority?
Yeah. Yep. Frontline and pumpkin spice drops. Pumpkin spice, come back if you want.
All right. Sorry, I'm going to bring the conversation back to something from earlier. But I agree with everything that Danielle's saying. Like, people just hate him because they've been brainwashed to hate him. End of story. If they've just heard it so many times, PP has said, Canada's broken, Canada's broken. Once you hear something hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, you believe it. It's as easy as that.
But yet he keeps on voting against the things that could fix Canada.
Oh, I know. Like, that's what I mean. It's absolutely ridiculous. But they don't look at his voting record. They don't look at what he's done in Parliament for the last 20 years. They don't look at any of that. They go, oh, I like him. I just like what he's saying. It is supporting my own personal bias. Exactly. So it is what it is. Yeah. But I did want to talk about socialism versus communism. And I might have a more controversial take on it because, I'm from Romania. We were under communism. And I truly believe that communism only works if everybody's a nice, good human being. And that's just not the case. That is not human nature. That has never been human nature. There's always going to be people that take advantage. So, I can say that I'm a socialist. I believe in economic justice and strong public services and a fair distribution of wealth. But I actually absolutely reject communism because I've seen firsthand what it did in my country. And having lived in a country that suffered under communist rule, I don't view it as a solution. I see it as a warning, right? I mean, like in Romania, we had full-blown authoritarian rule. The government controlled every aspect of life. It suppressed free speech. It jailed dissenters. It eliminated political opposition. Communist policies led to massive food shortages. My parents used to have to wait in line to get bread sometimes for 2 days, and they would tag each other in and out of the line just so they could keep their spot in line to be able to get bread and milk. There was rationing. There was extreme poverty for ordinary people. There was no trade with other countries, but the ruling elite, they sure lived in comfort. There was also the secret police that spied on citizens. It created a climate of paranoia. People couldn't trust their neighbors. My parents used to tell me that whenever they wanted to talk politics, they'd have to go into the backyard, take a radio with them, and turn it up as loud as humanly possible, and then whisper to each other. Because if they said anything bad about Ceausescu, they could be jailed for it. So I can't say that I could support communism when I see what it's done to Eastern Europe, right? All those countries in the Eastern Bloc were completely under authoritarian rule. So, sorry, you wanted to interrupt?
Yeah, I had a question though. But there was a government though, right?
Yeah, there was a government.
Right, so that's not true communism then.
But that's the thing. True communism is just an ideology. It doesn't work in practice. So, you would have to have really good human beings.
That would be like more of an authoritarian, though. It wouldn't be like true, because communism doesn't have government.
Yes, but that's what happens when you... Yes, but that is what communism has been on this planet. It's been an authoritarian government under the guise of communism. But real communism, I'm sorry, it just doesn't exist. Socialism, I'm all for it. Communism, I just don't think that it's realistic because, as I said, you would need everybody to actually be a good human being, and that is not reality.
Yeah. I know TT and then Ben.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that like we have not seen a real ideation of that, and that definitely definitely not to like open up a can of worms again about litigating Stalin, like, because I don't want to cut other people that aren't well versed out of the conversation, but just like, so, I mean, I guess you could take it to more than one authoritarian government, not just him, that put quote unquote communism into place. And in reality, what they did was take the resources away from like the farmers and the people and hoard the wealth themselves. So, the end result was not the same thing. But I just wanted to say, like, whether or not communism or socialism or unfettered capitalism is the good thing or the bad thing, I think the other consistency that I've learned from listening to the rise of authoritarianism on these podcasts and just the stories of all these times that's happened around the world is that it generally starts with populism, and that can be leftist or a right ideology, right? But what's consistent about it is this idea that someone is going to step into the situation, and when people are in hardship, or sometimes under some other kind of authoritarian rule, and it often starts with some form of revolution. But the problem is that that person is saying, I'm the antidote to this, follow me. They get loyal following, they foment anger, and what they're actually seeking is power. And I think there's a lot of similarities to definitely what we're watching in the States, and then also, some parroting coming from some of our politicians here in Canada as well, that like really seek to sort of push that forward, the othering of people, the marginalization of people, and a just kind of circling of the wagons ideology, Canada first, America first, like all of those notions are about like, we're going to circle the wagons, hoard the wealth, give ourselves a leg up, and people get behind that because they see it as the solution to their hard times. But the people that are saying that are stepping in to be the king of that scenario, or the oligarch, or basically the power hungry, so that's where we kind of go wrong. And I think anytime communism, quote unquote communism, has failed, that has been what's happened there, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's my opinion anyway.
Yeah. Ben, and then we'll get to Real Native.
So I hear true communism get thrown around a lot. What is true communism? What is the, like, I've heard a couple people say it. Unfortunately, I was looking.
Yeah, so it'd be like no government. It would be everything run by the people, like it, but no government. There's no government.
Right, and is that because I haven't, if that's written somewhere within theory, I'd love to be pushed to that.
Yeah, so if you look at the definition, like, okay, so a simple definition, a communist society would entail absence of private property and social classes, and ultimately money and the state. Communists often seek a voluntary state or self-governance, but disagree on the means to this end.
Okay. That's not what was actually written about communism, though. That's a definition that we've seen within the world. But Frederick Engels, on page 1 of the Principles of Communism, said that communism is the doctrine of liberation of the proletariat. Now, that's a lot of philosophical mumble jumble. What it means, it's essentially the study of the material conditions that lead up to the liberation of the working class.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily, when we say of the abolishment of state, we mean the abolishment of like the state that exists now, wherein the private property, the means of production, is owned by the ruling class. A dictatorship of the proletariat, of the working class, is what communism strives to be. You would still need a state to run these things, to organize these things. But the state itself is talking about the current state, the abolishment of that state, where people are exploited. Does that make sense? So it's
yeah,
not
I mean, sort of, but like whenever I look at it, it talks about common ownership. Like everything is always about common ownership, no money, no classes. That's the kind of like that's communism.
Yes, and that's essentially the same thing that we're saying.
Okay.
But there is forms of government within communism. It's just run by the proletariat. Like democratic centralism is what a lot of these countries run off of. Like Cuba, China, the USSR as well, ran off of democratic centralism.
Real Native, and then Frontline.
I think I came in at the wrong time. You guys are talking about communism, and I was waiting to chime in about the interview that just happened with Daniel Smith and CTV. news.
Oh, we can go into that afterwards. I think we have a couple of people who still wanted to continue this conversation right now.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Frontline.
Okay, I'll be quick and then we can change the subject if you guys want. But I've also read about like the philosophy of quote unquote true communism, but I base everything in historical relevance. And the reason that true communism's never existed is because a powerful government is needed to enforce the system at first, right? But leaders don't give up their power. And people don't just give up personal ambition and competition. So forced collectivization basically leads to black markets and shortages and economic collapse. And eliminating class leads to political purges, right? It's just, I just think that quote unquote true communism is this unachievable goal, like an unachievable utopia that ignores human nature and real world economics. Every attempt to reach it in history has resulted in dictatorship, repression, and economic disaster. So, yeah, sorry, I had to put that out there. I'm all for like socialist policies. I'm like truly all for socialist policies. But communism to me just goes into that extreme. And I don't believe in extremes. I've never believed in extremes. I think anything that's extreme is never going to be good for the people.
Even when the people are facing extreme conditions, though?
Sorry, I just put food in my mouth. Well, the thing is, I think that when people face extreme conditions, that can be dealt with with socialism, not communism.
But
you can still have revolution, right? Like you can still have the bottom class like redistribute or work to dismantle the oppressive forces. But like if I understood you, Frontline, like what you're saying is the issue is that with the at firstness that they don't let go of the power. So the centralized structure that's going to redistribute just hordes. And like I agree with that. That's what we've seen in history.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier on the live, I believe that social democracies are the best way to go. Like Switzerland and Finland, right? That's what we were talking about.
But all of those countries, the Nordic model, those rely heavily on imperialism, which is the exploitation of other countries.
I mean, we don't live in a perfect world. That's what I mean. Like, it's just when I see it, I'll believe it. But so far, what human history has told us is that communism is unachievable. That's all I have to say.
Okay. But what I'm saying is the Nordic model that you're referencing, like Switzerland, Finland, all of those socially democratic countries, they still rely heavily on imperialism, which is the exploitation of other countries. So whether it's in home exploitation, it's still happening elsewhere to other people, which is not, in my opinion, a system that should be sought after or used as a.
But what if we want to?
I understand what you're saying. It's just we're at a very complex point in our world evolution, and to try to make everything perfect. Sure, we can all aspire to that, right? Like countries have gotten better to not be as exploitative as they have been. Like we're moving towards before this whole Trump era, I guess, but we were moving towards a more just and fair system, but we're nowhere close to that yet. And I completely understand that. I'm not okay with exploiting other countries in any which way, shape, or form. We can have better systems, but then we need all governments to get along, right? We need all governments to be good to each other. So it's unrealistic at this moment in time. Maybe one day in the future, if we, end up what's the word? I don't want to say a bad word on TikTok, but if we end up putting an end to all these evil forces, then yeah, one day it'll work. I just know that evil exists in this world. And as long as there's evil, we can't have this perfect utopian world where everybody's equal and all governments treat each other fairly. I wish. I'm not saying I don't. Like the ideology, the philosophy is something that I agree with. I just don't see how it can actually happen in practice when we have so many evil humans on this planet.
TT, I know you were trying to speak, and then we're gonna introduce our new person. Oh,
Oh,
Danny,
no.
if you can stay muted until I address you, please. Thank you.
I was just adding to I don't know what I was saying, but I agree with what Frontline is saying. And I guess I'll just add now that like I think we can agree that we're trying to dismantle these oppressive power structures, right? And maybe like the point of departure is that like what we see as being the system that we put in place after the fact. Maybe we haven't agreed on that, but like, we're not I'm not okay with imperialism. I'm not okay with any of that, but like, I sort of think that like we're pointing at the same problems here, and that's like Frontline is also pointing at that problem, right?
No, I'm not in opposition with anybody up here. I'm on. We're all like on the same team. It's just, yeah, I'm not in opposition with any. I'm listening to everything you're saying.
Danny, can I grab age, province, and political party that you plan on voting for in the federal election, please?
Hi, Danny, 40 years old, New Brunswick, planning to vote Liberal.
Nice.
Cool. So I wanted to add to the conversation.
What you have to add to the conversation? Yeah.
Yeah, so what I wanted to add to the conversation is I think like that's something that comes up quite often. And I think that it's not one way or the other. I think it's both in harmony. When I say that, meaning we need to kind of have a social programs when it comes to healthcare, electricity, basic goods to live, right? We need a government to actually own those things and make sure that they run efficiently. On the other end, you know what? Who cares about the cell phones? Who cares about the Walmarts? Who cares about, I think that there's certain goods that the government needs to make sure that everybody gets. And on the rest, let's free market it, right? And I think that what's going on right now in the world is we need a collapse of that current economic system that we actually have, because infinite growth just not happen. It just does not exist. It's bound to collapse. We need as citizens to hold those billionaires accountable and to make them, or our government systems, we're supposed to be there to protect us against those billionaires, to make them understand that infinite growth does not exist, that whenever something crash, someone else benefits from it, or when there's a boom, someone else benefits from it. It's all a winner-losers game. At the end of the day, we need to protect what things that really truly matters to citizens and make those a social kind of a governmental entity. And yeah, I just think there's a balance there, right? Back in the 60s, if we go back in time, when you look at the economics back then, companies would pay their fair share, like they were taxed like 60, 70%, 80% of their revenues, right? And they would contribute to society. We don't see anybody these days getting like, big names of like wards in hospitals, or like, we don't see that anymore, because people, philanthropy and like that kind of sense of businesses to contribute for the well of all people does not exist anymore. And I believe that if we truly go back to that model of, taxation to a point where companies can make money, they can make a lot of money, but at the end of the day, they need to contribute to the society that actually fuels those profits. I think we would be in a better place in the world.
Did nobody put their hands up in the chat? So did anybody want to respond?
I agree.
All right, cool. All right.
Well, yeah, at the end of the day, corporations make money off of us, right? If we didn't exist, they wouldn't have their profits. So pay your dues and contribute to society, you greedy MFers.
Yeah. And you can be still very, 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 very successful, but you do have some kinds of responsibility towards the people who make you successful, right? Whether it's a basketball player or a singer or a company, it doesn't matter. you are being where you're at in life, because that society that, paid tickets to come and see you, or like, they contributed to your well-being. So you can be rich, but you owe it to them to actually give back some of that wealth.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, like, Elon Musk has enough money to make sure that not a single person on this planet goes hungry. And he would still have a bunch of money left over to have everything that he could ever dream of and more. But instead, he now wants to become the world's first trillionaire. There's no reason for that. That's a mental illness. It's a mental illness at that point.
And then they pin people, categories of people against each other. If you can't afford food, it's because of these people. And then, so people need to just stop and realize what's going on, is that it's not the public servant who's making some kind of a decent money that is taken and making you poor. Those people just have, like, basically, I'm one of them. So that's the reason why I'm saying it, is we go to the market, right? We go to the city market every weekend and get our fruits and vegetables from local markets. If you eliminate those federal public jobs and whatever, these people are not supporting those small markets anymore. The people who are hurting, they go to Walmart. You know what I mean? Like, so let's stop pitting people against each other about who's wealthy enough on $50,000-$100,000 a year. Let's go where the real money's at, and that's at the top. And let's stop pitting each other against each other, right? It blows my mind that we're at Superstore and we come to the checkout and they want us to fork money for benefits and for food banks and all that. Like it at this point in history where we're at, it infuriates me that we are, they're making us feel guilty about not contributing to these things, and it shouldn't happen in our society.
Stop.
That's so
I'm
true.
sorry if you guys can hear my cat.
He's agreeing with you.
Oh, she's terrible. She hasn't seen me in a week, and so, like, because I do pet sitting, and she's just sitting there like, pay attention to me. Don't look at the screen. She's terrible.
Cats will be
Oh,
catting.
oh my god, she is. She's totally catting. I gave her treats even to shut her up a little bit. She ate those and then ran away and then came back.
I just wanted to add, Danny, that, like, not only that, what you said about the, like, donation things, but also that's kind of a tokenizing by the business.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're like, oh, we care about this, and like their aim is to make themselves look good at the same time, not because they care or get tax breaks because they've made donations.
Exactly. Yeah, 100% exactly. Yeah.
Hey, Ro.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, you?
Yeah, it's all right. Okay, I'm 48. I'm from Alberta. And sadly, I'm going to probably end up voting NDP because of my option, but I'd vote Liberal if I could. Anything but conservative. I only popped up because I get everybody has their opinions, but unless somebody is technically diagnosed with anything, let's not say they have something, please. And I'm gonna call it an ableist comment if the person is not diagnosed with it and we just say they are. Because the first thing they throw under the bus is mental illness. So it's very, very belittling to anyone with a mental illness. And I'm sorry, I have them. I'm not greedy. If anything, I'd give you the shirt off my back. So unless anyone is technically diagnosed with it, please let's not throw that out there. And I don't care if you say that, like, it's a judgment call. I can't say anybody else has anything else on this panel because I don't know what you are diagnosed with. Unless you tell me or you show me proof. and I could show you the pill pack.
I got you.
And I'm gonna come up here every time for it.
Frontline.
I mean, there are mental diseases that have not yet been classified, right? I mean, 100 years ago, we didn't have all the classifications for all the mental illnesses that we have today. So what's to say that maybe in 50 years from now, people won't see extreme greed to the point of willingly unaliving people through your greed, that it's a mental illness. Like that could be classified as a mental illness. Maybe it's just not there yet, but it has a lot of the characteristics of a mental illness, right? I mean, is being a sociopath a mental illness? It is, right? Isn't Elon Musk a sociopath? Isn't Trump a sociopath?
Is he diagnosed with it?
Yeah. So you can.
So just because someone's not diagnosed, I can't say it. That makes me ableist.
No, 1 second. I'm gonna fix this. Okay. So what you can say is that they have sociopathic tendencies, but you can't say they're a sociopath unless you can clinically diagnose them. That's where it becomes ableism. So you can say that they have the tendencies in your opinion, but it's different than saying that they are a sociopath, because that is a diagnosis.
And that's all I was trying to come to say.
And Ro, the reason I didn't say anything about it when Frontline said it is because that's not something that can be diagnosed. Is like extreme greed isn't something that is a diagnosis. So that's why I didn't say anything about it.
I get why you didn't, but they put it as the term of mental illness. And since it's not a diagnosis at this point, and this is something I always come up for because it's not like autism. To me, autism, a lot of people will say, look, I have autism, and everybody understands. But mental illness is something that takes forever to get diagnosed. And, like, it's something that I feel I always have to come up and speak on. And I'm not trying to make it hard on everybody else. But if it's not something of your lived experience for 25 years, why would you want to have to keep coming up and say, look, I don't like to be associated with this person because I don't feel it. And like, I'm not trying to come at you Frontline. It's not because of what you said. I'm just saying, if it's not something that we can say, like, yeah, 20 years from now, 50 years from now, that could be a mental illness. But because right now at this point, all I can do is agree with Nerdy and say it's got tendencies.
But yeah, I wanted to just ask you, Addicted, do you agree with that as being a better way to state that viewpoint? Or do you have any other ideas of how it could be stated that wouldn't end up having that impact?
I like the tendencies, because I'm not the doctor. I can't say anyone up here has anxiety, has anything, but we can all agree that if I'm up here and I'm crying and I'm shaking and I'm asking for help, somebody could say my anxiety tendencies, if they don't know me, are showing. So I really like how that's put.
Yeah, the tendency would describe more of a behavioral kind of thing that you can physically, that you can observe happening. Whereas again, unless you're a licensed clinician, then you wouldn't be able to do like the actual diagnosis on it. That's all it is. Yeah. Yeah, we can, Mel.
Okay, I won't say it like that from now on. I apologize. I will call him somebody with sociopathic tendencies.
Thank you, Frontline. And I always appreciate learning from
that was helpful for me too.
Yeah.
I appreciate this conversation because that's helpful to.
Yeah. Oh.
And I think that's the cool thing about this community, and you guys seem very caring. So to learn about how to, things that we're not necessarily aware on our day-to-day life to actually being brought up.
Danielle.
I agree.
Yeah. Danielle, you can go ahead.
Okay. So the first 5-6 years I was out, and I came out in the late 80s. I got told I was mentally ill by almost anybody that knew me, right? You have a mental illness. And at one point, people who are homosexual were considered mentally ill by the American Psychiatric Society. It was actually in their medical books, right? So we do learn and we do change and we do understand that we learn more about it. But, I also see people like Elon Musk making his autism as an excuse for why he treats people the way he does.
He weaponizes it.
Exactly. I'm a person who has been diagnosed with Asperger's. I found out when I was 17. It explains a great deal of why I pay attention to many facts and stats and all of that. I mean, for my first 11 years, couldn't get me to wear shoes. It was something, but it was many things. But I was also at a time, my diagnosis came at a time where I still had to work and work in a normal world.
Can I just correct you on one thing? We actually don't use the A word anymore because of the association to the person who actually who created the diagnosis for it. It's very they're very problematic. Yes. So we don't. It's basically it's part of the autism spectrum now. So we just say on the spectrum.
I tell people I'm just not neurotypical. I'm a when
I'm neurospicy.
Yeah, that's kind of how I do it.
I'm ADHD, so I get it.
and so, but for my parents, there were many labels for what I suffered from. I don't know how people thought I suffered from something. I simply live in the world differently. Right? I go to work every day. I have a routine. I do things. But again, I also remember when somebody said that Bill Gates gives the appearance of somebody who is on the spectrum. And he was highly critical of that. He denied it at one point, right? But again, we tend to like to put labels on people. And it's not an excuse, and it shouldn't be something that is be allowed to use an excuse. Like if I'm rude to somebody, I'm being rude, right? I can't say, well, it's I'm just not neurotypical, right? I know I have to be better, but at the same time, right, I understand why we put labels. I have a brother who is severely afflicted, right? He's a nonverbal individual. He gets support care. I've seen it on both ends of the spectrum. And yet he just lives his life in a different manner. I wish people would just understand that it's harder to put a label on somebody because then we don't think about what that person actually has to go through to actually navigate their world. Because we're too busy putting labels on things instead of saying, this is the situation. At one point, we used to call people who were living with severe autism, we used to call it what? That they were mentally retarded. That was actually the
we don't use that word. We can't use the R word.
Yeah, I know, but
it's a slur. I understand that, but you can even just say R slur instead. It's literally a slur that will get us flagged if we use that word. We cannot use that word on here.
I'm just getting used to TikTok, so I do apologize.
Yeah. So we that is an ableist slur. So we can't, no R slurs.
So yeah. I appreciate what she said as well, but we can't keep saying that this person has this when we really haven't known that person in that kind
Absolutely, yeah. No, I totally get that. I have TT row and then frontline.
Yeah, Danielle, you raise a good point. Not only has that been weaponized against the queer community in the past, it also is weaponized now I've heard that out of my ears, like in conversations speaking about people that are gay. And of course, like all the way that the gender dysphoria, quote unquote, is being weaponized as well. Like this is oftentimes people are passing that off as some kind of shorthand for, I think what they really mean is hatefulness. And also I feel uncomfortable with that. And, I always try and challenge that when I hear it, that do you have qualifications to diagnose that? Like, what are you talking about? But I mean, you're right. Like that is definitely something that's wielded and weaponized against people, marginalized groups of many kinds. And somebody in the chat also mentioned eugenics. So, and there's the Tuskegee experiments and things of that nature. So like we have like a long colonial history as well of, of trying to prove that there's some kind of deficiency in other groups as a form of oppression. So that is definitely problematic.
Correct.
Row and then Frontline.
I just wanted to ask Mel to come up since she wants to say she has Indigenous friends but wants to vote for PP. So please come up instead of bashing me and Jack. Oh, and Frontline, thanks for explaining the communist stuff because I was so confused.
No problem. Also, I want to say sorry again, but I wanted to ask you one more question, just so that when I go forward talking about guys like Trump and Musk, are you guys, tell me the whole panel, but I'm going to ask you first. Is it okay for me to call him a narcissist?
Narcissistic tendencies.
I can't call him a narcissist?
Nope,
No,
it's a diagnosis.
He's not diagnosed.
Oh,
and I'm not the only panel that will say that.
Yeah.
Okay. That's going to be hard for me.
Yeah. All you have to do is just change it the one thing. Like they have the tendencies of it or these narcissistic behaviors, right? The behaviors of a narcissist, something like that. But it's like, it's just avoiding the diagnosing. That's all. Because the diagnostic, like being, making it like they're diagnosed when they're not diagnosed, it puts a, I lost my
lack
words.
the medical credentials to be able to make that determination.
Yeah,
I'm just going to call it a zero lack of empathy.
It demeans the people who actually have those afflictions, right? I guess not afflictions, but who are dealing with those conditions.
Can I just say from now on that he's got zero empathy? Does that work with everybody? Because that's not a diagnosis.
I mean, yeah,
100%.
Empathy's a behavior.
All right, he's got zero empathy. There we go. I'll just go with that from now on.
Just sticking to behaviors, and like if we describe people sticking to behaviors, and this is the thing that I always talk about, like when I'm calling somebody out for something, I always talk about their behaviors, not about the feelings behind it or anything like that. It's just like, this is what you did. These are the facts. It's your behavior kind of thing, right? And that way you're actually sticking to more factual things rather than like the guessing game of it. So, but if anybody wants any more information on like ableist language and that kind of stuff, if you go to my account, which I'm going to type in the chat right now, this is me. So it's Charity Nerdy, the one that I just typed. This is me. In my link tree in my bio, I have a whole bunch of links that you can go to that talk about ableist language and things that you can use instead, those kind of things. So it's humanizing language a lot of the time, rather than, I mean, it goes back to what Danielle was saying earlier too, like suffer from, like we're not suffering, people with people with ADHD aren't suffering. What was that? Oh, Frontline, did you just mute somebody?
No, Mel said that she was trying to come up and she couldn't request for some reason, so I just sent her an invite.
Gotcha, no worries. I thought I saw the thing up at the top and all I saw was your name and I was like, but you're still in the panel. You didn't get dropped. It's not flagged. We didn't get any, okay. But yeah, so it's those kind of things, right? Like it's just adjusting your language slightly so that it's humanizing and not degrading the people who are living with our mental illness conditions, all of our stuff, our neurospice, are, and not even just aerospace, it's everything, all the disabilities, right? So
that's helpful, Charity. I just have a quick question for you, because I noticed that lots of times when you're speaking about things, you use the term calling in, and it stuck out to me because I haven't used it. And then just now you said calling out. So if I'm correct, is the difference between that is when like you're calling somebody in, you're trying to work with them, or?
Pretty much, yeah. It's kind of like it's bringing them in. Like, yeah, think about it like you're having like a little get together, right? Like, hey, let's have a little huddle and let's talk about these things, right? So like I'm like bringing it together, like yes, calling in. Usually you deal with people who are a little bit closer to you as well. You know, you have a, it's more of a one-on-one or just a yeah, it's more of a one-on-one. It's more of like a bring it in here, let's have a conversation about it. But calling out, like if I don't know if you've ever seen the call out lives that happen and stuff like that, like all over here, that's like literally like spreading the message out and saying like, hey, this person did this, I'm calling you out, you know, like that kind of stuff. So
would it also be like speaking truth to power, like more like as opposed to helping someone make a correction?
Potentially. Let me call in versus call out. Calling out is a direct confrontation, while calling in is a private conversation that encourages understanding and change.
Thank you.
There you go.
I could have Googled that. I see. I could have just Googled that. So, but thank you.
That's okay. No worries. I've got it right in front of me. I've got like 10 tabs open right now. So because some of them I'm just like, I need to keep this open so I can go back to it. I have to keep this one open. So yeah. All right. Mel.
Only 10 amateur.
What? Hey, I can't handle a lot of tabs open personally, okay? Like that's it's clutter for me. Like that's part of my I can't deal with the clutter on my I don't have any there are no icons aside from the trash can on my screen. Okay? I can't deal with that.
I have an old boss that would have absolutely made you lose it. I remember the first time I swear he had, I think, 50 plus tabs open in a single browser window. I'm looking at it like, wow.
Hi.
That is
insane. You've seen the Discord. You've seen how everything is compartmentalized. Like everything has a place, organized, and it all goes in its place. So
it is. You see what's in front
Speaking
of
the Discord, it's open to everybody.
It is.
The Discord's open to everybody. If you wanna join. All you have to do is go into the link in the link tree in the bio, and then there's a couple steps that you have to do to get into the Discord. But we do a lot of passing information on there. There's a little bit of socializing going on in there too. I created a couple of different social channels and stuff. Mel, I will get to you in a second. But I created a couple different social channels. There's also channels for each one of the hosts now. They have their own categories where they can post their own videos in there, even from their own accounts. And then there's also a live chat for each one of those shows. So if you want to chat and it's like something that you don't want to, it's too much to put in the comments here, you can chat with the other people who are in the Discord over on in the Discord while you're watching the live, because I know a lot of people like to do that. So, all right, Mel, what, Joe?
Said no ADHD whatsoever in the organization at all.
No, not at all. Okay, Mel, can I grab age, province, and political party for federal, please?
My age is 44, Alberta, and there was a Scott on here earlier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he stated how he's sort of feels like he doesn't have a home, and you know, that's sort of me, but you know, I am leaning more conservative for sure.
Okay.
So like I've never done this before, so as you could tell, I didn't even know how to get on here.
I'm your first.
Yes. Yes.
It's okay. I'm a lot of people's first.
That's funny. Yeah, I'm a little nervous being on here, so I'm not used to doing this. Anyways,
you're good. As long as you can have a respectful conversation with us, we are good. We match energy. So if you get nasty, I will get nasty. I'm not gonna lie.
Sure. And I just want to start off with saying it's like, the first time I was on this live, it was a really pleasant experience. And then I think a few days ago or a week ago, I was on here and I got attacked by someone by the name of Sasquatch. I don't know who that individual is. And now this other individual who just called me up. So I'm not really understanding, but I'm feeling like that. And I'm someone that has a great opposing view seems to just get, pounced on here. And I don't understand. Like, for someone to think that, I'm not respectful of First Nations, I have the utmost respect for it. Did I like his Johnny McDonald comment? No, I did not. I thought that was rather idiotic. Having said that, I do agree with a lot of other things. Do I agree with all? No, I don't. But I cannot vote for Liberal. I cannot vote NDP or Green or Bloc Québécois.
I mean, you could. You're just choosing not to, right?
Well, they don't fit me, right? And I don't agree with this now whole, super coalition thing that they're trying to conjure up. Like, and like, let's be frank here. Like, I did not appreciate that Southern Alberta comment either. Like, do we really need to do this? Like, it says straight on here, no, be respectful. Like, and like you said,
I mean,
too,
that is mostly for, I will say that is for panel comments. Honestly, they get out of control sometimes. We have moderators for it, but it's the comments, like, the comments, we will get rid of anything that's like blatantly like bigoted or slurs or threats, like that kind of stuff. But if you guys are just having a beef in there, I mean, you have a beef, right? Like, you guys kind of work that out when it comes to that kind of stuff.
But it's uncalled for. Like, I wasn't starting anything. It started off as like, why do you feel that way? I can't remember the exact question she asked me. And it's like, come on, like, you don't need to get aggressive like this. It doesn't need to be this way. Let's have like a friendly debate. And, I'm willing to learn.
I just have questions, but like, I don't have to go, but like, just so you know, like, I'd rather hear from you about why you think whatever you think than jump on you for it.
Yeah. Ro, I have you on the list. So frontline was first with a hand up, then I'll go to TT and then I'll go to Ro.
Sorry.
I just want to,
someone called and I didn't realize I was muted.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if you're on a call, or we can't hear you. If you can't see us, we can't hear you.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll mute.
Yeah. Okay.
I just wanted to kind of quickly point out that the reason that, people get quote unquote attacked in the comments is because a lot of us on the progressive side of things, we genuinely are viewing the conservatives as enemies right now. And I want to explain why. Okay? Because conservatives are siding, and they're pretty much okay, whatever, I'm just going to say it, but they're being exactly like the Trump supporters down south. Pierre Poilievre has copied Trump's campaign for the last couple of years. They parrot the exact same talking points. They say the exact type of things about immigration, about migrants. They instill the same fear in people about anybody who doesn't look like them. They both have taken a horrible stance on transgender people, trying to take away the fact that they even exist. Okay? These are all things that they have been exactly point on point with each other. Not to mention that Pierre's campaign manager is a MAGA, is somebody who has worked on American campaigns. There's so many monetary ties as well, the Canadian Conservatives to the American Republicans. And we've had Trump say that he wants to annex our country over and over and over again for the past, it's been a month and a half now, nonstop. Right? Constant threats. Then we have this whole tariff BS, psychological warfare. We have so much propaganda coming in from the United States. These guys are not kidding around. They want Canada for our resources. And most of us on the left, all the parties outside of the conservatives, understand that if we have a conservative win, we can kiss our country goodbye. We can kiss sovereignty goodbye. And if you don't know the history of what happened back in 1930s Germany, and I don't mean like, oh, mustache man bad. I mean like really know the history, how it happened, how he rose to power, what the propaganda machine was like, what the messages were like. It is the exact same thing. And if you look at what happened in 1938 in Austria, we are sitting right now as Canada very similar to where Austria was in 1938. Austria was being run by a conservative government that was favorable to Mustache Man, and they were able to go in there and take their land, take their sovereignty, take their resources, and take their people too, because he ended up militarizing a bunch of Austrians as well to fight for him. So that's why we're all scared when people say like, oh, I'm going to vote conservative. We literally see that as a threat to our lives, as a threat to our sovereignty, as a threat to everything that we've been working towards. Women's rights, gay rights, all of this stuff is being taken away in the United States. The dude is building concentration camps. He's got this new SAVE Act that's trying to pass through Congress right now, which would make it so that 67 million women would not be able to vote anymore. There's already a ton of places in the States where women do not have access to AB and don't have AB rights, and women have passed away because of this. Lots of women have passed away. An 11-year-old girl just recently unalived herself because she got threatened at school that the other kids at school that were bullying her were going to call ICE on her parents because her parents weren't quote unquote legal. And I want to point out that none of us are quote unquote legal or illegal. We were all on stolen land. Therefore, technically that makes us all illegal if you really want to go that route. But like, it's just when we see the horrible things that are happening down there, and we have this man threaten us over and over that he wants to come take our country, that's not something to joke around about. And we don't want a guy who's going to bend over and give it to him. And unfortunately, the conservatives have shown through their past, through their financial ties, through who they have as campaign managers, through who they hire for propaganda, from the type of propaganda they push, that is exactly what's going to happen to us if they get into power. So that's why you're being attacked. It's not because you have an opposing view, it's because most of us are literally genuinely scared for our lives. And I'm just going to point out one more thing. There is a resolution that's being passed through Congress, or trying to pass through Congress right now, from a Democratic Democratic representative. It's Resolution 1936, and it's to prohibit funds for the armed forces to engage in operations to invade or seize territory from Canada, the Republic of Panama, or the self-governing territory of Greenland. Because this is happening. They are not kidding around. This man wants to claim our country.
May I speak?
I can let you respond really quickly. I do have a list of people who had put their hands up. So,
Okay.
yeah, if you want to reply to that really quickly, and then we'll go on to TT and then Ro.
Okay, I'm feeling a little kerfuffled because there was a lot of information. But what I wanted, you were speaking a lot on the United States, and I do understand, like, I also am, I am proud to be Canadian. My parents immigrated here, from Germany. And, I do not want to become an American, right? So I wasn't aware of Poilievre's campaign manager being Mega. I would love to know the name of that individual so I can look him up. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, that was my thing. So you're mostly speaking on US. What I can't grasp why. So I feel like many are assuming the Conservative Party is just like Trump. And I understand the whole slogan thing is like, he has some very similar slogans. I absolutely agree with that. However, I don't necessarily believe it's going to be the same story. And in fact, like, I know you're going to say, well, look at the facts. Okay, well, Send me the facts. I would love to learn more. Absolutely. But honestly, I don't see it happening quite that way. In fact, I feel like Carney is going to sell us out. And immigration does need to have a cap. Might I just add, it needs a cap. We have too many. Illegals, I mean.
People aren't okay. Don't call them illegal, please.
Well,
It dehumanized. No, one second. Let me explain why. Let me explain why, please. Okay, it dehumanizes people. Actions are illegal. People are not.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry,
okay.
So the right word would be who have gone past their visas.
Undocumented. Undocumented.
Yes.
So I wanted TT, you're next. I wanted to quickly say one thing, which totally lost my mind now. You said, oh my God, I need to write things down.
That's why I have Notepad open on my PC.
Pierre Paul is something to do with Pierre Poilievre, and and how you don't see it's going to get that bad. The conservative government already tried to put forth a movement to restrict women's health care in our country, where it is it's a constitutional right for us to have health care in our country. Regardless of whether you think that ABs are needed or not, or people are using them frivolously, they help in later trimester, like in the third trimester, when mother's life is at risk. And that's part of the problem that they're having down in the States, is that when the mother's life is at risk, she ends up unaliving because the doctors cannot do it because it's against the law. So we lose that. We lose our autonomy to our body, essentially. And it was the conservative government, I think, just within the past couple of years, who put that forth. They're also not for the Indigenous people at all. Thanks, John. Pierre Poilievre has said that the Indigenous people need to work harder. The conservative governments have never done, in our country, have never done anything for the Indigenous people in this country. So that's just you got to look at it from a wide spectrum of who's going to help out the most amount of people, right? And conservatives don't want to help the people. They want to help they want to help the corporations. They want to help the big corporations. You said you didn't hear him say that. TT, you want to go while I'm looking this up?
Totally. Yes, that's a good one. I was going to say just something of the same lines, okay, so you don't see the similarities to Trump. There are some good creators, I think JB right now, as his team is working on a side-by-side comparison about rhetoric that both PP and Trump have repeated. But if you take it out of the Trump context and just look at all the things that Pierre has done, you just mentioned Charity, Indigenous rights. Also, his two genders comment, that's a direct attack to our LGBTQ community, mostly the T. He also is,
and not even just that's. Sorry to interrupt, but not even just LGBTQ. That actually is also towards the Indigenous community as well, because that totally invalidates Two-Spirit.
100%. Also, he was the first politician to introduce right to work legislation in Canada, in Canada's history. And that, despite the name, that's actually about taking away from workers' rights. And he's shown a propensity to vote on things that are union busting. He's been doing a press tour about meeting with unions to try and change his image about that. But as Jagmeet Singh has pointed out, Jagmeet Singh and the NDP are the only people who have actually been with the four major unions during their times of striking, and the Conservatives have not. So you have AB rights, you have bad track record for being about the people. The carbon tax is a red herring because that looks like it's about the people, but really that's also about the corporations. So, if you just like go and take a look at his voting history, it becomes pretty clear what he stands for. And, these are reasonable things. Like, we're not putting the cart before the horse. We're not getting freaked out in advance. Like, this is based on his track record that he's shown us what his party is about and what he intends on doing.
I did find the clip. I'm pretty sure that this is it. I just need to turn my volume up.
I can play here right now if you want. I can pop it through.
You got the one that I sent you?
You sent me, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if you can do that.
Now, along with this apology comes another $4 billion in compensation for those who partook in the residential schools over those years. Now, some of us are starting to ask, are we really getting value for all of this money? And is more money really going to solve the problem? My view is that we need to engender the values of hard work and independence and self-reliance. That's the solution in the long run. More money will not solve it.
So that's where he was telling
the
Indigenous people that they need to engender the values of hard work.
Also, if I remember correctly, the money that's being sent to the Indigenous community at this point is part of a compensation for the atrocities of the residential schools. And he's looking at it as an investment. And are we getting good value for that money? That's not what you should be looking at.
Okay, I'm not at you, Joe. So thank you for that part. But Ro, you're next. And then Mel, you can have time to respond after that.
Okay. As of me guessing you're from Southern Alberta, I live in Southern Alberta. You sound like people in my neighborhood. That's why I said it. It wasn't to degrade you. It was to point out, like, this is what Alberta down here sounds like. And this, I have to admit, the newspapers, everything, that is the propaganda down here. It's in the community newspapers. Like, you can look up the Sunny South from like Coaldale and that whole area. It all sounds like that and blames Trudeau and it blames the NDP and it's all PP this and PP that, and even the opinion section is all pro PP. So it's not that I'm insulting you. I live in that area. And this, like, my cousins sound like it. And my original question was, why do you like him? Like, what is it? And yet, okay, just to me, but to be against immigration when your family immigrated here is, just in my opinion, kind of hypocritical. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Mel, you can go ahead.
I forgot I was still up there. I never said I was against immigration. What I said was there needs to be sort of a cap, like, and a process to it. It needs to be better managed because I feel that, from what I've seen, what I've heard, it is causing issues. Like, we have a massive housing crisis. We have many, our healthcare. There's a lot of things. So I'm not against it at all. My family, they all immigrated here from Europe. So I am, first generation born here. So, I have nothing against it. I can't remember.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a clarifying question for that?
Yes.
Are you aware of what the process is currently right now?
The process of immigration? No, I'm not going to claim I do.
Right. So how can you say that it needs to be better if you don't actually know what the process is?
Because the reason why I state that, and that's a great question, is from what I have seen and heard, there's a lot of undocumented individuals in our country. And it needs to be, and because of that, it needs to be better managed. There needs to be a way of, you know, making sure that individuals are compliant, that, you know, I went to Germany and I had a 6-month visa and I was compliant and I left. So, and that was during when COVID first started. It shut down. I stayed there till July or whatever, and I think I had a month left. I was compliant and I left. Now I understand many have different circumstances. It might not be safe for them to return. There might not be a way of life for them. But then, you know, there needs to be, I would hope there's resources for them to go to. I know in Germany there was. If I wanted to stay, I could have. But, you know.
But again, I'm just going to go back to, if you're not aware of what the process is and what they're actually getting, and you're only going by what you've heard and like seen in videos or whoever said kind of thing. I mean, you're not going based off of the stats, like the actual statistics of it, right?
I don't know I'm not going to claim to know those stats, but
right.
It has been said we have many undocumented immigrants.
By who?
On the news?
By who?
I don't know.
I can assure you there's no reports of that going on CTV, CBC, or Global currently as it stands. So the question as Nerdy asked, by who?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what you're looking for. A name?
Yeah, because you're hearing it somewhere, right? That's what I'm asking, because you're hearing it somewhere. I just want to know where you're hearing it, because like unless you're looking at the actual documentation of it, then you're not looking at the straight up facts of what it is. And if you're not going based off of the facts of it, and you're not fully aware of it, I mean, in all honesty, if you're not fully aware of it, like, you're having a really strong opinion off of something that you don't even really know about.
Fair enough.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, it's really hard to have, like, a lot of people do this all the time, right? Like, when it comes to like the 2S LGBTQIA plus community, a lot of people have really strong opinions about the community, but they don't know anything that goes on. Mm-hmm. Or like, they don't know any of the processes, like, say, when it comes to gender affirming care and stuff like that. They're not aware of the actual processes of it, but yet they have a very strong opinion about what should be and shouldn't be happening with other people's children. So,
yeah, fair.
Joe, you're next, and then Danielle. Sorry, I know I did interrupt you, but did you have anything else left, Mel?
I don't know. There's just so much going on, so I can't remember when that was stated. But thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I lost my original points because I wasn't smart enough to write them down like I usually do. Mel, I just had one. I know. I have my notepad in front of me. I got a monitor just for that.
Okay.
So actually, Bella, I have a quick question. So, going on the same tangent here, how many undocumented migrants are there in Canada?
I can tell you that in question period, in I believe April 2024, the Minister of Immigration was asked that exact question, and there is nothing. There are no reports. There is no clear evidence showing exactly how that number is. They do, however, say that number could be as high as 500,000 in Canada. And I should tell you, there is a cap to immigration that began in 1986.
I know about the cap, and obviously it's within there. And so I guess my second question is, it's another could be on the undocumented side or within the documented. Again, this is more
They
to Mel.
say it's more about it resides of the composition of undocumented immigrants residing in Canada estimated. So they consider undocumented. That's the number they're saying, but they're not also counting, and this is where the study has never been done, is that they're not counting any kind of marginalization or persecution, right? So, and it could be out of status construction workers as well.
And that's fantastic. My my other question to go with this is, again, I've heard the rhetoric constantly because, again, I've tracked the mass deportation campaigns. By the way, which all of these originated from far right groups. I could show you them over the past year or two, where it started with some very interesting boys wearing some very interesting outfits in Hamilton, to the Proud Boys, to all these other far right groups where this has been originating from. So understand this is where this particular cry for this comes. But with all this rhetoric, and again, the idea of this rhetoric to be directed towards you, Mel, because they want you to feel this afraid of this situation's out of control. If you don't have the process on immigration, you don't have the numbers and the knowledge in regards to this, then the only thing you may have is the feeling of this is an out of control situation without any information.
Without any evidence, right?
And it's one of those things that you need to sort of ask yourself, and as well as ask there as, okay, this situation is out of control. Well, that's interesting. What's the numbers? Why is this out of control? What would be a number that's in control? And why are we out of control? And once you start asking those questions, you start noticing there's no answers for those questions from the group of people and the particular sources giving you this information, because they don't want you to ask those questions. They want you to be afraid and just panicking at the sound of their voice, saying these crazy things for you.
I agree. And what's interesting is that, when we have these politicians saying, well, this is how many they think, they're throwing a whole lot of numbers out there without even having the background or the information to back it up, right? Yes, the Trudeau government has increased the cap over every year of government, right? But I mean, do you know exactly how many immigrants, migrants, refugees that Harper let in during his term? 2.8 million over 11 years. So it's because why? We needed financial migrants. We needed temporary foreign workers, right? It was the Harper government who expanded the temporary foreign workers program precisely because of what was happening in the oil sands during their boom, right? They couldn't get people to work in service situations because they just couldn't pay them enough, right? The temporary foreign workers program was expanded by Jason Kenney when he was the Minister of Immigration. So it was to solve that problem. It was a reasonable reason, and it gave them a path to citizenship within 5 years. So they're no longer undocumented immigrants. They were given.
I'm going to give you a little side thing. There is a lot of problems with the temporary foreign workers
absolutely.
program.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you, Joe, at all. Like the fact that they're allowed to pay them 30% less than the base salary of a Canadian, that's a first problem. We've seen the documented cases of serious abuse of the system, right? Which isn't the immigrant taking advantage of that. It's the individuals accessing the program, the employers, right? So again, it's two sides. And again, unless you are First Nations or Indigenous people in this country, we are all immigrants.
There's a particular write-up on the Temporary Foreign Workers Program on Amnesty International.
Yes.
And just on that alone should be enough indication that there's obviously a problem if Amnesty International is going, Canada, we need to talk.
Well, and the thing is, especially when, our Canadian government has adopted, the United Nations rights, and yet we don't see housing for Indigenous people or First Nations people. We don't even see them following through with the promises to First Nations, right? But that's not on the immigrant.
You're already down.
Right? That's on poor government policies, and not just by Trudeau, but I fear Politi-Talk will go very extreme because he doesn't want certain people coming to this country. And I think that's kind of what she's hearing, is she's hearing those talking points, and it's unfortunate, but it's propaganda. It's not the truth.
All right. Mel, I will give you a chance to respond, and then we're going to go to Strong Women.
Sorry, I couldn't find the little mic button.
No worries.
Yeah, I guess I find it a bit confusing to really know where to find reliable sources, to be perfectly honest. And so I think it was Joe that mentioned, so you were talking about undocumented immigrants, but you said how, what was it? Oh my goodness. You said something else is out of control. Was it the students or I can't
Well,
remember.
I mentioned the temporary foreign workers
Temporary
program
workers
being
program.
That
problematic.
part. Yeah, being problematic. What's problematic?
Yes.
Sorry?
So it's featured in the on Amnesty International. That temporary foreign workers program is very problematic. It has to do with the fact that the temporary foreign workers is to allow for the employers in Canada to acquire labor. That's the principle. Once you start seeing this in action, it becomes very problematic because these workers are allowed to come here and be underpaid, or like paid at very, very low rates. So they're kind of attached to it. Additionally, their visas and their ability to be here is connected to a single employer. This suddenly gets to the point of exploitation because now the employer can pretty much have control over this temporary foreign worker that comes in and demand whatever they need to at a very low wage. If not, they're sent back.
Can I add?
Oh, absolutely.
When you're done, Joe. When you're done, sorry.
Yeah. So, and there's an additional listing of issues that compound this. And again, this is featured on Amnesty International, which means something's wrong with it. And I know TT and a few others could probably add to the additional problems that's in this program. But it was a program based to exploit the workers so that they can get cheap labor to do work. And this is problematic because it will, you'll be able to, people are able to exploit people from another country. So the entire foreign exploitation problem. And the second thing too is that it also affects Canadian workers because now they're competing with literal cheap labor being shipped in by our government. That now is going to help try to drive down the employment compensation. If you wanted to do this right in regards to temporary foreign worker programs, they should be paid at least the same as what Canadians should be paid, and they should not be tied to employer, as well as a couple of things that need to be addressed in there. But I think TT wanted to add to a note.
Yeah, I mean, you covered a lot of it, Joe. I'm really glad this came up because I was on another live earlier today we were talking to somebody who actually uses temporary foreign workers in his farming business, and I was debating with him, and it seemed generally that people weren't aware of the exploitation, which really bothered me. Also, my line of work is in tourism, and so a function of that is that we are trained on HT. I don't know how to say that differently. I hope everyone knows what that means. HT.
Yes. It's
how can I say it another way, Joe?
I think we might be able to say it, but it's I'm putting luggage people.
Luggage people, yeah.
People being put luggage.
Yeah. I think it's one of those TikTok words.
So like people who are not stuck in traffic.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. But they're
so I've been trained on that, and like the more famous thing is obviously Schmeck's work, but also labor exploitation is part of the training of that as well because it's a factor. So like just circling back to Joe, you like named most of the points. I mean, also it becomes insidious because oftentimes people are they're connected to that job and they're often living on. Oh,
not doing tap.
Yeah. They're often living on site. And so this is what was exposed during the beginning of the pandemic in like a lot of the fruit picking industries is these like terrible unsafe living conditions as well, where you have like 30 people to a room, and their ability to leave is connected to their passport. Sometimes you have language issues, like never mind the fact that they're miles away from whatever country that they came from. And so like these awful exploitation, like quote unquote sweatshop sort of scenarios happen here in Canada, and a lot of it is through this means. And then also additionally, because this is something I was debating with the guy, that this is not a path to citizenship either. So like even if somebody comes here and works for like bottom dollar, like they will be lucky if they find another route to come here and be here more permanently, but the like it's in the T for temporary. So it's like you said, Joe, it's bad for everybody, because that it allows there to be a diminishment of how much people are being paid in a certain industry. And like what you hear arguing from, or what I heard today was, well, I can't afford to run my business if I have to pay people a living wage, so that's why I need to do this. But that is not a good enough reason to drive down what everybody is entitled to living wages. So yeah, so it's just like a super problematic program. And it just and the other thing about the people not stuck in traffic, people in that circumstance are specifically vulnerable, and that's why they're targeted for exploitation. Right. So like any sort of predator that or predatory business or predatory circumstance is going to look to diminish the people that they know are the most vulnerable. And so that's why we need special protections about things like this to not allow that to happen.
She had to make a phone call, so she'll be back.
What's interesting is if you read the actual website in the Temporary Foreign Workers Program, it makes it very clear that upon completion, it is an opportunity to apply for permanent residency and potential citizenship within 5 years.
I read earlier today that it is not on the Government of Canada website, because I was arguing with that guy about that point. So I'm not sure what you're looking at.
Yeah, it says temporary resident to permanent resident pathway. It talks about it all here. So it depends. I think it depends on the type of work that they actually take in Canada.
Yeah, so just to clarify, because this was also something that we were debating, but basically, and I myself have been an immigrant in America under a temporary worker program. There's something called a TN visa, which is an umbrella term which applies to certain categories of temporary workers that move between Canada, the US, and Mexico. So the program is very similar. And there can be situations where you have other opportunities to make an application for citizenship, and you could theoretically make that application whether it within the country or not. So it's like those two things run parallel, but the program itself does not open up any kind of door or get you an edge on being able to qualify for another program to be a more permanent resident.
I think in actuality, what it does is it opens them up to a pathway through the provincial programs. Because I'll give you an example. Manitoba government has a provincial nominees program to try to secure essential workers in the north, right? And if you go through that program, once you've landed as a temporary foreign worker, as a skilled worker, they actually do allow you. It depends on the province, right? I know a friend that actually came from Norway. She's lived in Churchill, Manitoba for the last 10 years, and she's a pharmacist. And she came through temporary foreign, applied to the nominees program through the province because the government asked her to, and she has stayed there. She gets her citizenship next year after she's completed her 5 years in that program.
But again, did she have to be within the country working in the field to make that application?
No, because the provincial nominees programs are for some of the skilled programs as well, right? Doctors,
right?
Nurses.
But that's my point. It's parallel, but the one doesn't impact the other. So, like, she can be here under a temporary foreign worker program and then also make an application to another type of permanent resident program. But the being part of the temporary worker program does not give you an edge in any way for making an application in one of these other ones, right? So it's kind of by nature a little bit exploitative as well in that way, because people come under temporary circumstances that they cannot then utilize in any sort of way. It's a little bit like similar to all that student visa protest as well. That's different, but it's kind of similar, because like that was them coming under terms where they were promised the ability to remain in Canada in a certain way, and then the terms were changed on them. Now I guess that's not the same thing, but anyway, like all I'm saying is that those two things are separate, and you know, we're utilizing their labor and not allowing them any kind of edge to actually come here in any sort of permanent means, if that makes sense. So that to me seems like it opens the door for exploitation.
Oh, absolutely. I agree.
Okay. I want to go to Strong Women next, but I do want to say, because this is news that just dropped. 1 second. You thought you were muted earlier? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. There was news that just dropped. They found the remains of an Indigenous woman who was unalived by the serial unaliver. Morgan Harris's remains were found in the Prairie Green landfill. So that was 38 minutes ago. They just announced that. Yeah. So, not good news, but like Salish said in the comments, closure for the family. Yeah, absolutely.
I was going to say, it's kind of good news in the sense that at least gives the family something.
Yeah. Yeah. So are they planning on doing it? Doesn't say anything past that. So I'll just read what it says. The remains of an Indigenous woman who was unalived by serial unaliver may have been have been found after a search of a landfill in the Canadian province of Manitoba, police say. Morgan Harris's remains were recovered at the Prairie Green landfill north of the city of Winnipeg, said officials. Authorities have been searching for Harris, 39, and Mercedes, Myron, 26, both of Long Plain First Nation. Police say 2 sets of remains have been found. Harris and Myron were among 4 Indigenous women unalived in 2022 by convicted unaliver Jeremy Skibicki, who dumped their bodies in 2 different landfills over a 3-month span. The search of the Prairie Green landfill began late last year following a lengthy pressure campaign by Indigenous leaders. Yeah.
Let's each say her name. Morgan Harris.
Morgan Harris.
Morgan Harris. Morgan Harris.
Morgan Harris.
Morgan Harris.
Morgan Harris.
Yeah. Strong women.
Oh, that's tough.
I know.
Well, I see Mel left. I was just gonna say she
had to make a phone call.
Yeah, and in the comments, I think she's not coming back. So she made a good point that I want to talk about undocumented, because
She's back.
Undocumented is so she went to Germany. She went for 6 months. Everybody that comes to Canada has 6 months when they arrive. That's their visitor visa. It's difficult to track undocumented people because you don't know when they arrive in Canada where they're going, right? They come and they arrive, and then you don't know that they're not going to go back. The onus is number one on them. So it is hard to find undocumented people. There's also underground networks to help undocumented people who come before them, who came in the 70s and 80s, and they don't need social insurance numbers, or they don't need credit checks and reference checks, because people own, 3-story walk-ups. People have jobs for them. They are able to settle in here and make a life and be undocumented. And it's very hard. I work in a place, and also our policy is don't ask, don't tell. So I am bound by that I cannot, if I find information, I am not able to tell about undocumented people. So it's very hard when people are saying, oh, there's thousands of undocumented people. It's not really the government that's letting them in, because it's people coming to Canada, entering Canada. There are many, even before Trump, there are many people from the USA who are undocumented, who have a cousin who has Canadian status or is a citizen, is a PR, and is able to remain in Canada. They don't like what's happening in the States, even the election, and they come to Canada, their visitor visa 6 months, and they remain in Canada. It's very hard to follow up on people that are undocumented. And there's many, many people that are undocumented. I want to make sure that everyone knows that people from Ukraine are not given refugee. They were offered a 3-year express work permit. So when they arrived in Canada, they were able to get a work permit and try to, whatever money they were able to come with, if it was zero or a little, that's what Canada offered to them as a way to support them. So they weren't given, dollars or refugee. They had to make their way and find their way, but we made it easier for them. Temporary foreign workers, they've reduced from 20% to 10%. So if you have, like for instance, a lot of people, not a lot, I can't say a lot, but one of the ways temporary foreign workers come is for lack of a better word, love. People fall in love with people from Italy, from Portugal, and they meet someone and they can get an LMIA. They have a Portuguese bakery. It employs 100 people. 10% now, 10 people can be from Portugal. Okay. A butcher from Italy. You cut Italian meat. Your boyfriend comes, he gets an LMIA, he gets a work visa, and there he goes. And then that's the path where then by that time, maybe they're getting married, or then they can apply for them to be permanent residents because they're a citizen or a citizen if you marry them, right? So there's different ways of things like that. The students is a colossal, that's a mess, is international students at the college level. I touched on this before. That was let down by people who set up crockety schools and weren't giving them the proper diplomas to get work permits, to have the skills to go out into the workforce. And that again was not the government ripping them off. You apply for your study visa from out of the country using an official letter of acceptance that you get from this institution. That's how you get a study visa. So it appears up and up, but when they arrive and their classes are not set up, that the college or, Joe Smith's College in Brampton, Ontario, in an industrial parkway is not really giving you a diploma or a certificate. This is where those students were let down. And it was not let down by the government. It gave them, based on what you have to do is you have to apply, you get an official letter of acceptance, which means you've paid your tuition. And that's how you get it. You apply to IRCC and you show them that. You show them that your intention is to study, that you have paid the institution your money, and they give it to you. And they give it to you for the time and length of the program, hopefully with a pathway to a postgraduate work permit. So there's lots of ways that it dismantles, and it doesn't dismantle from the government always doing things. They're trying to put in checks and balances. I'm not saying the government's perfect. I'm not saying the Liberal government's perfect. But again, like my point in this discussion is to say that just like we hear some propaganda or rhetoric that you hear that Donald Trump's spewing these blanket statements, when Pierre Poilievre talks about international students like that or things like that, it's sort of to get you riled up, where people are thinking, oh yeah, look at all this is a government letting, and it's not like that. It's not always like that. Of course there can be, but there's cracks, and it's people that let down the system, right? I mean, temporary foreign workers are the farmers. During COVID, do you remember that those people passed away? They were working for, I think it was Highland Transport. Was it Highland? Something like that. They were in Ontario. And because they had to keep working. They were so sick from COVID and they didn't stop working. So yeah, I agree, the temporary foreign workers, but that's, it's just a lot of immigration is not exactly, it takes 40 months to approximately get your PR. If you come with a work permit, it takes 40 months. It's not easy. I think there's this, sort of misnomer, these things where people don't really know, like it's not just everyone comes to Canada, and it's I've seen deportation. I have seen those do happen, and I've seen people, and like I said, I see lots of people from the United States that cross the border at Niagara Falls, and they come to Canada and they stay there from the US and they never leave. They're undocumented. It's not always the people that you think,
That's the thing. Like, most of the undocumented people that are in like Canada and the US are not, like, they're a lot of them are from Europe. A lot of them are from, Canada, US, each way, right? Like, it's not the people that are being demonized to be these, undocumented people.
So my point was, Mel's back there. So I was just trying to say, yeah, you did the right thing, Mel. You went to Germany and you had a visitor visa and you stayed 6 months, but you knew at the end. But these people who come undocumented, don't forget, when they do come, they're not returning, because they will never be able to return probably again. They have ETAs, and once they stay past or whatever, those ETAs are canceled. And so you did the right thing, but it's hard in Canada. So picture yourself arriving at Pearson or arriving in an airport out west, where you come on January 1st and on July 1st, you're still here and you're out of status. And it's on you. How can I track? I don't know where they went. They could have driven to Manitoba if they arrived in Calgary. They could have driven down to Ontario and settled there. How am I going to know or find them, right? So it's very difficult. Very difficult. And it's people that partly let it down in immigration, right? It's people not being on their own as well. It's not all, but it's not all the government. There are ways to tighten it up, but I just wanted to point out that I don't like when we have these blanket statements and that immigration's a problem. It's like it's not the government that's just making the immigration a problem. It's not perfect. I want to make that clear.
Mel, I know you want to respond, but I do have, I had Frontline on the list next. I'll let you respond afterwards, and then we're going to go Polly Chicken Bro after that. Frontline.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that, Pierre Poilievre is constantly fear-mongering about immigration, and he blames Trudeau for rising immigration numbers, but the reality is that it was conservative premiers who pushed for an increased immigration. Doug Ford repeatedly demanded more immigrants to fill labor shortages, even pressuring the federal government to increase economic immigrant targets. Danielle Smith called for more skilled immigrants to boost Alberta's workforce. Francois, I can never say his last name, guys, Legat, I don't know. He was publicly critical. Yeah, he was publicly critical of high immigration, but then he asked for more economic migrants in certain industries.
Like, conservative premiers and business lobby groups have been calling for increased immigration so they can fill job vacancies in industries like healthcare, construction, and tech. And Pierre Poilievre just constantly blames the Liberals for it, but he ignores the fact that it is the conservative leaders that demanded more newcomers. His attacks on immigration are like totally hypocritical. He plays into anti-immigration sentiment, and then he supports the guys, he supports his, conservative party members who benefit from it.
And also, if I could just add quickly, when Mel was talking about, well, there's a housing crisis, but I hold Doug Ford in my province totally responsible for the housing crisis. I don't hold, refugee claimants, or I don't work people who have work permits. They want to come and they want to work, and they have that, but they can't find a place to live. I hold Doug Ford responsible for that.
Yeah, well, housing is all three tiers, right? It's municipal, it's provincial and federal. Like, all of them have a dip in it, right? Or like their hands dipped into it. So it's not just the federal government that's responsible for that. It is provincial and municipal as well.
Yes, and in our particular case, Doug liked to, grease the palms of his rich buddies who own those condos and apartments and everything else, and increase the rent control after 2018, anything that was built. So, I mean, he just hasn't done anything to build housing.
We talked about this a couple weeks ago. I'm just looking back through my notes, and then Mel, you can go because I know you're next. But we did talk about this a couple weeks ago, and we talked about how Pierre Poilievre actually used to be housing minister, and he had a promise that I think it was supposed to be wasn't it supposed to be 200,000 houses or so, affordable housing units, and I think it ended up being less than 6,000 that were actually created. I had it written down somewhere because I know I wrote that number down, but it ended up being less than 6,000 that he ended up doing instead of the 200,000 that were actually promised. So, Mel, if you want to go, and then I have Polly-Chick, then Ro.
I just wanted to say that it wasn't my intent to necessarily put full blame on the government. I know it likely sounded that way. I feel my I guess frustration does come exactly from the point you made, is in regarding to how, some individuals can kind of, take advantage, right? And they don't leave, such as, myself or others do when their visa or their time runs out. So, overall, I feel completely frustrated about everything, to be quite honest. And I'm just praying that, that an election comes sooner than later. Not that I even am clear on what I'm going to do at this point, but I just am tired of the back and forth. And, as you've all mentioned, and I've heard numerous times, the propaganda and misinformation and too much information. It's exhausting, really.
What I would recommend for that, is if you're hearing things, don't even take any of our word for anything, right? Anything you've heard that kind of strikes a chord, go and look it up yourself. Go and look it up, but don't do it as a biased search, right? You have to look it up, and you have to look up the different, if you go to a .org or a .gov or .ed, well, or .orgs are kind of iffy too, because you can still buy those, but .gov, .edu, those are usually kind of the better sources to go to when you're looking for information on it. What else was I going to say? But yeah, fact checking, fact check everything. But again, do it at legit sources. So yeah, gc.ca would be for Canada, right? But even if you're looking for foreign things or something to do with the US that has to do with something you're looking up for here too, .gov, right? So you want to look at those different kinds of sources and actually verify the information that you're getting. The other thing you can do is just to make sure it is if you're looking up news sources or something like that, You can go to like the media bias charts or all sides, and that'll tell you like the how much of a bias your whatever article you're reading has, based on whoever's writing it, and if it's an opinion piece or if it's like a fact based, like just this is the news story kind of thing. But that's what I'd really suggest doing, is when you hear those things, like to like actually check the sources.
Well, for sure. And I have been doing some of that. It's quite overwhelming. You know, I've never really been as interested or really as involved as this time around, because I just really feel I I I think what everyone is feeling, you know, really concerned for Canada, especially the start of, you know, well, the inauguration of Trump, and then also the threats of annexation, and it just is all a bit surreal. And I just wanted to ask a quick question though, is in regards to immigration, where there's, you know, cracks and such. And so my question is like, regarding the US, Trump seems very sure about being able to have a strong handle on that, right? And you know, obviously there's ICE, and I'm just wondering, like, how does that even work? Like, I don't know anything about it, really. Like, how, like, they just, go to everybody's door, or they just, like, I don't get even how they do that.
Trump also
After other
transgender
people, when I
rights.
get in line, sorry, I was just going to say after other people speak, when it comes to my turn in line, I have been an immigrant in America, so I'd be happy to speak on this.
Okay.
Yeah. What? Polly-Talk, I'll let you go because you're next anyway. And then yeah. But I do want to say, you can't trust everything that comes out of his mouth, because he knows so much about everything. He's an expert on everything, you know? And he's not. He says a lot of things that he's an expert on everything, but then he'll also deny that he's an expert on anything. So you literally can't take what he's saying at face value when he's giving you numbers, right? Because like none of it's true. He doesn't go based off of any factual information. He goes based off of whatever's going to give him the best reaction from people and get them on his side. So that's all I'm going to say for that. But Polly-Talk, go ahead, because you were next anyway, and you can address the question and say your things.
Sorry. Trump's address was a whole lie. He even said that they spent 8 million or 8 billion on transgender mice. And when people fact checked,
transgenetic. He said
transgenetic.
transgender, but it's transgenetic, I think, is what it is. Something like that.
Yeah, but he said transgender mice. Like, they were doing sex changes on mice. So I mean, that's just outrageous. But I wanted to speak on immigrants. I'm agreeing with everybody that a lot of the corporations take advantage of foreign workers. I've seen it myself, working for a company where they hired foreign workers and then they gave them a place to live, and they charged them so much rent that they barely even had enough money left for food. So they would work their butts off, and then they would get like pittance, just hardly anything. And we need immigrants. A lot of the fear and the fear mongering in immigrants is, like, if you look in mainstream media and they talk about immigrants, what do they show? Who do they show? They don't show white people, right? So, you know, immigrants are Germans, are English people, but they never show those people, right? They create a vision or an image of an immigrant being somebody of color. Always, if you see it in the media. And so, you know, it's like subliminal. People don't even really is immigrant workers supposed to be white? I'm not getting your question.
Just continue with your point. Ignore the comments.
Okay. But we need immigration because people are not having babies. And a lot of the lawmakers know this. A lot of the people who are like religion, they know this. And this is why they're trying to ban abortion, because that women are not having enough children. They're seeing the state of the world, or they're not ready, or they know now that they have a choice. They can be a mom or they don't have to be a mom, whatever they choose, right? Or families. And like, if we don't get immigrants in, we won't have CPP in our future. There won't be CPP for anybody. There will be no retirement fund because there'll be more people retired than there are people paying into it. Like, our population needs to grow, but people aren't having families. They're not having children. I think that's my point.
None of us want to have kids in a world like this. That's the problem.
Can I just make a quick commentary? It's like we show the world that Canada is one of the best places in the world to live. We are top notch in education. We are top in freedom. When we get on these scales, the not the cost of living. What's the word I'm looking for? Like I you know what I mean? Like the quality of life. Like we set ourselves up because, of course, who wouldn't want to come to Canada if there's a pathway in some way? I mean, it's sold as one of the great places to live, and I think we're rallying together right now that's saying it's not that bad. We're not perfect, but to the world, this seems, when you come from an oppressed country, when you're living in Iran, where people don't have a voice and boys are conscripted to army at 18 years of age.
Afghanistan, the women there.
Yeah, and the thing is why wouldn't you want to if you had a choice or a chance to come to Canada? You know, that has to be considered as well.
Well, when most of us were growing up, we were always taught that Canada was like a cultural mosaic, right? Because we had so much immigration that happened, and we had everybody kept their culture, and it wasn't like the US, like it was like a melting pot, right? Where you had to conform to the American way of doing things. So, okay, Ro, you're next, and then Mel, you can respond. Then I've got TT, Danielle, Joe. Guys, if you've already put your hand up in the chat, you don't have to put it up again. I've already seen it. I got you written down.
Okay, I have two things. I was just going to say one, but I have two now.
Okay.
For my area, the biggest immigration thing for the Lethbridge area is actually Mexican Mennonites, and they come in through their church. So if we're going to go with undocumented, the biggest ones in my area are white people. Two, we may give a bill of sales that says Canada is the greatest place ever, but greatest place for who? Because Indigenous are still fighting for their rights, and they're fighting to have the same equal rights as a white woman. So I will never stand on business to say it's a free-for-all for all. Because the discrimination against Indigenous, black women, I'm going to say it's women first, because if they go to get birth, black women still in 2025 in Canada are told they do not need an epidural because they can handle it.
Mm-hmm.
Indigenous are literally unaliving in the waiting rooms because they will go in and right away be judged as being intoxicated in public with nothing. So I cannot say I'm not going to comment to that idiot in chat, but like, we cannot say we are the best country if we're treating the first people here who had to fight They were the last one to get rights, and they still have to fight harder for everything. Look at how much they have to pay for groceries. Like, so to me, the only people that prosper in Canada and can float around that Canada is great is a white person to be able to So I know I'm sounding like anger and stuff, but it's because my arm's sore from holding my phone. I'm going through the menopausal right shoulder issue. So
you need to get a tripod.
That and really a better headset thingy, so I'm not speaking into the bottom of my phone.
Yeah.
So if I come across as yelling, it's because I can't figure out how loud I am. But like,
you're good.
Skilliard, you're at risk of being muted.
Thank you, because he was getting on my nerve. Oh, and the other thing is like because I'm in southern Alberta, like Cardston, I have a lot of family there, has taken over like a reservation, and the way I was lucky my dad taught my mom and dad, they had friends of every color. Like everybody came to my house for coffee. My dad had the attitude, if you showed up, you got coffee and a cookie, didn't matter what you looked like. But my cousins from like the brother, whole totally different attitude. Like, and yet this is southern Alberta. Like, and if you look at like any of the newspapers down here, because I get the Lethbridge Herald and I used to read the Sunny South when I still had the book face. And the anti-everything but conservative is so, like, even the little cartoon.
Sorry, did you see Strong Woman's comment?
Who?
What?
Strong Woman commented to you, and I'm just wondering if you saw it.
I didn't see it, but like I said, like, yeah, we sell off the white American. It's beautiful here. Come see Banff. Don't talk about how it's, sacred land. Indigenous have to have permission to have their ceremonies on. Like, we give that. But, and yeah, I'm rambling, but like, that's our thing. And like, once the Maori and New Zealand found out what the Indigenous went through, the shock. Like,
yeah.
So I get that's what we're selling, but any book can look pretty from the outside. Thanks. And yes, May 5th, okay? Everybody who says they're gonna do Indigenous stuff, I hate to say it, but I haven't seen any of you sharing missing Indigenous people on your feeds. I follow all of you. I don't see you guys missing, showing the missing. Does anybody know who Emily Pike is? She was a 14-year-old that was taken from a halfway house, or from not a halfway house, a group home. They found her in bags. So we can all talk how we're fighting for Indigenous rights and First Nation rights, but there was 30 kids missing from that group home in the last 2 years. Silent. So I know this one was in Arizona, but Arizona is where a lot of Canadian snowbirds go. So in a way, Arizona's like the American Canada. But in Canada, you can look. I'm sharing at least 5 missing people a day, and most of them are kids.
Addicted Bear, Jesse wants to know if it's okay as a white woman, can she hang a red dress?
I'm sorry, the better person to ask would be Rave, because...
Yeah, I'd ask somebody in the Indigenous community.
I'm not Indigenous. I'm a pasty who is sharing... Yeah, I'm Caucasian, but I share Indigenous information and was kind of adopted into their family, but I cannot speak on their traditions on that way. I am planning on putting up a red dress in my window and to wear red on May 5th, because even though I can't be there in person, it's showing I want people to realize. And as far as I know, if you do it in your own house, like if you put it in a window, it's a good thing. But I would ask Rave if she comes back in.
Okay.
Thanks.
Can I? Okay, thanks. Skillard, you dropped. I'm assuming you didn't want to wait your turn. Because you dropped. Like to see what you have to say. Okay. Yeah. So, before I go on, TT, you're next, and then Mel, I'll let you, if there's anything, I'll just kind of touch base to see if there's anything that you want to ask or anything like that in between. So TT's next. But here, what I need from everybody is I need everybody who's in here. There's 35 people in here right now. I need everybody to share this live to 2 people. If you don't have 2 people that you want to send it to, just hit the little share button and copy link. Just so we can get the shares up. We're kind of falling off the FYP right now, so we're not getting as many views or as many people in here to kind of like get the conversation continuing. So if we could do that, that would be fan-freaking-tastic. The easiest way to do it is to hold your finger down on my finger right here, and then if you want to send it out to multiple people, you can go send that way. That's the easiest way. You get 1 share per person then, instead of like 1 share to 10 people. And then the likes, guys, we're doing amazing on the likes today. I'm just saying, like, we're 3.5 hours in and we're already almost at 60K. Yay. So we can easily, today is easily a 120 day. Easily a 120 day. Okay. So if we could just make sure we're keeping on tapping, tap in there. We still do have the gift goal up at the top. I have the donuts going right now. 4 more of those to hit the gift goal. And then, like I said, if you want to subscribe and help support us any further, then subscriptions are a good way to do that as well. It's only $4.09 a month, less than a Starbucks coffee. So you just shared it with 10 people. Thank you. Yay. So shares they've gone up 20 so far. So if we can get a couple more shares from a couple more people, that would be fan-freaking-tastic. I want to hit like around 175. So if we can get like 1 more share each from out of everybody, then that would be really great. 1 more share each. I'm going to start doing my auctioneer voice if I have to. Okay, I have 145. Can I go 146? 146. So I have 140. I got 148. Let's go to 150. Let's go to 150. Thank you. Let's 145. Got 155 here, 155 there, 155 here, 155 there. 155 going once, 155 going twice. We got a 155 right away. 154, 156. Woohoo! Right. You only have 3 contacts? I do it in so I host a trivia show 4 nights a week, where I'm like a trash panda. I'm a raccoon, and I do that to get my likes up and my shares up. Then I do it in a squeaky voice. So thanks. Yeah, it's just fun. It adds a little bit of like fun to it and like sense of urgency. People are like, oh my God, I gotta get to this. So it's just a little bit like this. Oh, no. Hang on 1 second. You can't do that.
This is what I sound like when I'm Mr. Trash Panda.
That's dead on.
So cute.
It's because I changed the voice. That's why I use the voice changer.
Good.
Yeah. I sounded like Mistress Trash Panda. All right. TT. I know. Wait till you see the trash panda. Seriously, it's way better. All
It's
right,
true. There's a
TT.
whole thing to it.
I should have been taking notes because I suck at remembering to, but like I mean that's perfectly fine, you know. But I need to wait my turn, but I need to take notes. Just going back to, so I was going to just speak a little bit on American immigration and Mel, your comment about how Trump has this under control. I don't really want to get too much into my story. I don't think I could talk about it without getting emotional. It's not a great story, but you know, one thing I can speak about is just what it was like to be an immigrant in America when Trump was in the first time. And, you know, I think Joe or like a few people have mentioned about like what we see PP doing in terms of and you know just disinformation in terms of misrepresenting how much of an actual problem, and that is categorically 100% what Trump has done. Like there is all of his figures about any of this stuff is absolutely debunkable. And Charity, you said like he lies, and so this is created to create a kind of, I think, as Joe spelt out really well, a xenophobic um, fear mongering, which is a classic populist thing to do, and you know, and also give people a sense, especially when they're feeling like they're financially struggling, to give people a sense of that it's not the big corporations that are oppressing you, it's these people that are very easy to target and point at and say like they've come and they've taken away from you, and that you know foments anger and distracts from what really is suppressing everybody. So, you know, Trump came on with this rhetoric, oftentimes racialized, straight from the scene. We all saw it. He rode down the escalator and started speaking about murderers and rapists coming from Mexico. You know, started a bunch of rhetoric about like gangs and whatnot. All of this stuff is debunked, factually untrue. He also immediately put the executive order in that was anti Brown, like anti like Islamophobic as well, the executive order to stop just people from entering the country. And Mel, you've had an experience as an immigrant in another country, or like I don't know what your intentions were about staying there, but like you're familiar with that process and how it happens legitimately. And I'll just tell you, how it works in America under Trump is that heads are basically rolling. People are being targeted that absolutely have the right to be there and are there absolutely legitimately. And you know, this discrimination just plays out and it ruins people's lives. All the ICE things, like I personally know at least 3 people that were deported within a span of a couple of weeks that were absolutely in New York where I was living. Um, and they were all there legitimately. Somebody who got sent back to Colombia, somebody who got sent back to Pakistan that was on a student visa. You know, and like also it impacted my own legitimate status within America. So like, which people are often boggled by because I'm a YT person from Canada, but like, even me. And in my processes of like getting my visas, like I mentioned it earlier, but I had a temporary visa sort of status. And anyway, the short of it is that I had to process it through DHS. So I also, even before Trump was there, was very intimate with what the border process looked like and watched with my own eyes discrimination and happening in front of my face all the time about people of color and racialized people being targeted. I know a woman named Maria who was undocumented, and they set up an ICE sting on the subway in Chicago. She had been in America for 25 years, and she went through an ICE sting. She was targeted because she was a person of color. She had 3 kids, or has 3 kids. And she got deported and sent back to Belize and banned from the country. So now she's in a position where she's in a country that she's barely lived at, like not as an adult at all. And also cannot see her children. So, lives are being destroyed right now. Also, I saw some immigration lawyers speaking on um, how, like, Trump is presently, the 2.0 version, he's writing into law really alarming things. One of the changes is the unalivement penalty, and they've added a new clause about citizenship legitimacy being under that. So that's opening the door for there to be dire penalties. And it's I think that the lawyer said that it's relates also to why they've opened up Guantanamo Bay as a holding cell, because that has special statuses. So I like, okay, I'll stop rambling, but it's just like, just to give you a picture of, this is how this xenophobia and YT supremacy under Trump is functioning, and he does not have anything handled. He is targeting a vulnerable population on purpose, and he's convinced his base to believe that they are dangerous and a threat in order to give him the go-ahead to do that. And it's basically destroying people's lives. I don't know if you remember the news headlines from the first presidency, that, there was a lot of babies in cages at the southern border. And also, like, keeping in mind, just when you're an immigrant, and this applies to Canada too, and like partly why I'm talking about this is because Canada is not impervious to some of these behaviors. These people do not have rights. They're a vulnerable population. Oftentimes there's language barriers, and oftentimes, because you don't have, nobody who is trying to enter another country has the right to exist within that country. So it opens the door for people to, for the system to target and what am I trying to say here? To just, without discretion and without checks and balances, basically treat people, human beings, in whatever fashion they see fit, because there's no protections for these human beings. If you want to know more about this, anybody in the chat, there's this live creator named Bobby, who's an ex-DHS agent, and he goes live and he just talks to people about what is actually factually true about anything relating to the American border. I wish we had one in Canada. We don't, to my knowledge. But anyway, I'll land my plane here and just say that, like, our perception of what's going on over there is not what is happening at all. And it is alarming to me that PP goes down the same xenophobic rhetoric and purports that immigration is causing any kind of problems relating to housing, relating to anything else. We have to watch out for that, because, like, Canada is more ethical, but we don't want to take that same turn. Sorry, I went on long, but I'm emotional about this. Thanks.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay, check in with Mel, and then we're going to Danielle.
My thoughts are a little jumbled, but yeah, that's terrible. So I'm assuming basically what's going on, like, with people being deported and such down there, is like neighbors or coworkers and all sorts of people are essentially calling in and stating things about these individuals, which is awful.
ICE is also going into workplaces and demanding to see papers from people in a schmaltzy style thing. They are also setting up checkpoints. They're also targeting neighborhoods of people of color, schools, all kinds of things.
Wow, that's insane. I can't even imagine that. Oh boy. So do you guys really feel like, I've been seeing so much about Carney, like, yeah, I get that he has, the economic background and everything. Like, do you really feel like he's going to take us in the right direction? Like, if he ends up as prime minister? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. everybody can start on that one. Danielle, you're next anyway, so.
Yes,
And
Mel.
then Joe.
I do believe he is going to take us in the better direction. And here's why. Stephen Harper and Jim Flaherty were the people that appointed that man to the Bank of Canada as the governor. They did that. And what worries me and upsets me and should give you a bit of, to me, hey, why did he do that? He wrote an email saying that Carney had very little of a role in it. And yet he is the one that appointed him. That'd be the first question I'd be asking in my mindset, right? And then when you read back to just go through some of the news articles when 2008 happened and his appointment occurred, and go and see how many times Harper gave him credit for helping stave off the worst economical crisis in our country. Do you know what I mean? I mean, these are statements made by the former prime minister back in 2008, 2011, 2013. These are very notable public statements. So for him to do an about face, they're in damage control because I'm sorry, Pierre Poilievre has literally stapled himself to the Trump message for the last 3 years. And that should give you concern, right? You're going to vote the way you feel that person's going to help you. But at the end of the day, I think what TT is sharing with you is her experience. She's lived that experience, and she's one of many. You know, there should be I don't believe Donald Trump has control of anything when you separate children from their parents and put them in cages. That's just inhumane. I mean, do people know that there are still 35 men in Guantanamo that are detained under no charge? That opened in 2002. They remain in that detention center under no charge, but they're considered combatant enemies of the United States. Because under the Patriot Act, which was passed after what happened on 9/11, it gave the American government the power to do those things. You know, and when people do speak out, the whistleblowers, the people that tell you these things did not happen, they got ignored. You know, that's why Trump is moving to have Guantanamo take on more in that detention center, because it is above the law. It is the one American space that doesn't actually have to follow their own Bill of Rights and their Constitution. It's what's unique about their base there. But it has had atrocities for people who've never been charged with an actual crime. At least you or I are entitled to the due process in our country, right? The government can't just come after you and accuse you of wrongdoing, throw you in jail, and then not charge you with anything. That just can't happen here in Canada. But it has happened to Indigenous people. So again, when we think about, does he benefit you or people like you, right? I mean, I think you have to really decide, do you think he's got the best interest of Canada in his underwrite, or are you going to decide that he just fits what you feel the way Canada should be? It's an honest question. And I look at information from the Parliament Library. That's nonpartisan information. Go look and see what the Temporary Foreign Workers Program is about. Right? Go look and see at who and which governments made changes so that, as the other young lady said, when conservative premiers were having such problems with getting workers to do skilled work, right? Go and look at those changes and who made them and who had the ultimate responsibility, right? We can blame Trudeau for a lot of the problems, but this housing crisis didn't start overnight. It's been waiting for decades because governments have not worked together, whether it's provincial, federal, or municipal. They just refuse to work together to solve a problem that they've known about for decades, right? I mean, if you go and look at the housing hub, go and look at who they've identified need housing in this country. It's got nothing to do with the immigrants who are here now. And again, because nobody has truly measured the number of undocumented people, to throw a number out there is not only irresponsible, it's trying to insinuate that we have a greater problem than we might not have, right? Do I think we have struggles that people who come to our country illegally? I do believe that. But there's one thing that's the difference between Canada and the United States. The Canadians signed on to the Geneva Convention. And the moment an individual comes to one of our ports of entry and asks for asylum, they have done nothing illegal. And we have to understand that. We then promise them an opportunity to make their case as a refugee, right? And that doesn't get told. Nobody knows that. I mean, we used to let people wear burqas to their citizenship because it was something that nobody ever questioned. It didn't mean that they were hiding their identity. It's just that's their culture. And then it only became a problem when Harper made it a problem. Right? Like, Kosovo, we took people from Serbia. Like, there are 9 million people that have been displaced because of the Syrian war after 10 years. Right? There are 190 million refugees around the world. We're never mad at the people that made them refugees, but we're always mad at them. Right? And then we have to think, why are their countries destabilized? Who had a role in that destabilization? But there's information out there that is nonpartisan, and my hope is that you'll seek out that information before you make a voting decision. But then I hope you make the decision that you are confident is the best one for you. That's all I ask.
Well, I do admit, like I've said before, I don't agree with everything Pierre has stated. And there was definitely a huge red flag with the John A. McDonald comment for sure. Sorry about my dog. I had two things that I wanted to ask all of you is, do you feel, one, that there is a potential of military force brewing from the U.S.? Two, what do you feel could potentially be the outcome if we get a majority Conservative Party that would occur to women, LGBTQ, and immigrants? I know that's a loaded question.
Okay, one second. Danielle, I know you want to answer this, but I have so many people waiting to talk right now. So
I think so. I think everybody should answer that.
I want to, I'm kind of hoping that we can try and keep our answers a little more concise as well, so we can get through people quicker. Because a lot of people, we move on to another conversation by the time when somebody already had something to say previously. So, okay. So before Joe, you're next, and you can address this if you want. No, Mel, you're good. You're good. I know people still want to address the other stuff too. So I'm still going to keep the list as I have, and then they can address that stuff, and then your stuff, and then we'll try and be concise about it, because yeah. Okay, I want to make sure we're keeping attention spans too, so that's why. But before you go, Joe, Maldor, can I grab your age, province, and political party for federal, please?
Yeah, of course. Province, Ontario, age, soon to be 30, and political party federally, you said? Yeah?
Yeah.
Actually, that's what I came to talk about. I'm ABC Liberal. I would like to vote NDP, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll get back to you for your part, because I do have you on my list already now. Then, okay, so Joe?
Yes.
Joe, then Ro, then Mulder, then Politi-Talk. And then Mel, I'm going to get you to hang on for a little bit just so I can get through more people before I check back with you.
So first one, which is a really quick one, which is because we were talking about Guantanamo and we're talking about the prisoners there, but my point for everybody here is, what do you call a prisoner with no charges? The answer is a hostage. Try to remember that context whenever we're talking about the people right now in Guantanamo, as they're going to be held there without any particular charge or process for them. They're just going to be held there for unlimited time, and therefore they're the only category for them is a hostage.
Which is
now, the first question I remember is, sorry? It is unconstitutional. You're absolutely right, but it's on Guantanamo. It's not really American land, and that's where they get nice and gray, kind of where they want it. As for the next question, the first one I wanted to respond was, is Carney going to be good? I got no idea. I don't know if he's going to be great or not. I do know when it comes to the federal, if, as many people here are right now under the assumption that Carney is going to win. Again, not a fan of most of the liberals, but I don't see any reason not to think that he might. He's been performing well, responding well by the public. So there's a good chance he might be the one winning it. If he is, I think he'll be good for the economy. Is that good for the long term? I don't know if that's going to help in regards to, if he's the right person to deal with the U.S. in regards to Trump, because Trump feels less like it's a economics battle and more like, how do you deal with a tyrant toddler? Like, it's who's going to be playing all sorts of weird games. I don't feel it's going to be the standard economic rules. It's going to be whatever else. He could do a great job. He might not do as well. We don't know if if this is going to change from economics to something else, depending how focused and how much he really wants to consume Canadian resources. Which ties to the next question, which was, do we think a military force is possible? I was thinking military force was always on the table when he first got elected back in 2016. I thought that he was going to look at us as a potential. I was wrong in thinking the first term, but now for some reason it's come back in my mind like, you know what? Keeps talking about us in that way. It's kind of concerning. So I don't put it out there. He's a big fan of people like Putin and North Korea's Kim Jong-un and everybody else, people who would do this. And he might feel just as entitled. And finally, in regards to Polyev and things in regards to women, LGBTQ plus, and immigrants, I absolutely think his government would be harmful to those communities. As it stands right now, they were trying to pass the particular act to make to punish people who harm pregnant women. And it's a bill to if there was a threat to women that people should get special charges for. This is something that's not needed because we already have provisions in the current legal system. What it did open up, because of the vagueness of that particular bill, is the potential to charge doctors who were performing ABs, because the language was specifically made vague enough for that. And this was commented by not only political people, but lawyers and other experts saying there is problems with this wording in this act, and it was intentionally done. So if they were willing to do that, then they're willing to, and they've already tried to vote against LGBTQ rights in regards to trying to roll back on marriage. I don't think any particular person in the marginalized community should feel comfortable if a conservative government comes into power. That's it. I relinquish my time.
Thank you. All right, I have Ro next.
I'm just gonna, Mel, can you talk to your parents and ask them, since you said you're first generation and your parents are from Germany, what it was like growing up for them? And if you're, like, Germany has changed it, so there's a law against this stuff. But ask them, and maybe look at it as every time someone promotes that someone is a illegal immigrant, put the word Jewish there. Because the ones that Trump is trying to get rid of would be what the schmotzies mustache man did, and he did that in under 60 days. So if we don't want the same thing that happened to there, and I'm talking from someone who has a German Polish first generation brother-in-law whose mom was in a camp. We don't want to go there. And I don't know how to talk about it without getting upset about it, but her family had helped her escape once she got out, so she wouldn't go back. So to me, every time I hear the words, we're gonna detain them and we're gonna ice them, I picture this little 4'2" lady having to cross the world on her own and fight to survive. And you know why she got out? And mainly it's because she was so pale that they didn't look at her ancestry. But if it would have been my mom's parents, they wouldn't have, because they were darker shaded Italians. So I look at that and I think, I don't want to go back. Thank you.
Thanks, Ro. Waldor. Your turn.
Hey, so yeah, I just want to talk about Carney a bit, and say that I did some research on my own, but before I get into that, did anyone else vote in the Liberal leadership race?
Don't talk to me about that.
Okay.
I couldn't
Well,
get verified. No, I couldn't
really?
get verified. I messaged them, I emailed them, and I even went to Dave physically, and you have to have like this whole PDF thing that I was never sent, and I couldn't get back in to get verified. Like it was, and I emailed them 5 days ago. They're supposed to get back to you within 72 hours.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, I saw.
Nothing. So I sent them a very strongly worded letter today.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I saw an article saying that like during the debate they talked about how it was a mess or something. So it's like if they were aware, why did they put better effort into maintaining that? I did the app, and even verifying the app was tricky. But admittedly, I did. Mark Carney was my first pick, but only because like I'm familiar with his rap sheet. I'm familiar with his work on like Canada. I'm familiar with his work in Brexit. Like I wasn't like I knew that he worked in both places, and I did actually though. Like there was another Discord server that I was on, and I asked like people from the UK. They were like, "Hey, is anybody here from the UK have any like experience with Brexit and like any opinions of Mark Carney?" Just looking for other information, because like I find with today's information gathering, you could literally find like
sorry.
That's okay. You could find it
That's
literally
my
any
reaction
other
to that gift.
Yeah.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker! Thank you. There comes another one. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker!
Okay. So, you could find literally anything like let's say if you want to find negative things about Mark Carney, you could literally put in like in Google Mark Carney bad, and like you would get all this stuff, like all these things on like what he did wrong, and you would say Mark Carney good, and then you find all this stuff like that praises him and whatever for his work that he's done. So it's important to try to find unbiased information of news sources, which I understand is a challenge in and of itself, but like somebody here was saying earlier, using .gov and .org is especially useful. Anyways, all that to say is that on the Discord server, when I asked that, someone actually said like, yeah, I've heard from people who I know are more politically inclined than me. This person was saying that Mark Carney did all that he could for Brexit, and that, sure, there were their issues, but for the most part, they came out okay, and, UK is still standing, and everything's fine, so, we have to assume he did something right, obviously. But yeah, so I don't know. In this trade war, for me personally, I feel like I would want a banker involved. I feel like somebody with a financial background is especially handy during all these like tariffs and trade negotiations, and it's just everything's just very uncertain right now too, like with threats of annexation and whatever. So like my primary concern is like if the conservatives do win, are they more likely to sell us out? Maybe. I know like here in Ontario, Doug Ford has had history selling certain like healthcare facilities and stuff to American companies, especially old sorry, what's the word I'm thinking of? Not retirement homes and like old age care facilities and stuff like that. So it's just something to be mindful about, especially when Pierre Poliev is sponsored by Elon Musk, who's been going around the world, so to speak, and like backing different right-wing parties like, the Republicans and the AFD in Germany. So it's just like, stuff to be aware of. It's especially concerning. And he also, I think, backed the Conservative Party in the UK, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So, yeah. But I think, voting for Carney, like, I like to be optimistic as much as I can. And I like to think that if he does win, that we might be okay in this situation. Whether if the trade war continues or if there's ever like a military threat, I also have heard that like Canada itself has been in discussion with like the UK and acquiring nukes as a nuclear deterrent, which, getting in a Cold War with the US was not on my 2025 bingo card. And we're also apparently in discussions with Germany, getting U-boats for them. So, just stuff like that. Anyways, yeah, that's all I got so far.
Okay. Politi-Talk.
I made notes. Yeah, I did.
Yay!
On paper. So everything that Trump is doing is in a book. It's called 2025. I'm going to buy it and I'm going to read it backwards. Maybe I'll figure out what's going on. Trump has already told Trudeau today that he wanted, was it today, that he wanted to move the borders back?
I don't think it was today. It was within the last couple days. Yeah.
On that phone call.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Thank you.
And Pierre Poliev is repeating the same dog whistles about trans people or gay people or gay or the 2S LGBTQIA plus community. Sorry, my brain is fried. And he's saying like there's only two genders. So I think that, and then the same dog whistles like that children or parents have rights over their children, which should never be the case. And, a lot of people are like, oh, well, children shouldn't be. I lost my thought. Sorry.
I'm assuming you were going to go with gender affirming care.
Yeah, like I don't understand. Like a lot of people, like he has those dog whistles happening, like he's saying them, and it's like parents don't have the right to choose what happens with their own children. But isn't that what freedom's all about? Is for you to, is for these parents to choose or to help their children in their their transition, right? And surgeries are not happening under the age of 18. That's not getting across to people either.
Yep.
Sorry.
And if they are, they're usually cisgender kids.
Okay.
If they are, they're usually cisgender kids.
Yeah, exactly.
Younger boys with gynecomastia.
Yeah. Or teens wanting to do something else. Oh my God, I'm terrible tonight. I'm so sorry. Holy.
You're good. No worries. Thanks, TT. All right. Danielle was next, and then I'm going to check back with Mel. Then we'll go Strong and then Roe.
I think that we have to trust somebody that a former prime minister appointed to the Bank of Canada during the biggest economic crisis the world had ever seen outside of the Depression. I think that's the first thing we need to look at. I think the fact that become the governor of the Bank of England says that he understands policy and trade more than anybody we know. And I think we need that now. I too wasn't thinking that in 2025 we would be having a Cold War with the United States, but it's looking more and more like that. And I think we need to be prepared for anything. But what I also know is that we have to correct people when they're not using facts. You know, you may have a point, that doesn't make it fact. And there is enough nonpartisan access to information that you can seek out, right? So if you hear a number thrown out by a politician, go find out if that number's true. That's all I can ask. And then make a decision based on the fact.
Especially if it's a number that's like billions. Like most people who have facts are going to state that it's like, they'll state like 465,000. You know what I mean? Like they'll use those kind of numbers instead of billions and billions.
This is where our critical thinking skills need to come in.
Yeah,
you know,
100%.
We were taught that, you know. I'm so thankful I had a teacher that taught us that idea of critical thinking.
Yeah. Amazon Treaty One land. Yes, we did. We talked about that earlier. We acknowledged, and I read the article about it. Yes. So if anybody who didn't know, they did find Morgan Harris's remains in the landfill. So, who did I have next? Strong one. Oh no, wait. Mel, we're checking in with you first. How you doing?
Hi.
Hi.
Going back regarding Germany. Yeah, I've talked with my grandparents. So my great grandfather and grandfather was in camp, and obviously my grandfather made it out, so else I wouldn't be here. And my parents they immigrated in the early 50s. So I've heard what it's like, and of course, being in Germany myself, have learned and see the history of all of that. So it was definitely pretty brutal, and not something any of us want to see happen again. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else I have to say.
You're good. If you have nothing else, we can just. I'm sure other people have things that you might trigger something for you to talk about afterwards.
Well, there was something.
I just want to check in with you because I know that we're like everyone wants to like get their points across and stuff like that, just to like add some education to it and stuff like that. So I just want to check in every once in a while.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right. Strong women, you're next.
Okay. In the spirit of going quick, I'm first going to ask this to Mel. I mean this in the most respectful way. I assume that you don't want to see Canada as the 51st state or assimilate with the United States. That's number one. And if that is the case, I just want to ask you, and again, it's respectful. I really want to know, do you believe that Pierre Poilievre would be the person to stand up to Trump if he's pushing so hard, and what you've even heard, the exchanges that have gone on between the prime minister currently and the president, and how he just sort of, goes straight for it. So I don't know. I was interested to know those questions.
Um, sorry, can you ask again? I'm really overwhelmed.
The first question, no worries. The first question was, do you want us to become a 51st state?
All right.
No. There
Okay.
was a period, I will admit, there was a period of time where I was like, I don't mean to laugh. I'm laughing because of my own silliness. Because where this whole thing about how Alberta should separate. I don't know if any of you have seen that kind of BS on TikTok.
What's it?
And, I was in one of my angry modes where I was just like, it feels like everybody's against oil and gas and Albertans and, wanting the, west to east pipeline. And it's frustrating because, yeah, I have family who work in oil and gas, obviously. And so I was just like, yeah, you know what? F you, rest of the provinces. Sorry. And again, I'm not laughing, thinking it's funny, but it's myself. Where I'm like, you know what? We'll just take our resources and, become part of the US. Obviously, not feeling that way now. But ultimately, no. I mean, I'm proud to be Canadian. It's just been very difficult to navigate through all the information that's being thrown out there. The fake, the real, and then from time to time, kind of getting bombarded with, I guess others who are very much against, well, it feels like they're against, the oil and gas sector and against Alberta. So my back kind of gets up a bit. What was the other question? I think I answered, no, I don't want to be 51st state.
Yeah. What was your second question, Strong Women?
Hello?
Strong Women?
Sorry, my second question, sorry, I was muted. The second question is, so since you don't want to join the US, then it is so important that our leader is able to stand up to the president of the United States. And do you feel Pierre Poilievre is the person who could do that? And based on what you've witnessed and how forceful or strong that the current prime minister has had to be in these last 4 weeks or 6 weeks, or it seems like an eternity since he became the president. But anyways, I think it's about 6 or 7 weeks. I don't know. Anyways, do you think Pierre Poilievre could stand up? He can push back. He can stand strong. He can hold the line. He can draw that boundary, that line in the sand, and be the voice for Canadians. Do you feel that?
I thought I did. I was hoping that he would and could, because I didn't really believe in the system that we have in place currently, and I still struggle with that. He definitely said, a few things that I liked him to say. I do feel we need a stronger military. We do need a presence in the Arctic. I do feel we need to drill. I do feel we need to, get a stronger economy. Some of those points, yeah, he did say Canada first. Did I notice some, similar slogans? Yes. Was it concerning? Yes. did I sort of brush them under the rug at times? And have I? Yes. Um, there's a definite strong, conservative following in this province, not to mention my family and friends. And so it's, in a way, I feel like I'm in a tough position as well, because I feel like I'm letting down, even though I know this is very individual, but I'm not sure I could, share with my partner, with family, friends, if I were not to vote conservative.
Right.
It's a tough situation, right?
I totally get
Like
that.
I'm one of the things that runs through my mind is like, if we're in such a economic crisis and we have such financial issues, I mean, I don't really, not that I've looked into it, but I did hear about the high-speed train out in Ontario. Like, what's that all about? Like, is that really a priority? And I don't know. I
But
don't.
my thing is that if we're expending all of our energy trying to fight this president and keep it, how is any prime minister going to fix all of the things that we need to do, right? Like, we need to have somebody, I think, in a way, and I'm not suggesting that this is your only reason, but it kind of makes sense in a way, that if you're you're answering that you don't want us to become part of the United States, then the next part is you have to make sure that you vote for somebody unequivocally, that you say, this prime minister will not sell us out. He will not fold. He will not cave. Anything else after that, because he's going to be, as soon as Donald Trump gets his hands on Pierre, like, he's not going to have time to fix this country. His depth is not as good as Trudeau's when it comes to this type of thing. Trudeau is strong. He is a fighter. He is a fighter. And I don't know if Pierre won't cave. So the thing is how can you fix a country? How can you fix our economy? That's the thing, is Mark Carney, for instance, comes with a mathematical brain genius. Like, that's his wheelhouse. So even if he's being strong to fight, it's not so much exertion for him. You know what I mean? Like, it's a second nature to, he can still keep moving the numbers if he has to, but I'm not sure that Pierre can keep so many balls in the air. You know what I mean? Like, he can juggle. I'm not sure. And he's going to be spending a lot of his time fixing the US or trying to hold the line. You know what I mean? That's a worry for me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying. No, I mean, it was very appealing initially. I was like, when I heard about Carney, I thought, well, wow, he's got a financial background and economist, and this would be perfect. And then, all the stuff comes out, right? The propaganda, and
yeah,
it's very confusing, and especially for someone like myself that doesn't usually always get, so involved and in discussion or topics on something like this. Like, it's all very new to me. So yeah.
I get that. I appreciate you. This is a hard crowd for you. I understand that. I just want to say one other thing real quick. You asked the question. I do not have confidence in the Conservatives. Not my title is based, Strong Women for Canada, is based on how I feel about the Conservatives and protecting women's rights. Again, I am not 100% convinced that this guy will. I know that it is in, Canada, it will never happen, but with him, I can never say never. It's like what we're facing with Trump. You can never say never. Look what he's done. You can never say never. And look, so I'm just answering your question on that part. I can't be convinced that that won't have some sort of effect. Or he might not try to, change that at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a tough crowd for you, Mel. So I appreciate it. Don't feel we're not coming at you. We're having conversation, and I ask these questions in the most respectful way. You're
Oh,
entitled to you're
oh,
entitled to
sorry.
your opinion, and I don't want you to feel at all, you know.
Oh, for sure. No, and I'm not taking it that way. I
Okay,
mean,
good.
I just honestly, I feel a little bit out of my league on the panel, so I just
You're doing fine, and you're asking the questions that's having conversation. Okay,
Yes.
next.
Thanks. Okay, so I just had a couple of things because you said a couple of things that I just wanted to kind of touch on. And then it'll be Roe next. You said Canada first, right? For one, Canada first is a dog whistle. It's kind of emulates America first, which was actually used by the Triple K. So it's not a good thing. But then like when you're also saying Canada first, why wouldn't you put Canadians first instead of Canada first? Right? It should be like again, this goes back to the thing I said earlier. It's like people over profit, people over products, right? It should be the people first before anything else, because without the people, you have nothing. So, I think that's what we need to look after first, is like make sure we're looking after the people. And then you were mentioning about how Pierre said we don't have a strong military. Ironically, we really do actually. We have some of the best trained military in the world. We have better trained military than the United States does. We might not have the capacity that they do. We might not put the amount of money that we do into it, but our military are some of the best trained ones that actually go and train other militaries as well. So it's that's something to consider. And if I'm going to see if Betty's in here, because she would know better than anybody else. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. Goldilocks. Our military trains other militaries. Yes, it's an Oilers hat. Yes, it's an Oilers hat. But yeah, those are just the two things I wanted to kind of point on. Shush. Joe took he took a screenshot of me, okay? He took a screenshot of me and changed this to a Habs hat and posted it in my live chat in the Discord. And I almost jumped through the phone and wringed his neck.
Go Habs.
Never the Habs. That's my ex's team. Absolutely not. So
go Leafs, go.
May I just say I'm just gonna head out. So thank you, everyone. I'll be back in no time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice
So I'm here every
chatting.
Friday, Mel. Just so you know, too, we do have 10 shows, 7 days a week with Beaver Politics. A different kind of show every time. So if you just check the pinned video in our bio, you can see what kind of shows we have and who's hosting them and everything. So
okay, thanks so much.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Come back anytime. Thanks.
I just want to ask a quick question to Strong Women. You mentioned there was a question for me. Which question would that be? I'll gladly answer.
Oh, I typed it in there. I just wanted to know what is support we can expect from other countries, Joe, if we enter into some sort of, I don't want to use the word WAR. I don't want to use that word because I can't accept it.
Yeah.
But,
give me one quick second before you answer that. Mel, do you need me to drop you?
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay.
Absolutely. Whatever support we're going to get, it's going to be a lot that we're going to need. It's a bit of a tough question to answer because it's going to depend what's occurring. But if we ever get to the point where there's boots on the ground and activities are occurring, depending on what's going to happen, because again, we are a massive landmass. The last time somebody tried to attack a landmass of our size was Russia during the Second World War. That did not go well once they hit the first winter. You imagine our winters, so it doesn't go well for them either. So if they go for this, they're probably going to go for targeted areas. Again, the U.S. hasn't done very, very well in the past bunch of wars. They haven't really won. They didn't win Vietnam. They didn't win Afghanistan. They didn't really win Iraq. They kind of did, but there was also the entire world in there that's involved. They didn't win. They didn't really win it. So they may try to target and go for particular locations. Other countries will get in there involved, especially if we enact NATO. So NATO will kick in. Part of the problem is, you'll see munitions, you'll see training, you probably see some allies boots on the grounds, but part of that's going to take time to get here. We're not close to any of our allies. The closest we are is Greenland. And unless there's a massive contingent hiding in there, which I'm sure they have their own defense, but nothing beyond that, we're not going to see much until everything gets there. Now, there's some things they can deploy rather quickly, and then some stuff is going to take longer times to get here. But it'll come in. I mean, it's not going to be something that's going to be quick. Unfortunately, it's going to be something that could be, and if it does get to that point, it's going to be something that's going to be long term. If we're lucky, there might be some civil unrest in the U.S. from everything that they're doing that's affecting the Americans that would just remove that from the table, and we wouldn't have to worry about it.
Can I move on to Ro?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Ro and then Pixie, because Pixie was next up.
I think everybody's kind of hit what I was going to say in some way. I kind of got lost. But, how, I don't know how to say this politely, but like, the way they portray so many Albertans against the oil and gas line, I'm not against oil and gas. I'm against oil and gas companies that do not clean up after themselves and we keep paying for their cleanup. I'm against pipelines being forced through indigenous lands that they're not supposed to be on, and the court says they're not supposed to be on. The NDP did lots for pipelines to get stuff going. Everybody forgets that. And if it wasn't for like oil and gas, we wouldn't have a lot of products in our homes, or I can't remember what they're called at this point, but the things that collect sun and give you power. Does that make sense?
Like solar panels?
Yeah, that's it. And I'm sorry, but they're made from oil and gas stuff. And I'm more upset that the area in southern Alberta that was all set up for the panel thingies. She's my brain today. The panel thingies, which could be offsetting so much stuff, was shut down and portrayed as bad for Canada and bad for Alberta, when nobody takes into account how many people just lost their jobs. Like, boom. Oh, and the housing. She's not here anymore, but the housing was a big thing where we paid for commercials thanks to UCP, and they went across Canada to invite people to live here, not admitting we had no homes for them. Oh, come to Alberta. We got oil and gas. We have nursing jobs. We have doctor's jobs. But, bring your camper because you need a place to live. And I hate to say it, but I phoned in an Elections Canada complaint because why are we paying... Okay, this will sound weird, but I did the complaint. Why are taxpayers paying for a commercial to attack a private citizen? Because at this point, Carney is not in any MLA position. He's not... So I asked, isn't that against the law? Because to me, it's a smear campaign against a private citizen, and we should not be paying for it. So yesterday I spent an hour on the phone and did a full report, left my name, phone number, and I said they need to be accountable because it's not election funds. They haven't been raising election funds money. We're not in an election yet. As far as I know, it's against the law to do anything like this. And we spent an hour filling out the form, so please don't make me be the only one. Because until we have a new Liberal leader, Mike Carney is a private citizen, and so is his family. Thank you.
Mark Carney. Yeah, I gotcha. Pixie, hello. Pixie is also another beaver. Pixie's show was before mine today.
Hello. Actually, I was Mel would still be up because I had a few points that I wanted to make to her about Alberta, because I lived in Alberta for most of my life. My parents and my kids and all of that are still in Alberta. And the point of the fact, since 1905, Alberta has been conservative, voted conservative, except for literally 4 years when they voted for Rachel Notley. So all of these problems and all of these things that the Albertans keep, blithering on about it being 4 years of Notley is fucking just so far off the mark. It's ridiculous. But my husband also works in oil and gas, and the oil and gas and energy is actually the most sustainable and cleanest industry in our country and in the world. So I'm not saying that we want to drill, baby drill, but I know that our production is not going to go down in any way, whether there's tariffs on it, because contracts are signed far in advance. The first quarter was just finished, and they're up in profit, and they're not stopping their production in Canada. And I hear this on a regular because my husband works in services, right? So we know what's going on that way. But with the RCMP investigating Danielle Smith's corruption with AHS right now, we have to all just kind of sit back and feel what that's going to be like and see where it goes. Because there is so much for them to unpack right now. They haven't even started with that investigation. So that too being said, and then there was another point that I wanted to make about Polyev with his Canada First. So I think I've said this before on several occasions, how Stephen Harper, and again, if you want to find out more about Mr. Harper's IDU, went down to the White House at the first term of Donald Trump and bought the MAGA branding. Now, that's kind of blowing up in their faces because Donald Trump has been a gift to Canadians, showing them exactly what they'd get if they voted for Polyev. And on that note, we'll leave that there and see where that goes. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Nerdy.
Moldor.
Sorry, I was just finding the button there. It's funny, I wanted to say this to Mel, but I guess I'll just say this to the floor in general. It's just kind of sad to me that you, like when she said earlier, like if I ever didn't vote conservative, it's just something I don't think I could talk about with my partner, with my friends, or for my family. Like, that does not bode well for me. That, to me, in a way, is red flaggy to me, not just on her situation, but like on her partner as well. I think it's extremely important to be on the same page when it comes to politics with those who you surround yourself with, especially your SO. It's just baffling to me when I hear stuff like that. It's like, girl, it's 2025. You don't have to be scared about what your husband thinks anymore. Like, it's not healthy. This is something that, I'd like to just stress to everyone here is it's important to talk about these things with the people in your lives. Even if you do have a difference of opinion, that is okay. But hiding it, to me, is just so much worse. I can't imagine living in a situation like that.
Yeah. I think a lot of hers is like it's generational voting, especially like just from her parents and like obviously with her partner and stuff. But I also think that back then, like, we didn't talk about politics, right? Like politics, it was, you had your sex, religion, and politics were the things you didn't talk about. And now we're all talking about those things, right? Because why not? Why are you keeping, why? Like, we should be able to talk politics, right? And I think that's part of where that comes from, is that like, you don't talk about those things, but also at the same time, like, you vote the way your family did at the same time. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Sorry, I just saw a question in the chat there. To answer your question, Mama Goldilocks, I know it's tricky. Um, you basically have to have an open mind and like for example, today, my mother and I, we were having a conversation on, like, because she registered and she voted for the Liberal leadership, and she told me that she voted for Freeland as her first pick, and I was like, and me, like, knowing what happened with Freeland, how she was the one who told Canadians, hey, if you don't feel like you can afford your bills, then maybe you should consider canceling your Disney Plus subscription and stop buying avocado toast and ridiculous things like that. And so I was like, that's ridiculous, right? And she's like, well, I talked to your Opa, and he doesn't really have, like, his opinion was mixed, and I respect his opinion. I'm like, okay, but I'm like, dude, did you do any research? Did you And then I went over to her place, my mom's place earlier, and I was talking about it with her, and she's like, oh, it's just something like your grandma, your grandma, who told me what your Opa had said. I was like, oh, okay. I mean, so it's just, it's important to formulate one's own opinions, but it's also it's important to talk about these things with your family just to know what exactly who's telling them what, and like where are they hearing this from. Because, I was like, well, okay, I mean, I agree to disagree with you about Mark Carney and Freeland, but, at the end of the day, it's not like we're having a disagreement on values, we're just having a disagreement on leadership. So start small. If you feel like you really can't talk about it with your family, if they really, like, if they start to alienate you, or if they, threaten to cut you out of your lives, or, then maybe it's not worth it. But in my opinion, if you can't have those conversations with your family, then maybe they're not worth keeping, in your lives.
And I was just gonna say that, right? You find new family. You find new family.
Exactly. Yep.
Amen.
Yeah. It's interesting. Okay, so I watch trashy TV. I watch Love is Blind on Netflix, okay? And two of the relationships that, spoiler alert, that may or may not work out, are because of politics. They have rough patches in it because of politics and social issues, and those are the two things that you're like again, that's the things that we talk about all the time on here, right? But it was a thing where they had differing views, and they're like, I don't know if I can do this, I don't know if I can do this, and one person wants to talk about it, the other person doesn't want to talk about it. So it's you saying keep the beaver fever alive. Oh my gosh, that's really funny. Well, if you want to keep the beaver fever alive, and then tap that screen. All right, Danielle, I had you next.
Okay, so today I was at lunch with a colleague, and she asked me what I was reading, and I was reading the New York Times article, and when she said, well, we're gonna have a new PM on Sunday, he'll have to call an election. I said, I don't think he'll have to do that. Like, there's procedure that goes along with that. Well, no, we have to call an election. I'm like, well, no, there's nothing that requires him to call an election. And, well, I'm not going to talk about this as politics with you. And I'm like, okay, but it was okay for Ford to call an election a year early? Well, we have election laws. Okay, but only if it's a conservative that we follow the laws, and only, like, it just got out of hand, right? There's somebody who says, I'm a Christian and I'm going to, nobody's illegal, nobody's this, and yet I know where she's voting, right? So I'm not going to waste my energy having that conversation, because I'm not going to change her mind, right? She's come to a decision. Great. I hope she exercises her right to vote, because that's the expectation I have of anybody who has the right to vote. But at the same time, we do have to look out for those individuals that aren't thought about, because I'll make you a point. I read an opinion piece in the Star about Mark Carney, about 5 things he learned about him. But he spoke about the time he warned Harper and Politi-Talk, who was the Minister of Housing at that time, in 2010, that they were going to have a housing crisis on their hands, and they ignored him. Right? That's on the record. And yet, who are we blaming for it right now? The guy that's leaving the prime minister's chair. So again, we have to be really thoughtful about where we get our information. Can we confirm our information? And really, are we going to do something different? And I understand the Alberta politics. I mean, I was born there. You know, my actual name is Danielle Smith. And I can tell you, it has impacted me on occasion. Okay?
I'm sorry.
Oh, it has. And please don't get me wrong, but the reality is I'm glad I don't live there. And I've tried going back twice to Alberta, and I just can't live there with the politics. My vote doesn't count, right? And I'm an open member of the LGBT community, and I'm not worried about my safety, but I am worried about my transgender colleagues, the individuals that I know personally. I worry for them and their families, right? I worry that seniors are going to be left out when they're the ones that built our country. You know, I worry about the individuals who can't help themselves. I have a brother who is a special needs person, right? So those are the people we should be working for and trying to build a better life for everyone for. Right. And I think Mark Carney's the only person that might stand up to Trump. I don't know if I can't guarantee it, but he's not a politician either. And neither was Donald Trump. Right. So temper your decision based on what you learn as fact. That's all I can suggest.
We need somebody who's going to have a backbone. And I mean, so far, Carney is one of the people who's actually shown a backbone when it comes to, like, you know, dealing with what Trump has to say and that kind of stuff, right? I really wish that Trudeau would have showed his backbone a little bit sooner, but whatever. It is what it is. But yeah, we need somebody who's got a backbone and who's not afraid to say the tough stuff. So.
And I think with Friedland, if she were to take the leadership, we're assuring a Poilievre government. She's not well liked, right? The general Canadian thought process is that she tied herself for too long to Justin Trudeau.
Yeah. Well,
right?
and then like the Liberals don't like her though because she essentially like threw him under the bus.
Yep.
Right?
Did.
So.
Right.
There's no party loyalty there really from her. So.
Well, exactly. And it's the same thing with what he did to Raybould, right? Like, you know, but when I looked at that whole situation, I also looked at the fact that a member of the bar in good standing as the Attorney General of our country basically recorded a public, he was a public servant, right? Without his knowledge. And then she released the information. And she's a member of the bar, right? Like, ethics are ethics. Either you have them or you don't. You don't get to stand there and be hypocritical of somebody's decision when you would do the exact same thing, right? And it shouldn't matter the party line. Hypocrisy is hypocrisy and ethics are ethics. There's no in between, right? We don't know Carney's decisions, but we do. I mean, if you ever saw him, the way he talked to Jamie Dimon, he was the CEO of the big bank there in the US. He was right critical of him because he knew what he was talking about, right? And that's what I think we have to think about. Does Mark Carney know what he's talking about? I think we all have enough information to see what he did for Canada in 2008, what he did in 2010 when he left his post as Bank of Governor, and what he did for the Bank of England when he went there. He worked to help them recover their economy for a decade. You know? So we have a lot of information that we can look at, but are Canadians going to go look for the information? I think that's got to be the message we tell our fellow electorate. Go look for the correct information, not the information you see on Facebook or on TikTok or wherever. Because you want to know what? It's not news. It's not nonpartisan. And that's what we have to think about.
Sniper, who are you talking about? Because nobody on the panel supports Pierre. Nobody. So I don't know what you're saying. And you're talking about how we're going to miss Justin. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I'm going to miss Trudeau. Especially now. He's like started inspiring people now. It's wild. But you're not on the panel, Joe Scott. Canada, why badmouth Trudeau? I mean, I don't know. Some people just don't like him. Ro, Ro, you were next.
Okay, I have a few points again. I'm going to stand up for Mel on this one because she said she can't speak to her family. And we don't know her situation. So people saying, oh, you pick your family. I'm sorry, but I've been in situations where other people had to get me out of them. So I'm not going to laugh and say, because to me it sounded very dismissive when the other person was talking about how, like, the grandma got the information from grandpa, but like, how many of our grandparents, if they could have, would have chose not to get married, and the reason they stayed married is because the husband held the purse string. They had no way to get out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you talk generational, my dad made sure my mom got a bank account as soon as she could. I learned respect from my parents because when my mom went to the doctor and wanted to go on birth control, even as a Roman Catholic, my dad did whatever she wanted. I was lucky that way. But the other families in my neighborhood did not have that. And I've seen people, I don't know how to put it without getting us thinged, but hurt because of they were not the white male in the family. So their opinion was less than. So there's still communities where, and I'm in a community where the police stalked an MLA to the point where she quit. Like, the police are not pro-women in my area. So when it happened to me and I asked for a restraining order, the cop actually laughed the first time I called. My sister had to call on my behalf. Like, so to say just get new family or get out of it, it's not easy. Within the first year of getting out is the most dangerous. And I tell you, I almost didn't make it twice. Like,
You
so I can't
are glorious,
whoa,
but I want
whoa. That's not, no, 1 second. That's not how I do my panel. No. You need to wait until I introduce you, and we don't interrupt people on here. See this right here, where it says no over talking. So if you can wait to be introduced, that'd be fantastic. Let Ro finish her point, and then Maldor is next, and then I can come to you.
So, like, I want to give respect to, I think your name's Danielle, that you got out. And you could proudly be who you are. Because I didn't come out to my family till we voted for the last Alberta election. I'm 48 now. And I was so scared to tell my sister that I didn't tell her till she went to vote, and I begged her not to vote against me. But, like, we don't always get to choose family because I have disabilities. I can't do it on my own. I have to rely on my family. If I don't have my family, I don't have help. So sometimes I have to curb it. And it sucks to the utmost because my parents would be upset about it. But I don't have them to be my backbone anymore. So I'm very alone. And my family right now is this community, a couple, like, animal rescue groups. But in person, I have a family I have to be quiet around. So I'm very thankful for this panel, but please don't laugh and diminish it as just kid out. Thank you.
Maldor, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I know Ro mentioned me and my story about my grandma and my opa, what you were saying about that. But please don't assume my family situation. I'll add some additional context for you so that you know for the future. But the relationship with my grandma is in now, and the reason why I call my opa is because this is this is her second marriage. Like she was if she was originally with my mom's father, who was basically a deadbeat. He left the family when my mom was only 2, and she only saw him once or twice when she was like 9 and 14. And all that to say is that the man who my grandma is with now, and he is from Germany. So when he got married to my grandma when I was 6, my parents said I should ask him if I could call him Opa, and apparently he cried during that part. I don't remember because I was so young. Anyways, all that to say is that I'm not criticizing my mom for getting her information from my grandma, who got her information from my opa. But what I do criticize is that she didn't do her own research and didn't formulate her own opinion. And like, I understand turning to, her mom and her stepfather, but I kind of wish, because like she would have talked to me about it too. And I think ultimately, more than anything else, I think I am hurt over that, is that she went and did that and it talked to me and didn't do her own research. So again, we've been talking about this all night, but it's so important to go out there and make sure that before you make any vote, to educate yourselves and just be mindful, really. That was it.
Okay, thanks. All right, preposterousness. I think that's what it says. If I can get your age, province, and federal political party.
I'll be 49 in a couple of weeks. I'm in Quebec.
Okay.
I grew up in Nova Scotia. I've never voted Liberal, but that's basically because I've lived in NDP leader ridings my entire life. So that's what I start from. But I really felt, I can't see your whole name. I'm not good at TikTok.
It's Ro. Red profile picture.
Red profile picture. Yeah, I can't see.
Yeah,
the
that's
full
Ro.
name. I really wanted to support you. And so that's why I interrupted you, and I felt terrible about doing that. Because I feel like if you're growing up in Alberta, Quebec is kind of a unified front, and so is Alberta. And I don't feel like any other provinces have that same kind of a dynamic like we do. But I feel like the more we communicate within our communities, the better we can make it go. Does that make sense? That was what I was trying to say, and I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No worries. Ro? Oh, yeah, it does to me.
Sorry, I was replying in the little box because I didn't want to interrupt.
You're good.
It does make sense, and I appreciate you speaking up for me because I'm the emotional one on the board, so I'm usually in tears with my everything. So I appreciate it. And can I just reply? Okay, is your name Maldor or
Maldor? Yeah.
Maldor. Okay. Lord of the Rings, right?
That's Mordor.
Mordor.
Yeah,
Okay,
my name is actually from a different series, Beyonders: A World Without Heroes, but I digress.
Sorry, I'm not that nerdy.
Oh, that's fine.
Thank you for saying it, though, because I got it all wrong in my head.
You're good.
I have so much respect for your grandma, and I have nothing against like the grandma and that kind of stuff. Like, I think that's so cool. She remarried and moved on, and you have the Oprah moment. My comment had to do with how Mel said she couldn't speak about her family, like, and you kind of laughed it off. That's what I was going on. It has nothing to do with, like, and, like, yes, I didn't know the grandma situation, but, like, we all kind of laughed it off that, you know, she could pick her own family. And I originally did, but then I thought about it, and I thought of the families I grew up with that were German and Dutch and Mexican Mennonite, and if you spoke out, and my family's like, oh, sorry, Italian. Am I speaking in the wrong mic again?
No, you're good. You're good. I wanted to clarify what I meant by pick your own family, though. Like, family is not necessarily blood. It's also people you surround yourself around that are like-minded and think the same way as, you know what I mean? Like, it's your found family. That's what I mean by that. And it's not, I was not laughing it off. I just want to, and I didn't think anybody was.
No,
I think it was more of like,
we
were, what?
I heard Maldor laugh it off. That's why I said it to him.
Okay.
I
All right,
have response, but I'll wait.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
that's all I was going
up
with was just found family. Yeah.
And like like I said, I have found family on TikTok. Like, Rave is one of my adopted family things. But as I said, like, not all of us, like, in our physical world can. Thank you.
Mel?
I was just gonna say, I wasn't laughing it off. What I meant to say earlier was that I try to normally be an empathetic person, and in this situation, I'm sad a little bit for Mel that she can't talk about this primarily with her partner. Speaking as somebody who frequently talks about politics with my fiance, you know, it's just something that I feel like is important to be able to discuss freely in your relationship, and that's why I said it feels red flaggy to me that she can't talk about it with her, you know, boyfriend, fiance, or husband. Not because it's funny, haha. It's more like it's like concerning, because, you know, it just, not to like over embellish it, but it just seems dangerous, you know, and it just feels very Handmaid's Tale-y to me, kind of, you know, like on the surface level. You know, like, you know, oh, don't formulate your own opinions, or your husband has to think for you, you know, like that kind of situation. You know, thinking is bad for women. Like, it doesn't, and maybe it's because it's not something that I grew up in. I like to say that I have I had a decent childhood, and I was raised on what I would consider good morals, and I was always taught to respect women. My mother and my sister helped me a lot with that growing up. So it's disheartening to hear people saying, like, I'm sorry, but I can't talk about this with my husband because I fear what he might have to say, right? So that's all I meant by that earlier. I just wanted to clarify.
Ro. And then I know preposterousness wants to go.
I appreciate that, but it's still coming across that, like, in my generation, like, my family's 48, 50s, 50 to 60, and my sister, who is 10 years older than me, cannot talk about it with her husband. And it's a situation of he could leave her, and she's disabled. No one would help. Like, we would step in a way, but none of us can physically do what he does. or like a lot of things. And I love that you can do that with your fiance. But again, I admit it, it's not a safe thing. But as someone who barely got out of that, I can't judge her situation or tell her to get out. Because if it wasn't for other people, I would still be there. So it may be red flaggy, but it's not a red flag I have permission to judge.
May I?
Think. Oh, sure. Go ahead.
I think we have to accommodate the fact that you've got a cultural difference, and it's one that I can kind of understand from small town Nova Scotia, where you're feeling like you don't have a voice, and I just want to give you empathy on that.
Me?
Yeah, you deserve empathy.
Oh, thank you.
You're a good person.
Sorry.
Yes.
I try. I just try to share the empathy around, so thank you.
I'm at a stalemate. We've literally gone the whole night.
Can I ask Grave
What?
about the red dress thing for us?
Sure.
Rave, many of us pasty people, I'm going to call us pasty people because I think of us as chicken nuggets, but would it be okay if we put up a red dress for May 5th?
Thank you. I was just there. Put it up. Don't take it down. It's not once a year. It's every day. That's what she said. I was just there. You're always so generous with all of your little gifty things. I love it. You're awesome. Okay. We've been talking about the same thing all night, guys. We've never been on one topic for 5 hours before. We normally go to like so many. Well, actually, no. There's we did two topics because we did do socialism and communism earlier. But yeah. Oh no, you're good. You're good. This is like, that's wild that we've been only on two topics the entire night. So, thank you for the crab. Guys, don't tell anybody, but I have crabs. Thank you. Oh my god. Hi, Zibby. That one's funny. I'm totally doing that for Mr. Trash Panda now. That's what I'm going to say, is don't tell anyone I have crabs. Okay. Hi. Okay. Earlier, Real Native brought up that Danielle Smith had a press conference today. Does anybody know anything about it? Because I can't find it aside from like something she said. Oh, where is it? I had a Danielle Smith. It was in Edmonton. She was in today. It's in my city. Yesterday? That was today. There was something 5 hours ago that she posted on her X. I don't have X though. And then 11 hours ago, she made some kind of an announcement.
Yeah, I've got a statement from her saying Premier Donald Smith confirms Alberta will keep sanctions in place amid U.S. tariff uncertainty. I'm not sure she made a statement regarding that, but it's not really much more except she's going to keep them in place. Was that? That one was 10 hours ago, 5 hours ago. That's kind of
There's something
confirming
about
that.
Edmonton on her X, though. What's this?
Was she in Edmonton for an event?
Yeah.
Could be it.
Residents. It's exciting that we're standing right here, the location of the new downtown community event park.
The Ice District is already the heart of sports and nightlife in the downtown core, and the new park
A new era of investment and growth in the downtown core. What's going on?
Recognizing this opportunity to invest in Edmonton. Our investment will play a key role in ensuring that Edmontonians have year-round access to incredible sports, culture events, entertainment.
Oh, they're doing like an outdoor concert venue.
And I've got another one from 5 hours ago saying Daniel Smith says province is working to send unused Turkish pain medication to Ukraine.
The stuff that she paid, what was it, $80 million for?
Yes. Apparently, hang on. I got an audio for that one if you want to hear.
Yes.
Let's see here.
The provincial government says it's working on a plan to send shipments of unused doses of children's pain medication to Ukraine.
When a group approached us to help provide this medication to the war-torn areas of the world, we said we'd work with them.
The children's pain medication imported from Turkey has been mired in controversy since the government announced the purchase more than 2 years ago.
The medication will be sent to us in a number of shipments.
At the time, there was a nationwide shortage of children's Tylenol and Advil. The provincial government agreed to spend $70 million up front on 5 million doses of acetaminophen and ibuprofen from a pharmaceutical company based in Turkey. But not all of the doses were delivered. While Health Canada approved 1.5 million doses, only a fraction of them were used after health officials determined the medication posed a health risk when given to infants. The opposition says it's disrespectful to offload the medication onto any country, especially one that's in a war.
They are already in the fight of their lives, and now we're going to say to the parents, here's, some leftovers that weren't good enough for our kids.
A healthcare and legal expert says it's a good decision to use the medication before it expires. But she says the government needs to be very clear about the concerns raised by healthcare workers.
I think it's important that the government is upfront with the recipient as to the safety concerns that came up. Some of the concerns were around dosing, and so I think it's important for the government to be very upfront about those concerns.
The province has 1.4 million unused doses. The Premier says the medication is needed in Ukraine, and Alberta is in a position to help.
They have children who have fevers and don't have medications, and we have agreements with Ukraine to help them.
In a statement to CBC News, Health Canada says Alberta Health Services has contacted Health Canada about options for the remaining Turkish supply of children's pain medication. An application is currently being assessed. The Premier says discussions are continuing with officials from Ukraine and Health Canada about sending the unused doses. She says the government will provide more information if an agreement is reached. Brian Labby, CBC News, Calgary.
Jesus.
That stuff is almost expired.
It's almost expired, but from what she said, my understanding is that she wants to send it before it expires. I'm like, and it still has the other part that you can, if it's going to expire, you're helping out. Cool.
It's not the correct dosage.
It sounds like there's issues of dosage, or just is it safe for kids to consume? It wasn't safe for Albertan kids to consume, but yet it's okay for the Ukrainian kids. Like,
wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
There's a disaster.
wild. Smith is a whole mood. Yes, 100%. I want an election now.
Yeah.
Not enough characters. No, there's not enough characters. You would have to be all emojis. Oh, I can't with her. I can't with her.
She's not arrested and sitting in a jail just floors me. Like, seriously.
Because she fired everybody who's going to go against her. That's the whole. It's so wild because she did all the stuff that Trump is starting to do down there. Like, they're literally all cut from the same freaking piece of cloth. Here comes Spicy Nerdy, okay? We haven't seen her at all tonight.
All it took is
Oh
one
my
Danielle Smith video.
God. I can't stand her.
So she's not on your Christmas list?
2 more years of this shit, you guys. This is what we still have, is 2 more years of this shit in this province. It feels like it's been 10 years already. Actually, hang on, wait. It's been 84 years. It's a Titanic reference if you don't get it.
At least you guys aren't stuck with your premiere for another 4 again like we are.
Because your province is stupid. I'm sorry.
It is. You're right. Our province is stupid to do the same thing and
Oh my
expect a
God.
different result.
And you had an increase of voters by 3%. So.
Yeah. I blame the 47% who didn't vote.
Oh my God. I can't. I just.
Yeah, I have to jump in on this because I'm on an adult chat site, and the amount of closeted male bottoms, I'm gonna call them bottoms, who work in oil and gas, who didn't understand that voting for UCP and for Ford is bad. I'm like, you do realize your testing is gonna get cut, right? I have not seen so many dumb faces say we're supposed to get tested. I'm like, the fumes are hurting you, buddy.
Not even just testing. So it's the testing, it's also prep, it's anything like that, right? Like it's all of your safety precautions gone.
But they're closet bottoms. So they're like, nobody needs to know I work up there and I swing both ways. And you wonder why, if anybody in Southern Alberta gets an invite from someone from Fort McMurray, it's an automatic no thanks.
Yeah, right? Fort McDirty? What?
Yeah, I'm on an adult site. I was looking for a hookup, but so far it's been a long year of toys because the amount of alpha men from up north that
now we know you just need to go on Grindr. That's all.
I should pimp out pictures because, like, some of them.
It's not. It was funny.
And I have some naughty pictures on there. That's why I don't put my face up here. But, you know, like, it just shocks me that there's so many that think Ford's gonna save me.
Mm-hmm.
Not if you get something.
Stop. This cat will not stop. Seriously, guys.
I wish I could get it, Rave, but they're all alpha swingers or cheaters or I'm gonna save you because I like Trump.
May I ask you a question? Why would you even think about the Ford implication if you're in Alberta?
Well, no, they work in both. The people that I talk to travel back and forth between Alberta and Ontario because of their companies. So, to me, they're like 20 times the risk because then they're swinging in all across Canada. But a lot of them come into the same chat room and we were talking, and it's like, what? Do you not know? How old are you that you didn't do biology? Like,
wait. Okay, this just clicked in. Chat rooms still exist?
Yeah. I'm in a few.
I feel old now.
And yeah, I was AOL chat, but you know,
I was an AOL girl, yeah. Oh no, ICQ. I did ICQ all the time. ICQ, MSN Messenger, and then also yeah. And then also, I went into Chatropolis. That was my website I used to go into all the time, was Chatropolis. And that was my chat place. Yeah. So funny.
That's amazing. I haven't heard ICQ mentioned in eons, but I remember it.
Right? Welcome back, TT. Chat house. Yeah, there were so many. I used to go to internet cafes after school. Well, after the school closed, I used to go to internet cafes. Look at that. I was addicted to technology even back then. I
Nerd.
just didn't like the people. No, I'm a total nerd. Can you not see all of the shit behind me? Look, this is Hobbit Yahtzee.
What?
Nice.
Okay, that's
Those who are
cool.
not aware, Nerdy might be a bit of a Lord of the Rings fan.
That's cool.
Just a little
I
bit.
haven't even taken it out of the package yet. I haven't even used it yet. But yeah, it's a
Yeah, it's
goblet.
not
Is your
supposed to be
Yahtzee cup.
open.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, I think that's a Toys R Us
I
thing.
can
It
cheer
looks like
for
a Toys R Us sticker.
Jesus while being a Flames fan.
What? What about
I said
Flames
I can
fans?
cheer for McJesus while being a Flames fan. Because, he got us the gold and a big...
Yeah,
Did you?
but
Okay,
based
what was
on
that?
this audience, I think we could say Satan built our motor. So,
Yes.
no?
He built my hot rod.
Does that tune not resonate? Okay.
Oh, I'm looking up the NHL standings. Okay, now that I get all mad about Danielle Smith.
Spicy.
Okay, we got 41 minutes left in this live, guys. 41 minutes left in this live.
TikTok.
What? What about TikTok?
No, I was preferring as TikTok clock progress before, not TikTok the app.
On the clock.
There you go.
Oh.
Stuck in your head now. You're welcome.
I should start doing things like Small Town does and like do little, not dance breaks, but
dance?
song breaks. No, I wouldn't dance. I would sing. What are you talking about? I would break out
Totally fair.
Mistress Trash Panda, but she's not political. So,
It's true.
Ro, what's up?
Okay, I know we're talking like Canadian-wide stuff, but because we brought up Danielle Smith,
Yeah.
her nice little cut to the Aish stuff,
Uh-huh.
and then, I don't know, she did something about cutting or removing booze from the U.S., kind of because she was pressured.
All provinces did.
What?
All the provinces removed the American alcohol from their shells. So from
Yeah.
BC to Ontario to Alberta, Saskatchewan, I think, if I remember correctly, every single
She wasn't going
province
to, though. She
removed.
wasn't going to do anything. She was just
Yeah,
going to bend over and take
she
it.
was dragging that. But I'm kind of offended with Nancy because he wants to be our next leader or whatever. But I've heard more from some of the people who are NDP members about Aish, and sadly I missed the little meeting Wednesday because I was sick. But he hasn't spoken out about the huge cuts to Aish and what could happen with this job stuff. But he can speak up about booze. I'm sort of frosty about it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I have a different way of thinking about it. I don't think that everybody has to address everything all the time. I think that's like my way of thinking of it is just like, I don't know. I don't think that I like, me personally, if he doesn't mention something, I guess I don't take it as like he's not thinking about it or not caring about it. We also have to remember too that he's not actually even elected into a seat yet, right? Like, he's the leader, but he has an acting leader right now because he actually doesn't have a riding. Yeah, he let a critic do the talking, and she's very well. Yeah, and I think that's isn't that Sarah?
I think it's Marie Renaud from St.
Is
Albert.
it Marie?
I believe so. I
Thanks, I
participated
couldn't
in
remember
her
her
town
name.
hall. I participated in her town hall because my brother is on the Aish benefit, So I wanted to learn about
Yes.
what this program is about, because I'd love to see them make my brother work when he can't even get a work program. You know,
It is Marie Renault. I remember seeing that now. Because her and
she's been the critic for a
somebody
while.
else were going to be having a town hall. It was a couple weeks. It was like a month ago or something like
It
that.
was, oh God, she was an Edmonton MLA, and I can't remember her name, but
I almost think it was Janice, but I can't remember. I
She did
think it might have been.
participate. Janice was a part of the call, but it was, oh God, oh, what was her name? Reiki, I think is. I was trying to, what was her name? I couldn't remember her name, but she was very, very, again.
Rocky Pancholi.
That's it. And then Janice Irwin was a part of the call. She participated as well.
Were they both in it this last Wednesday too, or was that just the one before?
It was just the one before, and when I talked with her, with Marie's constituent assistant, right, because I couldn't partake in that call on Wednesday, was he explained to me that it was going to be more about just what Nixon had responded, which really wasn't much, right? Like, he's the minister responsible over the MLA. Well, it is, because you can't even get your MLA on the phone. Trust me, I've been trying to deal with an issue with Blue Cross with my brother James. So it's ridiculous. My brother lives in Lethbridge, and even trying to get a hold of his MLA, which is a conservative to begin with, is just impossible. And they don't want to hear from us.
Okay, quick little thing. Raven is demanding tapping in the comments. Raven is demanding it. There are 30 people in here right now. If we all tap, if everybody power taps for like,
I'll bow out if you need.
What? No. You stay up here. Tapping just means like tap the screen to get the likes up. So yeah, tapping is clapping. It's all free. Tapping is clapping. I want to hit 100K for sure.
Poke Nerdy's nose.
Yeah, tap my boop my snoot. Boop the snoot. Here, I'll even bring.
Boop.
Hang on, I'll even bring Mistress Trash Panda just up here for a second, so that you can boop her snoot. Okay.
Danielle,
Paddle
can I
Panda?
give you a tip when you call
Paddle Panda.
Jason's? Ooh,
cool.
Can I give you a tip when you call the office?
Yes, please. I would appreciate that.
Tell them that you've tried all the NDP and they're just not answering your calls. And you just can't understand why someone won't answer their calls.
Well, the tactic that I used just recently was, this Danielle Smith will call the news outlet. How would we like that? And then they kind of said, what can we do for you? Because I would call a member of the media right away and say, Danielle Smith's government isn't helping this Danielle Smith and her brother James. And let's just see how that plays, because right now she's taking a lot of crap for what's happening with Alberta Health Services, right? And rightfully so. I mean, there's something going on there. But what concerns me greatly is that over 1 million people elected the UCP government, right? Because it's conservative. I swear to God, and it's a mantra that my mother always said to us. She goes, you could put a conservative logo on a bologna sandwich and Albertans would vote for it. Right?
It's true.
I believe that's the case. Although, I will say this, though, Edmonton's really has always typically been more to the left, right? And Notley came into power because an Albertan conservative spoke the wrong way about Albertans. Right. And then they got mad and they voted out the conservatives and throw in Notley. But what she did in 4 years was fix a lot of things that have been derelict for like decades.
And didn't get enough time to fix it further.
No.
And everybody the thing is like everybody started blaming like the oil crash and everything like that on her, and it had already started previous to her, and it was just this whole she wasn't given enough time.
And they forget that, when Klein was your premier for 6 straight years, his first 6 years in office as the premier, the corporate tax was 15%. And then they complained when she moved up the corporate tax from 10 to 12%. I mean, it was just utter hypocrisy, right? They don't understand that. But don't worry, Ralph Klein can knock down a few hospitals and promise you a cancer center for 20 years, and it was her who got it built. right?
May I? Everything Danielle said is reasonable, but if you're unable to get the attention of your provincial representative, hit up your municipal.
Well, it's interesting because the Conservatives have pretty much operated as the governing party in Alberta for so many decades, right? They don't feel that they're actually accountable to the people that elect them.
Nope.
That's an interesting point. Thank you.
And just to add on to your point from before, Danielle, yeah, like Edmonton is fully orange right now. Like all of Edmonton, even my riding, which is traditionally blue, because I'm in like the hoity-toity riding, the gated community riding in Edmonton, and I hate it.
Well,
we're
it's
usually
really
blue.
interesting because I was reading the post-election data, and I guess there are a couple of people in the pockets of the UCP, the third party advertising that really swung the very close votes in Calgary that may have actually gone to NDP, right?
Yeah.
It's really interesting. The rural vote they're never going to get. We get that, but it was a really interesting thing. I mean, there's a shift in Alberta, and I'm hopeful, but until that shift happens, it's going to be bad policy for Conservatives. It's going to be
Calgary is typically, Calgary's typically been blue for a lot of it. They went half orange this time. So the fact that the NDP gained back so many seats this last election, like 2 years ago, was amazing. But I really think that because so many, it's the same thing as with Trudeau. People just hate Trudeau. People hated Notley. And it's not even the party that they don't like. It's just the person. And so like, I think with Calgary seeing like Nenshi in the leadership role, I think you're going to get a little bit more out of Calgarians next time going for the orange, because he did amazing things for that city.
He did. Well, and I went door knocking with the NDP MLA who was part of Calgary Klein, right? And I can tell you on that second election, and Craig Coulihan is a smart man. And it was really, we actually got chased by a truck when from a guy that found out we were door knocking. This guy actually chased us down the street in a truck. And it was horrendous. And I'm like, and why would you do this? He said, this is what we have to do. Right? I was shocked. I grew up in Winnipeg where they have either an NDP government or a Conservative government.
Danielle, I don't want to interrupt you, but I want to appeal to your expertise. Do you feel like there is a best way to communicate when we talk about differentiating between provincial and federal and municipal politics when we're trying to get people to make good decisions?
I think there is. And it's interesting because, it's great that we elect popular people. Like Nenshi was very popular when he got elected because he came out of nowhere and got elected. Do you know what I mean? Because Rick McIver was expected to be the mayor of Calgary, and then he just got elected. And partly because he was somebody new and he wasn't really a politician, right? He was a university professor before. But what was really interesting was when you saw what happened with the lawsuit with the guy owned Shane Holmes. He actually said that Nenshi had slandered him. Well, people have to ask themselves the question, like, why were the house industries, why were the house building groups, why were they trying to buy a city council? Because they knew he was a popular mayor and they weren't going to defeat him, right? Like, and then look what happened. We saw what happened with Edmonton getting a new arena. That was $1 billion, right? Why are we putting $1 billion for people who can't even go see a hockey game because it's too expensive? Right?
So expensive.
It is. And right, but look at the development. Look at what Daryl Katz did. I'm going to make sure the Oilers leave if you don't give me a new arena. Right? And yet people forget that they've had $8 billion broadcasting deal. The NHL has an $8 billion broadcasting deal. They weren't hurting for money.
And we can go for $13 to see women's hockey in Montreal. It's not right.
Yep. And Oil Kings even too. Like the Oil Kings, it's so, oh crap, what day is it today? Oh, next Saturday I'm going to an Oil Kings game. Totally forgot.
Well, and we learned that lesson growing. Like, you got to remember, I was in Winnipeg when the Winnipeg Jets were lost in '96, right? And then what was so disturbing, and it should be to anybody, is they went and built an NHL size arena for a hockey team that wasn't an NHL team, and yet that city has 1 in 3 children that live in poverty. Right? Like, where was your priority, right? And now what did they do? Like the Chipman family, they had to make so many concessions and agreements with the NHL to get the team back, right? And now we have Gary Bettman going into town because now their ticket sales are falling, because you want to know why? Manitobans can't afford $150 to go see a hockey game. But you can go pay $16 to see a Vegas Knights game. Right? Like, it boggles my mind what we think is an investment, right? The Saddle Dome, that thing was supposed to last 60 years. Well, that didn't, right? You had the flood of your century there, but also you have a very, very unpopular mayor now. Do you want to know why? Because it's okay to pick on her because she's brown. That's what ticks me off. The things that they say about her is everything to do with the color of her skin. Put her down if created bad policy, but don't put her down because she's brown. And that's what they did to Nenshi. He got too big for his britches is the thing, right? Oh, he should have known his place, right? But you want to know what? That man at least stood up and believed in things, and he fought for them on the council. And I hope he'll do that for the Alberta NDP. And I'm sorry, but Notley did so much for the oil and gas industry at the detriment of her voting base. Right? At the detriment of her voting base. She knew its importance she knows the importance of the industry. But also, you think about it this way, as having lived in so many places in Canada, the question that I put back to the people in the oil and gas industry, okay, you have now been through how many busts and booms? How many more times do Canadians have to think that you should diversify before you'll actually do it? Because yes, peak oil is going to peak in 2030. They're saying that now. But petroleum products make up so many things in the marketplace today. It's not going anywhere. But we have to think of it very differently. And when you ask Canadians we're paying for abandoned oil wells, but we didn't get any of the money from those companies. We got royalties, right? And but at the same time, what'd you do with those royalties? You certainly didn't put it anything, and yet Albertans demand services. And then they complain about Quebec having services. Well, the tax base in Quebec is 24%. That's why it's only $3,000 a year to go to university.
I want to cut in because I have 2 people waiting to talk. Okay. Thanks. Ro and then Maldor.
Okay.
Do you remember?
I probably forgot my second point already, but the first one was when you said Albertans will vote UCP no matter what. There was I think it was the Cardston riding. The guy didn't show up to anything. He didn't show up to debate. He didn't show up to. He just didn't show up. He still got voted in because UCP. Like the Southern Alberta and the mayor of Edmonton and the mayor of Calgary both get. I think I see more of it on the news down here against Calgary, and how Daniel Smith threw the Calgary mayor under the bus for that the new one coming, the new Saddle Dome. And they forget that Smith is the one that forced the agreement. Calgary wanted to back out, and Smith is the one that forced it, and now Calgary's the one holding the purse. So the actual owner doesn't actually live here. He's not from here, or whatever. But Calgary is the one holding the purse for... And he pulled the same thing Edmonton did, where if you don't build me this stadium, you're not going to have a team. And we should have let him walk. I'm sorry. But for the price of tickets, let him walk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that was my 2 points. I can't remember anything else right now. I'm still laughing about Smith earlier.
All right. Thanks, Danielle. Maldor.
I just wanted to say something about the booze being pulled. So I had heard recently today that it was pretty much all the provinces and all the territories are participating in the, for lack of a better term, I guess, boycott or, whatever. Everything that wasn't pulled. I think Yukon kept what they had, and they're selling what they have, but they're not getting more. And then
Right.
BC is still going to import stuff from blue states, but they're not selling booze from red states anymore. It's also funny to watch all the American booze companies cry sweet, sweet tears, about their Kentucky bourbon and all that. It's just funny to me. Anywho, I just wanted to clarify that before I hop off and say goodnight, and
Right.
thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here tonight. Appreciate
No
it.
problem. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Go to bed. All right. Ro wanted to speak again.
I know this is like totally off topic, but did anybody see on the news how we're training U.S. military up north?
I don't think that's a recent news. I think we've been doing that for a long time.
So those aren't new drills?
Do you know what network was on? Was it CBC or CTV?
I'm gonna say City TV.
Okay.
Oh no, not to invade us. U.S. was training American soldiers on how.
Yeah.
Oh crap!
Global News has a thing inside the Canadian military's training for subarctic warfare. So there's the Canadian Armed Forces frequently trains with U.S. forces, focusing on enhancing
We're talking JTF.
interoperability. No, interoperability. I don't know. Anyway, and readiness for combined operations, particularly in exercises like Maple Resolve and Arctic Forge. Maple Resolve is the largest allied exercise conducted in North America, involving Canadian, British, and U.S. forces, with a focus on improving the I word I can't spell and military readiness.
Interoperability.
Okay,
I think it is.
California, caps are like caps only is for mods, so please don't do that. I'm gonna. If you want to talk, you don't have to yell. Please and thanks.
Why would we have anything of the U.S. and Canada in regards to FEMA? Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Isn't FEMA for like
FEMA
stuff like
itself is
fires and
yeah.
stuff?
It is. It's
Why
an
would we
emergency.
use
It's
it
a
for?
federal emergency. I need to look at the acronym. It's for federal emergencies in the United States. Federal Emergency Management Agency. So they just manage things like, fires or earthquakes or other natural disasters generally.
Hurricanes.
Or it could hurricanes.
Tornadoes.
Or exactly. Or it could also be some other crisis that could occur where there's just a large amount of populations, but effectively
Volcano
you might need to set up.
eruptions.
Absolutely. But it could also be industrial. It could occur, train derailment, whatever kind of disaster needs attention. That's what they're going to do to show up to alleviate some of the immediate disaster and help out to get people back on track, back on their feet, as well as the community itself. That's what they do. That's their mandate. Nothing less, nothing more. It's just that. And to try to say that they're doing more than that, I'm like, listen, you can't organize the government to do anything insidious. Governments are inefficient. People like to talk. you're never going to get some sort of secret organization going on because the world doesn't work that way. People aren't that good at keeping secrets, especially with the amount of people that's involved for the conspiracies you guys talk about.
You for the military stuff, I was confused.
Military makes total sense. Canada, the U.S. has done a lot of
Up north,
cross-training. Yeah, especially up north. We've done a lot of cross-training for decades.
Well, I know we've done it for decades, but I guess recently with them showing it, I'm a little bit more nervous. Just because I've seen a lot of military, can I call them chicken nuggets? Chicken nugget looking military who are on here supporting what Trump is doing.
Yeah.
And I'm
chicken
calling
nugget?
pasty people. The white meat chicken nugget.
You can just call them YT people.
Yeah.
Okay, well, YT military people wearing their military. I'm sorry, in some chats I can't say YT, in some I can't. So I call them
Really?
Totally fair.
I've been called chicken nugget.
Palm colored.
Palm colored.
Non-melanated.
I like alabaster complexion.
There you go.
Okay, well, I've seen a
Alabaster
lot of them
complexion.
in.
It's fun
Yeah,
to
I
say.
like being called a chicken nugget. It's fun. Because I can
So
be spicy chicken
confused.
nugget. Okay, but the whole point was
Yeah.
with how many YT military people I've seen on here in their U.S. military uniforms, who, if you go in and ask if they would honor the oath, and I've actually been told to F off because they respect Trump. I guess I'm nervous with them up north right now. So that's why I asked.
So this is the thing you have to remember about the military, though. The military swears an oath to the Constitution, not to the president. And most of them will not follow orders from the president if they go against the Constitution. Most of them. They're supposed to anyway.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because I think overall, when it comes to the U.S., they've never been really that much in a situation where they've had that kind of question, like the president's now going against the Constitution. What do we do? And I'm certain, obviously, the U.S. generals are discussing that now as to what do we do when we get to that point. And I say when because I feel within the next 4 years, they're going to have that question come up, honestly come up, and they're going to have to decide what they want to do. Trump's trying to make sure he's surrounding himself with loyalists, but it's not really something you can do in the you can do, I guess you could do that with the military, and then we'll see what you're gonna get.
Oh yeah, there's military not far from Waterton. There's military by Medicine Hat. That's where Prince Harry trained.
Mm-hmm.
My friend got to meet him and didn't tell me for 4 years. I was kind of like, cool.
Oh, I've heard about him partying in Calgary. But
that was what I don't claim because you don't sell out where the prince is partying.
Oh, it was after the fact. It wasn't sort of ahead of time.
You might be looking at it from. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. I'm so
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I just think you might be looking at it from a slightly different lenses, as I think that you might have a generational difference. So maybe clarify that, and it might help you to congeal your communication.
Sorry?
I think one of you is Gen X and one of you is a millennial, and you might want to clarify that in order to straight line your communication.
Are you talking about Joe and Ro?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Gen X.
One generation plus in both cases. It's less millennial and Gen X and more Gen X.
Wait, Joe, you're younger than me, aren't you?
I'm older than you.
No.
Yes.
You're
What do you
Gen
think
X
73
too, aren't you,
means?
Joe?
I am Gen
Oh,
X,
you're
yes.
still Gen X?
I am
I
Gen X, yes.
totally misunderstood what I thought I heard as a misunderstanding. So proceed. I'm so sorry for interrupting.
No worries.
No worries, you're good.
It
You're both
might
Gen
be
X.
more
All three of us are Gen
location
X.
mix.
Yes.
Like
I have been
whether we're
told I look
right.
younger than my age, but
Me too.
you do for sure.
It's the filters.
Nice.
And when I have
Yeah,
colored
I
hair,
look
it's the
like
colored
I'm
hair.
60.
But you were mid thought when I interrupted. I was just misunderstanding. Go on.
But I think I was mid thought. I think thinking about the Prince being out and partying in BC. I'm like, all right, there's not much of a thought, but I'll be
Oh,
honest,
because
it's
I'm
not
a
much of a
Prince
secret that
Harry fan?
people admit. Prince Harry. Yeah, I'm sure it's a shock to some people, but military guys will go out partying a lot in Calgary, or pretty
Well,
much
yeah,
any
but
city
I
that they're
think I'm more
deployed near.
upset that girl sold him out because he was still in Alberta and he had to be taken from Alberta to not disclose his location because he was still in training. Because the same thing happened when he was in war. Somebody gave his location and put his whole thing at risk.
Yeah, but I mean, he was deployed as like he was like his group he was is kind of like medics. So he was generally not in the main firing because again, you're absolutely right. The military is going to be very careful in regards to having royalty serving in the military because they know it's a target. So if they do have some deployment, I believe he did get deployed for a bit. He's still going to be relatively safe. They're never going to have him in the front line. That's if he gets captured, that's a whole disaster. So he's always going to be sort of in the back because you're right. There's a certain level of safety.
But when he was deployed, I think it was. I wish I could remember more of it because my dad was going through stuff, so I don't have all the facts on it. But wherever he was deployed, he was not far from danger because because he's the second child. Like even though he's the replacement child, just in case, he was still close enough to danger that when they gave up his location, they had to evacuate. Like, it wasn't like he was in the camp waiting. They got a picture of him, as far as I remember, they got a picture of him, helping, evacuate people. And they had to, relocate the whole base.
Yeah. Depending on the situation, the military is going to assess the danger, and then they're going to move from there. And sometimes it's just moving a soldier from one camp to another one. In other cases, it might be moving an entire camp based on the situation, based on the action going on there and whatnot. It's going to depend.
California, Google's not a source, it's a search engine. You use it to find sources. All right. That being said, I think I'm going to end a little early because I need to get my Duolingo done for the day too. Otherwise, I have to use a freeze again. I'm doing French. I'm refreshing my French.
Ah, fantastic.
What? Oh, fantastique. That's what I said.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll be ready for when next Habs game.
No. See, that's the same in French and English. No.
You're learning fast. You're learning fast.
I'm gonna burn that picture you put in Discord. Just kidding. All right. All right. Don't forget tomorrow, Breaking the Dam with Jana. She's on at noon, Alberta time, Mountain Time. I can't remember what she's talking about this week. And then Radicalized tomorrow night. Those are the next 2 shows. If you want to keep track of all the shows that we have, we've 10 shows, 7 days a week, and we are going to be adding an LGBTQ show soon. So a 2S LGBTQIA plus show. Thank you for all of the likes. We got to 93K. Yay! Not quite the 120 I wanted to get to, but that's great. We're in B1, League B1 right now, guys. B1. We're almost out of the bingo numbers. So fantastic. That's all thanks to you guys with your liking and your gifting and all that stuff. Thank you for all the shares. What did we get to? 162 shares. 162 shares we got to. And the gifts. We got a couple of cute ones today. I did put the potato last, but nobody wanted to give me a potato. A potato. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Will you be on Sunday for the convention for the Liberals? I won't. Happy has a show on Sunday, and then we have our host meeting that night, so probably not. And also Love is Blind is on that night. It's the reunion show is on that night, so
Is there going to be a speech for the convention? Aside from watching a speech, that
What
might
day
be
is it? Oh
Sunday.
yeah, it's just the voting is done. Well, voting ends that day though, right? So it would be afterwards, whatever time voting ends. Then it's all electronic anyway. So yeah,
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's something we could talk about next week anyway. It's just stuff we can talk about instead of doing it that day. So, but yeah, thanks for being on the panel, guys. And I don't have a catchphrase aside from Habsuck.